Yo, it's your boy DZ, man. You already know it's not about the setback. It's about the get back. I want to appreciate everyone that's became a member, that subscribed to the channel, and that watches the channel. I appreciate y'all. If you haven't already hit that notification bell, hit that notification bell so you can be notified every time we go live. I appreciate all of y'all that rock with me, and I hope y'all continue to rock with me. Fam, what's going on? Alright, so, it's a lot going on today, man. In LA, Trump sent out ICE to different businesses that had employees there that had bad paperwork, and they fighting back. Literally, they are fighting back, and it caused, whereas though they doing a protest, but it's like a riot going on. It's heavy, and this right here I feel is a crazy time to do it, because Trump got the situation going on with Elon. So when I see this going on right here, it looks like him trying to do a distraction, whereas though he's distracting from what we know is going on with him and Elon. And it's a lot, whereas though people are out there trying to stand for something, and it's causing a lot of violence and controversy between the people. And I think the governors, they don't want it to go as far as it's going, but Trump is pushing the line. Trump said if you spit on them people, if you get out of line with them people, they gonna use force. And we gonna talk about this and go over this, and we gonna play some of the videos from out there. And the line is open, and y'all can let me know how y'all feel about it as well, so I can hear it from y'all point of view too. And then we also gonna talk about how Wack always lies, and at the same time he uses different people for different situations to benefit whatever narrative he's trying to run. And right now he's using J Diggs' ex-girlfriend for the simple fact he can get at his enemy, because we all know Wack don't want to have a fade with anybody. And the ex DM me, right? So she DMs me and sends me a clip of the porno, and the clip of the porno, I don't see any gay activities going on, but this is what she's insinuating. And then she sends me a picture just a few minutes ago of her and supposedly Miss Betty. And she's trying to say that her and Miss Betty seen each other on numerous times, and that Miss Betty lied about seeing her in person. But I don't trust the girl, regardless of what she's trying to say about her having a picture with Miss Betty. I don't trust the girl at all, because for someone that is trying to expose someone and at the same time adding sauce to the story and then using Wack 100, for me, right, when you go use Wack 100, right, to try to put something out there, that there in my mind lets me know it's something fufafi in there. Straight up. When you try to use Wack 100 to put your information out there, that there lets me know that it's something fufafi in there. Because you could put the information out yourself. If you want to run the narrative on somebody, put the information out there yourself. But going to Wack, knowing that Wack has no credibility at all, that there sends a red alert to me. Wack has no credibility at all. So I don't trust anything that Wack says. And I'm going to just be real. Appreciate that. Super chat. Fine, shorty. Shout out to DZ. Staying consistent. Continue keeping it real and authentic. Facts. Appreciate that, fine shorty. Yeah. But anybody using Wack to put some information out there, I'm skeptical about that person. Because Wack credibility is in the basement. If you got something you want to put out there about somebody, put it out there. But using Wack to put your information out there that you want to add sauce onto it, first thing she did was send me a video and say, this is proving that he's gay. And I don't see it. You sent me a video. I don't see it. What are you talking about? I see a video of him doing something with you. So where do you get that at? And you know, the line is open to her. She can call in here and, you know, say the lie she want to say that I'm thinking. But you trying to make this man look a certain way because of the feelings you got because he moved on. That there, you know, that don't move the meter over here. It might move the meter for Wack because Wack is trying to take any of his enemies down. That's his goal, to take any of his enemies down. And he gonna do it the way with them people. So I'm not trusting anything that's coming through Wack at all. Yeah. And when somebody got a problem with somebody and they upset at them, this is usually the tactics they use, whereas though they want to start trying to put them out there because they feel like they've been hurt. It's a lot of those type of people in the world. And those people usually come to you as nice. They act like they're genuine. They act like they're very supportive, helpful. But then when things are not going their way, they get out of pocket. And that's just how I see it. SBGB TV is a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
Man, Wack don't want that fade, man.
I see. We know he don't want that fade. He running.
He don't want that fade, but you also got to understand, though, man got big money, man. So if I got money, man, I ain't got time to be fighting, though. You know, you got to look at that, too.
I mean, when you say he got big money, I really beg to differ. I mean, I think he got some money, but I don't think he got big money because the bookings that he's getting are peanut bookings. We don't see Wack selling out no arenas. We don't see Wack getting no bags for the stuff that he's doing, whereas though you getting peanuts, you getting interviews, shit that I could get. You understand what I'm saying?
See, them peanuts, man, they add up. See, he been getting peanuts for a long time.
But
and
also he got lawsuits out there. He got a lot of legal situations going on. He done just lost his crib. He got a lot of shit going on out there. He got people suing him out the wazoo. You understand what I'm saying? And they want that paper. They'll get to your money.
That's true.
So
That's true.
I think he got some money to survive, but I don't think he has the money that he's portraying. He's telling us that he got $200 million diaper deals, $10 million diaper deals. Nobody with a $200 million deal is going to sit on Clubhouse all day for no reason.
But that's his hustle, though, man. That's his game. That's his hustle.
You don't know what the hustle he's doing with the Clubhouse?
That is his hustle.
I'm going to tell you what he's doing with the Clubhouse hustle, bro. I'm going to tell you because I don't know if you caught one of the lives, right? But this is what he's doing with the Clubhouse hustle. He's on Clubhouse, and what he does is when he has information to put out there about people that has a legal situation going on, he uses Clubhouse to put it out there. He uses No Jumper, Vlad, and academics to put this shit out there so that the feds can get the information, and it's not where as though he has to directly verify the information because he puts it out through the internet. So,
but here's the thing, dog, the feds been doing this way before Wack, man.
But they got Wack as a tool.
But they got a lot of people as tools, man. These niggas around here snitching on themselves.
Wack is the loudest though.
Give them a microphone, they gonna tell on themselves.
Wack is the loudest though. In my eyes, I ain't seen nobody do it like Wack, where he's able to infiltrate the cultures and have people get on them stages and then incriminate themselves, right? And then they get locked up, and he say, man, I ain't telling them to do it, but he's bringing them to the platforms to tell on themselves.
But these niggas is dummies, man. Ain't nowhere in the world, man, you finna get on here and you finna tell them about what you done did. Man, something got to be wrong with you, man.
Hey, I agree with you. And I agree with you right there.
It ain't that much money in the world for me to get up there and tell you what I did last summer. It ain't happening.
And I agree with you. But Wack understands that the gang members are easily influenced and he can get them to do this. So this is his target. I really think that he's part of the gang task force and he's pushing the line so that he can get these indictments. Like right now, he's trying to push the line on Jay Diggs. And he's trying to get Jay Diggs indicted on a RICO. And if you listen to the last live I did, you would hear him interrogating the woman on the line of Clubhouse, and he's asking her police questions. Did he tell you that he had something to do with the homicide? Did he feel some type of way about the homicide? Do you know anything about the homicide? That's police questions, man.
But you know what? I ain't even see that yet. But I'm finna click on it when I get done with, when I get off the phone with you. I'm watching you right now, doing your thing. But I'm gonna check that out. But I mean, man, I you know what, man? I don't knock nobody's hustle, man, and I know you don't either. But that's how that man getting his money, man. It's easy money, man. And if you a gangbanger, it depends on what type of gang you from, because every gang got some structure in it, and some gangsters ain't playing that. You ain't finna get on there and say nothing.
You know, these guys that he's getting, they like pretend affiliates, I guess.
Well, I mean, some gangsters, they don't play that. You ain't finna get on there, open your mouth and say nothing about nothing. Nothing. So these cats that's doing this now, something wrong with them. They all high, ain't got no money. The little gangs that they sworn to and uphold to their laws. I don't know what type of laws they got going on, but it's a different culture now, man.
So, but I want to ask you something real quick, bro, right? So you said what Wack is doing is his hustle and he's getting his money. So you agree with what he's doing? You think that's cool?
I mean, some of the stuff I don't agree with, but if you a goddamn dummy and you gonna sit here and let me pull the wool over your eyes and you can't see what's happening, there's something wrong with you. It ain't nothing wrong with me. I'm getting my money. I ain't doing nothing wrong. I got you sitting here telling on yourself.
So you don't think that what he's doing is at all any wrong? I think it's wrong to a great extent because he's getting people that they specifically want. You know, the situation with Loose Cannon and Big U. He was instructed. He was assigned to Loose Cannon. Whereas though he got Loose Cannon to come on that platform and talk about all of those robberies and extortions that him and Big U was doing together. And at one point, Loose Cannon hated him, and he didn't want to deal with Loose Cannon at all. But just out the blue, for 13 months straight, he surrounded himself around him. Soon as he got indicted, it was F Loose Cannon to the wall.
Yeah, but all that was all gained from the Jump Street, man. You know, they all playing for likes and views, man. They all got this all planned already, man. That's just like Charleston White, man. He already, the people that's interviewing him, they already know what time it is, man. This what I'm finna do. You know, I'm gonna come on here, I'm gonna act a fool, so just get ready for it. Matter of fact, you ain't gonna know when it's coming, but it's coming. All right, do your thing, homie. You see what I'm saying? It's all about likes and views right now, man. That's all it's about. I get that
it's about the likes and views. I get that, right? But you gotta really look at this situation for what it is. With Wack, it's more than likes and views because he's got a duty. It's a duty that he's doing, and the duty is strictly to get black people.
No.
Have you ever seen Wack annihilate a white person?
Cause they ain't that dumb to come on there and say nothing.
Man.
The only dumb people that's dumb enough to do that shit is the niggas, man. And it's sad to say it's the brothers, man, that's want to get over here, want to say this, want to say that. I'm a killer, I'm this, I'm riding for my hood, I'm this, I'm that, and the other. Real killers don't say nothing, man. Real people, man, they don't say nothing, man. You don't even see them. They ain't finna get on no internet, man. I'm an old school cat. I don't even have Facebook. Back in my days, we couldn't even get on the internet. You know, taking no pictures and none of that. Boo, none of that. None of this. None of that.
Man, but from what I see, bro, it's white people out there that are doing things, right? But the thing about with black people is black people have in their mind installed there's supposed to be no snitching, right? So white people don't have that installed in their mind. And I think that with black people, Wack knows he can manipulate them into the no snitching thing, whereas though he's doing all the working, but he's playing a manipulation game on them. Whereas though if it was with white people, he couldn't have no leverage because if he get out of pocket with them, they gonna call 911.
Yeah, but we go back to Charleston White. When did we start walking around here talking about there ain't no snitching? When did we start doing? When did that become a law?
You say that again?
When did that become a new law? Where there's no snitching? I don't understand that. You see what I'm saying? But we all back in the days, I get it. Man, I do something, don't tell on me, don't tell on me, I don't tell on you. But if you go and do something and you come around me, I ain't got nothing to do with it. Now, you done got me all jacked up because you did something stupid. I'm supposed to go down for you? That shit just don't sound right. Why should I go down for you? You did something stupid. And you brought it around me? And I'm supposed to follow a code? And I ain't did nothing wrong. You did the dummy.
Now, at my age now, I'm not putting myself in a predicament to have to go through that. So I'm going to do what I got to do. But what we see now, Wack is 48. And he's still acting as a teenager. Whereas though he's always in the mix of somebody getting indicted. Now, at 48 years old, that right there don't send a sign to you and let you see like something got to be fishy, like he's on payroll with them people?
No, man, I just, like I say once again, I mean, you also got to look at it like this, man. I'm sitting back, and you know I like info. The best way to get info is through a broad, through a woman. That's the best way to get the info is through a woman. She gonna tell it all, cause she's mad, this and that and the other. That is the best thing to do when you want to talk to somebody. Look at Dick, I'm paying for this info. Man, let me know what's going on over there, such. Matter of fact, go on over there, baby, go hang out with him. Let me know what he's talking about. Let me know what he's going to watch him for a little bit. Give him 6 months, watch him, blah, blah, blah. Man, And this, man, life is a game, and if you play it right, you'll win. Because you know the game. You should know the game. You should know how it's played, and you should be fine if you just play it the right way. Now, what Wack doing? That's a whole nother different ball game, man. He feeding off everybody, man. I can't blame the cat, man, for getting info off of dumb people, man. Don't even know what time it is. You sitting here just running your mouth. Yeah, it's my hustle. You know, a lot of people think he's snitching and this and that and the other, but ain't nobody got no paperwork on him.
So you think that the only way in life to verify if someone is snitching through paperwork?
Well, no, not that. Not that. I mean, but he's just, if he is snitching, he ain't on record for snitching. So that means whatever cases, if he had a case or whatever he did, because technically you have to be on record telling if you trying to dodge a case or something like that, or you working for them people, man.
Did you see what happened outside of No Jumper?
Well, yeah.
All right, so now I want you to peep this, right? So outside of No Jumper, 2 people was robbed, beat, pistol whipped, and stripped. Wack 100 was right there when everything went down, right? And he kicked Loose Cannon's foot to start the chain of events, right? He returned the watch to No Jumper on live TV and said, here goes the watch. I put an APB out on it, right? Now, it's a law that if you are with people and someone commits a robbery and you don't report it, you can be charged the same way they can be charged. Wack 100's running around the internet real comfortable. No concern. The feds done presented to the court with Loose Cannon that they have a police report. Wack 100's not worried at all. Do you think Wack 100 made a statement and told about that situation that happened out there?
No, what I think what happened was when Loose and them came out there, Loose and them was on security, and they tightened dude up before Wack even got there, because like they said, they called Wack on the phone like, hey, whoa, man, what's happening, man? I don't know nobody, man. I don't know what you're talking about, man. I don't know, ain't nobody supposed to be coming up here, and Loose and them took care of business.
You ain't see the video then. You need to go, I need you to, when you get a chance, go look on Twitter. You never seen the video. Wack 100's right there. We played the video clip on it several times at the beginning. Wack 100 kicks Loose Cannon's foot. He punches the boy, pulls out the pistol, strips a brother. And you know the brother that was out there, was another brother that was out there. And I want you to think about this, my brother. It was another brother that was out there. And
wait, hold on. Wack was out there?
Yeah, Wack was right there.
Why ain't nobody showing this on their thing? Why you ain't showing it?
I showed it already. I showed it several times.
What the fuck happened to me? I'm gonna have to look at that because I ain't see that video, man.
Yeah.
I wonder why Vlad and all them ain't nobody showing it.
Yeah, because you listen, man, because they not SBGB TV, my brother. You know, it's like in the game out here, like, you know this, my brother. People want to shelter what they want to shelter. They gonna hide what they want to hide, and they gonna protect who they want to protect. Over here, we ain't protecting nobody.
Right.
So I want you to go check that out, though, my brother, and and get back with us though, and tell us what you think about it. Because when you watch the video, you're gonna see Wack out there, and Wack kicks Loose Cannon's foot, and then he started punching on the brother. And the other brother was out there, brother. I want you to think about this, right? The other brother that was out there, he got beat, pistol whipped, stripped, and robbed, right? And he's paralyzed on one side of his body. You understand what I'm saying? So think about if that was your dad, your uncle, or your brother, and all that brother did was give the other brother a ride, and they didn't come on no beef, brother.
But you also got to look at it like this. You got to know where you at. What, you in LA? You what? Oh, okay, cool. Well, you in Chicago? What? You in St. Louis? What? Hold on, wait. You in Detroit? What?
Brother, them brothers 50, 60, them brothers 50, they 50, 60 years old, brother. 50, 60 years old, brother. They ain't come on no beef, brother.
It don't matter how old you are. You still got to watch where you at.
Hey, brother.
It don't matter, man.
Hey, brother, you saying that now, right? Because it hasn't hit home. If that was to happen to your dad, your uncle, and all they did was give somebody a ride, I'm telling you right now, you wouldn't have that same energy, my brother.
Hell no, I'd be going, man, do something strange.
Yeah, so, you know, and one thing about me, like, I don't smoke, brother. I don't drink or none of that, right? So
right.
My brain is real clear, and I'm thinking logically. I ain't thinking, you know, if I was in the street. I'm thinking about some people came up there, and they came to talk business, and they were known to be on the way. They were called several times. And
yeah, I heard it's almost like it was almost the way they said it, like he knew we was coming. You know what I mean? It was like basically he was saying they done business with them before or something.
Yeah, they done business, whereas though they knew each other. So right. They was working on something. I think it was a fake contract, and it got out of hand. But Wack had everything to do with the situation, and he's acting as if he didn't. And then at the same time, right, he's acting like he doesn't have any accountability, and he know the deal was through him and the other people. It had nothing to do with Loose Cannon. And he said on several occasions, right, when I step back, my team go. He kicked Loose Cannon's foot, stepped back, and it all took off. So right. He knew what was going to happen. And, you know, sometimes, brother, you got to place yourself if that was your people. You know, don't smoke a blunt and do that, right? Sit back, sober-minded, and say, damn.
Oh, no, I don't smoke, dog. I'm a driver. I don't smoke. I don't smoke.
Well, think about if that was your dad or something like that.
Oh, I get you. My man already thinking about that shit. That's why I don't even, man. Shit, boy.
Man, I appreciate you calling in, though, my brother, man. Make sure you stay locked in. Hit that notification bell, man, and go check out that live from yesterday so you can hear that content.
Yeah, most definitely, man. I sure will, man. Man, you keep up the good work, man.
I appreciate it, my brother.
Yes, sir. Have a good one.
You too. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
What's up, my guy? This M.I.
M.I., where you calling in from, my brother?
I'm calling in from Vegas. What's going on with you?
What's going on? What's going on out there, my brother?
Oh man. I'm talking about my topic, man. I have to call in and jump up on it. I heard, you know, I don't disrespect the elders, you know. I heard the Ark talking and stuff like that, but yeah, he got to catch up a little bit, you know, and see, and you was very wise to advise him or enlighten him, like, yeah, once he hit home, you know what I'm saying, you have a different perspective of, you know, the situation that actually occurred up there. But what my understanding is, what I'm not understanding is when Wack brought that watch up there and was kind of like throwing that evidence around and talking about it and making it seem like it's this and this and that, you know, it's fake and all that kind of stuff. Why didn't Burbank PD come up there? Because they said that they already had filed a case already. They already had filed. They already had called in and filed a report on that incident. So I don't know if they did that there or what. But if it was already in the archives or however, when he brought that evidence up there, that a person of his security team, which is the Cuban, the dude Cuban Rob or whatever, from his little neighborhood over there, you know, you didn't have to put no APB out on it. You know who had it. That's why you brought it up there. Now, I'm not for sure if he was up there, because he said his squad come up there with him, you know, when he goes to No Jumper or however. But at the same token, that's one of your right-hand man from your same neighborhood, your same gang or whatever, you know, allegedly. You know, so, you know, you knew who had it. And then you want to put it out on Adam Cameraman like he had to watch. Well, you know who had to watch? It didn't make sense at all.
So
why take it off and then throw it to somebody else and then say, oh, I don't want it. It's fake. How you know it's fake?
Let me jump in here with you real quick, my brother. Let me jump in here with you.
Come on with it.
All right. So you know, what I think, right? What I came up with
Yeah.
is that Wack turned the watch in to the feds. You know, so in my mind, knowing that you possess the item of a robbery victim, and then you put it on TV, and you saying you put an APB out on it to get it, the victim never got the watch back, right? And nobody ever said anything else about the watch. In my mind, Wack turned that watch in to the feds.
He had to, because he ain't leaving in no jumper.
Right.
Because it's already on camera. People to clip that damn video and every damn thing. It's all over the world. Come on now, you got million subscribers. So that video's been clipped. I don't care if you took it down or whatever. That video's been clipped as evidence already. And he just ringing it all on there. Oh, what is this fake MK or something like that, watch or something like that. But at the same token, it don't matter, man. You know that these brothers came up there for some business, and then all of a sudden y'all attack these brothers instead of just saying like, hey, let's address this somewhere else. As gentlemen, let's address this somewhere else. You know, we ain't gonna do it here.
Can you do me a favor though, my brother? Turn the TV down in the background of the music, because it's weighing in on this right here. And you know we want the people to hear you, my brother.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Is that better?
Yeah, I got you.
Wait.
Yeah, we want the people to be able to hear you, my brother.
Hey, is that?
Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah, we can hear you now better, my brother.
All right. But yeah, it just basically just don't make sense, you know. And then you describing the routine that actually occurred on the crime scene. You on Clubhouse talking about double stripping. That's when the first we take, you know what I'm saying, we take everything for, you know, I guess, however he described it, but he described the crime scene. So basically, when the IBM team was up,
you might gotta go in the other room. I know somebody might be listening to it, but every time you get to talking, it get louder with it.
Okay, hold on. Let me step outside. Hold on.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. You know, we want the people to hear you clearly. Because from what we seen, Wack was a part of it, most definitely.
Yeah. Can you hear me? It's better now?
As soon as you start talking, the TV and everything come in with you.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to.
They got the music on me now. All right, can you hear me now? More better?
All right.
We good? All right. Yeah, but I mean, he's trying to say like loose little group and shit wasn't a part of him and shit, but at the same token, they got clips of you on No Jumper and shit with the IBM sweater on and shit. You know what I'm saying? And then you gonna say, oh, my crew and shit, you know, my little security team or whoever and shit, they wasn't a part of this and that and shit. I helped mine back, because if they would have got, it would have been way worse. All this. Okay, if it's way worse, for as the pit bull, whatever the name, G Wayne and all them and shit, okay. All of them supposed to be high official cats on your little squad line and shit, okay. Cuban Rod's supposed to be the big one and shit, you know what I'm saying, out the bunch. Why did he go over there and look for a watch? But you said none of yours moved, though. Cuban Rod is part of your team. Why he moved in? He a part of it.
We already know Wack is going to lie to try to make up whatever narrative he wants. He knows the boy picked up the watch, and he didn't have to put an APB out on it. He just told the boy, give him back the watch, after they didn't want the watch. If they would have wanted the watch, I don't even think he would have gave it back.
No, exactly. That was not happening at all. They just probably thought they was wearing something flashy and shit, and then just wanted to, excuse my French, but they wanted to, see if that was real and all that kind of stuff like that. But at the same token, Wack, you got all these millions and you trying to say that, you still got all these different properties and all that stuff. Why is your mans and stuff that's on your security? What are you paying them to bodyguard you and all that kind of stuff? What are you paying them, for them to actually want to go over there and take off jury on them and stuff and complete that process, as you said, as that double strip and stuff like that. All that going to be played out in court if this stuff go to trial, or if they do pick this case up, because you did brag about it and start laughing. Yeah, they wanted to come up here and see Wack 100. So that's what it is. Come on now. Okay, so you letting everybody know you orchestrated that then. You put that together. Yeah, they wanted to come up there, talk to you about business. They ain't come up there to bang on you from Pacoima and San Bernardino Piru over there on Gilbert Street, and then the other one from 118 Gangsters and all that. Wherever Reed was from and shit. But at the same token and shit, it's like they ain't come up there on that level, to go tit for tat, with gang affiliation. They came up there to talk about what was on the board. That was it, but
Wack tried to make it. He tried to make it that so that it could be justified for the crime, but there is no justification for a gang having an altercation with violence. But in his mind, dealing with society, that is what he's portraying. But the people that do this for a living, they not in agreement with gang violence.
No, exactly. And then these men, like you say, come on now, you got to think about it. Turtle Soup already said that so whatever funk that he kicked up in the streets and shit, that shit is in the past. That's in the past. That's in the back of that man. And they ain't had nothing to do with y'all. He ain't kicked no funk up with y'all. That was in his community. So that ain't even had nothing to do with it. And then he a OG on y'all same tab and shit. Y'all red flags, he a red flag. So why the hell y'all beat the hell out of a red flag? That didn't even make sense. That ain't even make sense at all. I see all y'all little clips on Instagram and all that stuff. Y'all wearing all this red and all this, but y'all beat the hell out of one of y'all generals and stuff like that. Come on now. When you go to jail, all y'all in that same cart. Y'all in that same cart. So why would y'all do that shit right then and there? Now it'd have been different if y'all would have did just something to Jay Reed and something like that, But it shouldn't have been nothing to nobody, Because like I said, these men came up there on business, They came up there on business. They ain't came up there to see where y'all from and all that stuff. Man, come on now. They was on some money tip. And then you want to try to put yourself in there. You orchestrated all that stuff like that, And then you want to sit back and laugh about all this and talk about all this with R&B. R&B don't know all that kind of stuff like that. She from Mississippi. She don't know nothing about none of this kind of stuff like that. She just riding that motherfucking bag you got. Nigga, that's it. That's all. Nigga, you continue making them purchase for her. All that kind of shit. Taking her to a place she ain't never been. All that kind of stuff like that. You think you just doing things that, to put that illusion in front of her face and shit. You just mind fucking her. That's it. That's all. But at the same token, she ain't got nothing to do with that. Like I say, the proof was in the pudding. Them videos and all that shit. It's nothing to discuss about that. I don't care if you part of the gang unit, whatever that is. When you fuck up as a informant, that nigga's supposed to been fucking goddamn deleted off the thing, because now you done put yourself in the middle of a damn crime and shit. He fucked up as a damn informant. I don't know how the motherfuckers get down, but at the same token, shit. I feel like when you violate your position and shit, you X'd off the damn thing.
Hey, my brother.
You can go around and do all this crime and corrupt in the streets and corrupt in the future and thinking it's okay and shit because you part of some kind of organization and shit. It don't work like that.
I appreciate you calling in, my brother. You hear me? I appreciate you, brother. Listen, make sure you tap back in with us and make sure you hit that notification bell, and we appreciate you rocking with us.
Most definitely. I already did that in advance, and already SBGB TV gang. Y'all take care. Y'all have a blessed day, and I'll touch back in soon. Stay blessed, everybody.
Yes, sir.
Already.
You too, my brother. Yeah. You know, I appreciate all of y'all. You hear me? That rock with me, you hear me? If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
Kansas City, Missouri.
What's going on? Who we speaking with, my brother?
This is Calvin Manning from the projects.
What's going on, my brother?
Man, fuck Wack 1. I know Mac Dre Daddy from Kansas City. My sister is kin to him. I'm kin to Mac Dre them.
Okay.
Fuck that nigga Wack 100, nigga.
Yeah.
We want to know. Fuck Wack 100, boy.
Okay, yeah, just take it. You got it out one time. No, you ain't got to repeat it. You know, we try and make you on live.
Yeah.
I appreciate you. You know, anything else you want to say, my brother?
1200 TV Walkers.
I appreciate you calling in, my brother.
Yep.
SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
What up, baby? I got my package. I stepped in the church looking sharp today with your hat on and your hoodie. What
Blue
you talking
chicken.
What you talking about? They delivered my package yesterday. I was on cloud 10.
Hey, listen, man, I tried to get it there by your birthday, but it came the day after. But, you know, we appreciate you, you know, and we got it right to you.
It don't matter when it came. I told you when it came, I'm going to rock it. I stepped in the church today with my hat on and my hoodie. I was looking good.
I appreciate the support.
Now, I want to say, your callers that called in, evidently, they not up on game. You mean that you support beating up some old men. And we're going to call it what it is.
See, I understand the first guy that called in, you know, it's like it didn't hit home to him. People that, you know, it would have hit home for, they would have viewed that situation a lot different. But, you know, it always takes for people to have that situation that hit home for them to understand it. And he was acting like Wack has done no wrong. And I'm like, my brother, Wack done a lot of wrong, and he's obviously working with them people, and in his mind he's saying he didn't see no paperwork. Well, you need to see paperwork for what we saying. You tripping.
The proof is in the pudding, right?
Yeah.
And then he said, I ain't see the video, let me go watch it. So maybe he'll call back in with a different perspective.
And I agree with you on that, because once he sees that video, because honestly, he said he didn't know Wack was in the video. I'm like, what? Wack was right there from the beginning to the end.
From the rooter to the tutor.
Yeah, and he definitely orchestrated. He had a lot to do with it, and it was on his dime. He was the one contracted to be there. They wasn't contracted. They came up there because he told them. And, you know, we caught that on that No Jumper interview that he said, yeah, I called him and said, where y'all at? Come on. So you told him to come up there, but then at the same time trying to blame it as if Loose Cannon came up there to see Adam to give him a gift. You know, it was too much conflicting stories, but I guess the brother, he didn't know. And, you know, maybe like you say, once he go watch it, he'll have a different opinion, because it was definitely self-explanatory.
I was team Mr. Marciano and Jay Reed without watching the video, and I told you that. And just the little portions of the freeze screens that you had put up, I'm like, oh, I'm really on that. Because if that was my daddy, my granddaddy, my uncle, my cousin, my brother, and I'm in the streets and I'm about that, I'm going to be on your head. See, the problem is, Wack Milm ain't going where he say he be going. Let me tell you, black people don't hang out in Burbank like that, because the police gonna stop us. Be it if you in a flashy car or a car that's shooting backfires. They don't like us over in that part of the neck of woods. You understand what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
So it's no way you gonna come through there like that. When old boy that stole them T-shirts, when all of them came up there, they left because they knew them Burbank police wasn't playing with their ass.
Yeah.
You got some cities all around the country, but here in LA, you got some cities that shoot first and never ask a question and spin their narrative of why your ass got gunned down in the motherfucking streets. That's one of them cities.
Yeah.
We got a beach out here called Dockweiler. It used to be called Marina Del Rey, but they changed it to Dockweiler. It's in El Segundo. It's off the 105 freeway. Let me tell you, every time we done showed up there, large and in charge, they follow us all the way to the entrance back onto the freeway. You want to go in El Segundo after it's 8, 9 o'clock when the sun go down? That's a sundown town. People don't want to admit it. The police will ask you, why are you here? Who are you visiting? You know, we have these towns here in LA. Back in the day, you couldn't come across Fig if you was black after night. The gangbang started with Raymond Washington taking them all aboard because they had what you call spook town boys. White boys that was jumping on black people and beating them senseless because they was in Compton after a certain time. Most of the homes here in Compton have 2 homes that sit on one lot. You will never know the second home is in the back unless you do an aerial provision. The second home in the back was for the maids. The white people wanted you to help them clean their house, but they didn't want you in their home. So you lived in the back and you brought the food to them through the back door because you cooked it in that back home. This ain't no game over here. Ain't nobody trying to run no game on nobody, but what happened to those older gentlemen that I veer and look up to as my big unc, my cousins, them granddaddy and shit, that shit is not gonna go unheard of, and it's not gonna go with any injustice. Justice is gonna serve itself, no matter how I get there. Wack started that shit. He always say, my team, my team. Well, he had 2 teams. He got his blood teams that he don't want them to get involved in nothing. And then he got his Crip team that he got them fucking up everything. They running around like baby kids. We all saw it. He kicked his foot and then he stepped back. And that was the play to go in on them. But what he didn't expect was for them to go in so much that he couldn't control them to stop them. But I love you. I got my hat on too. I say that too. It's a SBGB. Did you get the text I sent you with the picture? Did you see all my 3 dozen of blue roses that my baby brought me?
Somebody got you a whole bunch of roses there.
My 13-year-old.
Oh, that was so sweet.
Got me 3 dozen of blue roses, and I'm looking good, baby. I'm finna make them grow roots, and I'm gonna plant them along the side of my other blue roses. But I want to say to you, God bless you. Keep doing what you're doing. Bring the message out unfiltered, because it needs to be heard that way.
Facts. And
with that being said, I'm gonna get off the line, and I'm gonna call back in later. But I love you, baby, and God bless you. Much respect.
Appreciate you. Much love.
Baby!
All right, baby. Yeah. You know, let me see here. Yeah. We're going to talk about it today. Let me see here. We're going to talk about it today. Hold on. SBGB TV live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
Hey, man. Hey. All right.
You ain't say nothing, my brother.
Fuck that nigga Wack 100, man. I'm from Kansas City, man. We don't play about that shit. We win.
Hey, bro, I just let you call in and get it off. I told you can't be cussing it back to back like that. You know what I mean? I let you get your thing off. Like,
my bad, fam.
I appreciate
my bad, fam.
I appreciate you calling in. He got the message.
We ride for Mac Dre up here, and dig. We know we don't play about that shit. And tell Wack he can't come to Kansas City. His ass is grass.
And listen, Wack listening. He heard everything you said, my brother. I appreciate you calling in. Yeah. And if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button and share this video. You know I appreciate all y'all. Facts. There's a lot going on. You know, I'ma tell. Let's text. We gonna text Bree and tell her call in. You know what I mean? We gonna put that because she left me a message on Instagram. Tell her call in, because we don't believe nothing she talking about. I ain't even gonna lie, no cap. I don't believe what she talking about. So we gonna tell her call in. Yeah. Yeah, let me see, hold up. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from. What's going on with their phone? Yeah, it's a live call-in show, man. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you called in from.
Oh yes, brother, it's the big Deacon. I pulled the church bus over real quick, brother. Let the Deacon ease up. Let him ease on over this way, brother. I hadn't preached a good old sermon. Yes, sir, man. I'm glad to see everybody, brother. I'm so glad to see you and glad to hear you. Boy, you done had some haggard drunks call. Brother, the lady called and she sat on the TV and looked at the couch, brother. Everybody was tipsy. I ain't know what the hell was going on at 2 o'clock in the morning. There was a thug call. He was so messed up and discombobulated, he cussed his own self out and called himself Wack 100. So, brother, yes, sir, I know. Boy, look at here. I know a lot of us, we beat up, we damaged, some of us ugly. But, brother, yes, sir. And also, the Deacon want to say happy Father's Day to everybody out there, because the black father is the best parent living right now. And if you don't believe the Deacon, leave your children with a good daddy. Not no daddy with his picture at the post office or that went to a diddy party. But yeah, brother. But real quick, brother, I see Wack. He's steady instigating. Now he bothering J Diggs, and man, look at here. Brother, I love to just sit back. See, you told me something a long time ago in one of your words. You say, brother, sometimes just sit back and watch somebody else talk. So that's how the Deacon, that's what he did with his chicks on the side. He did that with everybody. He just sat back and looked at them and let their ass talk. Some of them were broke, brother. I found out the one I really like got a Rick Ross beard, a shape up. Somebody else, brother, she couldn't, her breath was stinks. And I just like, oh, Lord, I done let y'all talk. I done not talk to the Dookie breath. So now, brother, getting back on everything that you just say now, brother, I got to look at Wacky Tacky. Wack, you running from your issues. Wack, you need to go to church. I saw you with that clip on of that lady at the church house, and then I seen you come behind cussing and fussing. But, brother, and that's another thing, too. I'm so glad you're stopping all the good cussing, brother. Because, man, look at here. Man, a lot of us, you ever just seen a person that just tried to cuss so much, brother, that they looked as stupid, ignorant, and retarded at the same time? You ain't got to cuss to eat a bowl of cereal or to wipe your backside. Just be normal. And getting back on Wacky Tacky, BBL, Gary Coleman, Shake Webster, he slept at Michael Jackson House 100. Brother, this Negro right here with them Cascade oatmeal cookie box in his face, we have to acknowledge everything about him. Why is you messing with J. Diggs like that? You done found his snow bunny. Umar wouldn't approve of it. But yes, sir. But boy, his snow bunny's spinning good. Because after I listened to y'all talk yesterday, I'm looking for a number to get me some of that change and a little bit of that good credit. Hey, she can sign me up for a church bus. She can get the Deacon some good Thursto suits. Boy, all that money she's spending for some black cracker. But brother, and again, why are you worried about what kind of toilet tissue the Negro use? Why are you worried about his favorite food? Why you a real weird dude, brother? Because you like to go all in the grain with your Paru self. You got a retarded Negro right now who go up there to y'all, no jumper. He said he supposed to be fighting you and hear blood. You also got the other Negro. I didn't know it was that many Negroes left still to put together a Bloods and a Crip gang, because if you look at the way we died and being put in jail and everything, I didn't think we left. But boy, look at him. Why you not talking about these migrants getting put up? And I love all that. Because see, while the migrants getting their butt sent over there back to Mexico, and that's another thing. All you foreigners, stop waving your flag of a country you scared to go back to. If you hate our country so bad, won't you bring your ass back to that raggedy country you hold your flag up? You living off black folk resources. But that's very disrespectful, because we can't come to y'all country and hold an American flag up or an African flag and yell this shit while we getting all y'all food stamps and all y'all good resources. But what? Why don't you take that attention off gangbanging and booty hunting and all this weird stuff you got going, and look at your city, Los Angeles raggedy. You got Skid Row. Your uncle homeless, they said. Wack, your stepdaddy live out there on Skid Row. Why won't you go and put a microphone up to the blacks that's out there? Wack, we got 100% of black men who have nothing. Wack, Father's Day coming up. But I forgot, though, your son only celebrate Mother's Day. Yes, sir, you won't talk about that, though, Wack. See, man, I hate a Negro that love to spill the tea. Wack 100, you the Wendy Williams man gangster of the internet. You love to, and that stupid snow bunny, you should be ashamed of yourself. Why would you tell this Negro all your business? You know he talk. He don't have no lawyer degree. He's a big liar. And you sitting here telling this crab roll faced Negro all your good business. Now watch, you gonna end up pressing charges on him, because you know he gonna want to dibbly dab on that pecker that don't work. You know he gonna want to tip and do all these nasty things. And it's sad that a lot of you men in your 40s, y'all got an old man erectile dysfunction. And you know why your thing ain't working? Because you're mean. You nasty. You treat people wrong. But maybe God will bless you with a hairline and a good functioning tool. So then the deacon ain't got to do all y'all dirty work. Because I'm telling you, God is getting tired of you men that's with all this negativity. So Wack, won't you talk about these people? You all over everywhere. But we have not saw you say nothing about these illegals getting kicked out of this country. We have not saw you hold a microphone to ICE. It's way more important stuff to talk about than what J. Diggs brushed his teeth with. It's way more important stuff to talk about than the kind of deodorant he wore. It's way more to talk about than when he wiped his backside last night. Brother, you need to shut your damn mouth and talk about something that adults can relate to. Because this is why the YNs and the YBs don't respect none of us. Because of you stupid Negroes. Y'all got the loudest ass voice, and we tired of it. So, brother, I get how you feel. I know you be tired sometime on there. I know you feel bad, man. You got to listen to all the get drunk. You got to hear all the good dope fiends and all that. But, brother, you love everybody. And the Deacon say he appreciates you. And with that being said, to all your ladies, and shout out to my girl, Tiki, do you love me? Are you riding? The Deacon still got them 5 for 20 Cialis and Viagra that'll make you stand up like the state of Florida. And if anybody needs them a Father's Day package, right now the Deacon got something going on for you, y'all. So men, let's do something this week. Let's love ourselves. Well, let's build each other up. Black men, we got a challenge for you. All week long, why don't you take a picture with you helping somebody? Why don't you take a picture with you got a lawnmower in your damn hand playing or buying some groceries, but let's start putting our positive images on the screen, because we got so much negativity out here. This why they don't look at us. This why them illegals don't respect us. This why nobody like us. But if we start building our own damn reputation up, and don't wait on SBG TV to do it. You Negroes got a phone and you record them bases you trick with. Why don't you record something that's positive? And with that being said, God, we ask that you touch my brother. Watch over everybody. Watch over the good stepdaddies. God, the deacon had a stepdaddy. Yes, sir. And he was a good man. And God, with that being said, we ask that you touch them all and let my brother Patience spread strong. With that, yes, sir. And God, let everybody know the deacon got them 5 for 20, the Blue Boys and the Cialis. And the deacon finna head on out and listen to the show. Hasalama boo ba ba ba. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Right. If you haven't already subscribed to the channel, hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button and share this video. Hey, Miss Betty, I feel you. I know you in your 70s, Miss Betty. I understand. See, she was just happy to find an angle to say something. You know what I'm saying? Because she knows she lying about a lot of the things. And she was happy to find that angle that has something to say. But all the stuff that she trying to say about Jay Diggs, now we know why you went to Wack. You went to Wack because Wack gonna spread your lie. Wack has made a living off of lying. We all seen Wack get on the stand to bail Keefe D out. He's made a living off of his lies. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
What's going on, dude? This is Mel G from Cleveland. What's going on, champ?
What's going on, my brother?
You know how to tap in with you. Got 3 topics I want to talk about, you hear me?
Yes, sir. Let's go.
First one, we can hit the Miss Betty joint. Miss Betty, a beautiful person, and she's absolutely right. That woman over there, she's scorned. She sounds like a scorned woman. You know what I'm saying? You know the vibes, like.
That's a fact.
You know? And Wack the type of guy to prey on women like that, just to try to make a point or try to paint a narrative or a negative narrative about the man because, you know, he had odds with him. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, so he using her to try to get his thing off.
Yeah, and she's so ignorant, she fell for the trick. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, she definitely fell for it because she reached out to him and fed him everything that she was supposedly having against him, and sends me a porno tape, a clip of it, you know, and I didn't see any gay stuff in it. I'm like, I don't, you know what I mean? She said, oh yeah, if you saying this ain't gay, then what is? I didn't see no gay stuff. He did a awkward position. I didn't see anything gay.
I think she tried to line you up on some, I sent DZ the tape and he said this, that, and the third. No, right game, wrong nigga, baby.
Yeah, I don't ever say nothing back. When they say shit to me, I just look. I don't say nothing back. I'm about to put a message inside the chat, where, not the chat, but the comment section on Instagram, and tell her to call in from there. But we ain't having no personal conversation because I already know she's a snake. When I see people operate like that, we not having no personal conversation.
Second topic, I couldn't even let it slide. I'm over here laughing. The third one gonna be important. This one is a funny one. The second one is Deacon, man. I love Deacon, man. But he's funny, man. Hey, all that fast talking, then he start promoting Viagra and flirting with women. I'm like, man, this nigga crazy.
He snap every time, don't he?
Yeah, man. I'll be like, man, all right, Deacon, you talking that talk, but then they be like, come on, man. Just say you looking for a little love in the wrong places or something, man. Like,
that's it.
You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, child. You ain't trying to get no point across. You trying to tap in and then leave your love. You know what I'm saying? Reach out to the Deacon type of thing. You feel me? You feel a little lonely, reach out to the Deacon.
Reach out to the Deacon.
And the third one, man, I want to talk about that Trump situation and the whole little California thing. It's like, I'm not from Cali, like, you know, I'm from Cleveland, but I peep game. I'm pretty smart as an individual. I pride myself on it. Mm-hmm. And the reason why I think they doing that ICE shit and they pulling the wool over everybody's eyes and cracking down on the gangs and stuff like now, you got to think this shit been going on longer than I've been alive. Why they decide to crack down on it now is because the last time they had the Olympics out in California, them niggas was getting finessed and robbed and shit. You know, the Olympics is coming back. You got to think all the world leaders is going to be in California. They can't have that shit going on where the gangs and stuff got a stronghold on the city or the state, period. You feel me? Where you think like say the higher up in England, where he gonna stay at? That all the gang members don't know and can't get to him. How can they protect him? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like, yo, like they got too much of a stronghold on the city. So now they about to start making examples. They're gonna clean the whole streets up. You gotta think the whole world about to come to America for the Olympics.
And
they ain't got no choice but to send it. ICE is basically like some what's that shit called? The martial law type of shit. To where you gotta abide by certain shit or it's over with for you. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, ICE the immigrations, and they were going to businesses. They were going to people's jobs that they say were illegal and locking them up at the job.
Yeah.
So they can deport them.
Okay, so let me ask you, so think about the reason why they try to crack down now. What do they have to gain? Or what is their responsibility? You know, they take care of shit like the Olympics years ahead of time. So when they get here, it's like smooth sailing. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
So when the Olympics finally do come, you ain't got to worry about no gangs. You ain't got to worry about getting pressed. All the bad narrative or the bad name over California, they gonna wipe it out.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And no, it's not only like Southern California, it's all through California. You got shit going on in the Bay, you got shit going on everywhere. So what they doing is, you got to think how important that is, the Olympics. Like, the whole California has to be damn near to the point, I don't even want to say some negative shit about even with the shit that's going on as far as like natural disasters and shit like that. Like, they clean the shop. It doesn't make sense to me. And then when this shit come in, it's gonna be like I don't even know the right verbiage to use when you clean some shit out and just make it like very, very good place for like upper echelon type of people. Almost like a fucking island they had for the one, what's his name, the white dude, where the files ain't come out.
Epstein.
Yeah, like a fucking island for real for these people. That's how powerful they are. See what I'm saying?
Okay.
So I think, just my opinion, and I want to know yours, that's what's going on. What you think is going on with the California thing as far as like them putting like, you know, basically the whole federal government down there, just standing there cleaning up shops, locking up Big U, cracking down on the gangs, turning basically all these into workers and snitches and policemen and stuff like that. What do you think is the reason behind it? Because for every action, there's a reaction. You see what I'm saying? Yeah,
I mean, that could be a part of it, whereas though they're trying to clean stuff up for the Olympics. And, you know, we talked about that before.
Yeah, I was there.
I think right now with the immigration is to take the focus off of what just got put out there. Elon Musk just tried to put it out there that he was supposedly in the files. So I think Trump just sent one of his missions. So now everybody's going to think about this mission, and it's really, really blew up.
And I don't want to make something clear. I'm not talking about gangs, just gangs. I'm not talking about gangs. I'm talking about the culture, period there. It's pretty messed up. Like, this is factuals. California culture is messed up. It's like all deceitful. You know what I'm trying to say? Okay. Look at the people that's in power, or the people that come to power to deal with these celebrities and stuff like that. It doesn't have to be gangs. It's like all manipulation or people using each other. You know what I'm saying? It's like a crab in a barrel mentality. Nobody want to see nobody else be great unless you break me off. You get what I'm trying to say? Okay. Like when they try to tap into your channel and shit like that. Like, no, nigga, I draw to look. Like what Wack say on the, I came to you as a brother. You ain't my brother, nigga. What do you mean? You came here because you want something from me. You want some type of, hold something over my head type of thing. So you can step on me. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That makes sense?
Okay.
Yeah, so it's not about no gangs, just gangs. I don't care about a gang. All gangs can die slow today, please. But be a man, be a woman, stand on your 10. But it's just like the culture out there is just so distorted and messed up. Look at Hollywood. Look at all of that shit. It's messed up. Hollywood ain't gangs. Let them tell it. You see what I'm saying? Look at Diddy. He was a main Hollywood. Look at all these Hollywood cats that's going down when they don't abide by shit. You see what I'm saying? So it's not about just gangs or anything like that. It's the culture, period, they trying to clean up. Imagine having these people come to America and they got to experience this shit. You see what I'm saying?
Got you.
Well, all right, see, I don't know who disagrees. Shit, tell them call in and talk to me. Learn me something. I'm from Cleveland, like I said. Shit, I'm open to everything. Yes, sir.
Appreciate you calling in, brother.
For sure.
Yeah, the line is open. If y'all disagree with the brother, the line is open. Y'all can let me know how y'all feel as well. And if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button and share this video. Yeah. You know, let me see here. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, the deacon said, let the people know that being as though that they did what they did, there's going to be a lot of jobs that is abandoned. So black folks in Los Angeles, y'all should be trying to definitely go out there and get those jobs, because there's going to be a lot of jobs open. And, you know, one thing I can say about certain people, you know, those cultures, they go hard and they go to work. A lot of black people be lazy. You got to get up and go out and get that bag, you know? So that's one thing they saying. And you know, the line is open. Y'all can let me know how you feel about that. You hear me? Straight up. Let me know how you feel about it, man. Yeah. You know, I appreciate all y'all. Let me see here. SBGB TV live call-in show was popping, Blue Chicken.
And I'm gonna let you know, he partially right about the Olympics, but what they do is they just clean the streets up for like 2 weeks, like they did in '84 when the Olympics came. They took all the homeless people off the streets. They put them up in hotels, motels, and then once the Olympics was done, they put them right back out on the street again.
Straight out there. They ain't caring. They just doing that to clean it up while the people from different areas come.
That's it. But what the young man don't know, we got an island over here called Catalina Island. You could catch the boat over there, or you can helicopter over there. You can go up to Big Bear, you can take a ride, or you can catch a helicopter. They can go stay in them places. They gonna fill them up. So as far as the tourist people coming, they gonna make sure they good. But in 2028, you do anything to anybody that's here as a tourist for the Olympics, you're behind this grass.
They ain't playing.
You got face recognition on cameras, even through you wearing sunglasses. We got cars down here right now. If I catch a lift, it might be a car that pull up that ain't got no driver. You think I'm riding in that lift? Hell no. They riding downtown LA picking people up. It's driveless. It's no drivers in the car. And people getting in these cars like it's the same.
You got in one of those before?
No, I'm not getting in no shit like that. I don't know where they taking me.
Okay.
Shit, just like the Teslas. You got people that you've seen on videos where they totally sleep behind the wheel and the car is driving them. Did you ever see that video with the lady that had a Tesla? She got stuck on the freeway and tried to get out her car. They couldn't get her out the car because the car wouldn't unleash the locks on the doors.
Yeah, I heard that before.
Come on.
And she was in there by herself.
The black lady, all by herself. Let me tell you, I'm in Compton. They was cutting up yesterday in Compton. They was raiding the Home Depots. It was only a matter of time before they came here. All your sanctuary states and cities, all they got to do is open up the jails when they get these people that are illegal aliens, that are a menace to our country. But California don't want to do that. So now you got them coming in your communities. And when the National Guards come in, you think you winning? No. The sad part about gang banging, and I ain't putting no prize or praise on it, is y'all don't even own the motherfucking streets. You don't even own the house that your mama renting. Get your money up. Buy your mama a house. Go talk to her landlord and say, I want to buy your house for my mama. As far as Section 8, I'm glad Trump doing what he doing. You got people that's been on Section 8 for 20, 30, 40 years, and then they pass it down to their children. So can't nobody get it. But when these illegal aliens came here, they gave them Section 8 at the top of the list, where you got people waiting for 10, 12 years. What people don't know, when you get on Section 8, there's a way that the money you paying in to Section 8, they'll put it to the side so you could buy you a house, put a down payment. But people don't know that because they don't tell you that. That's why people got to read. They say you want to hide something, put it in plain sight, put it in a book, because everybody ain't going to pick up no book. Why you think our children don't have books no more? They got them on the internet so they can play the narrative that they want. I go back and forth with my 13-year-old all the time because he say, this is what we did. The internet is full of bull crap. It's making you believe what it's not to believe. The COVID shot, it wiped out so many people.
Hold up. Take it easy.
Okay.
Take it easy now.
All right.
Yeah, you go ahead. You got certain things, don't you know what I'm saying? You got it, you know what I mean?
You told me. I forgot. Yeah. You can't talk like that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. You can go ahead past that.
Moving past that.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't see them people running up yesterday in Paramount with them National Guards out there.
Nah, I didn't. I'm gonna play some of it too. On the news in a little bit. They was staying on one side. They start shooting those rubber bullets.
Pellet.
Yeah.
And that tear gas
yeah,
stuff.
They took off.
You saw all them metal cartridges on the ground?
Yeah.
They not playing no more. Every time ICE is going to start coming into the communities of sanctuary states and cities, they're going to move more aggressively. You saw how that guy was trying to stop the car in downtown LA. What they do? They ran him over, knocked him down on his head, backed up, and went around him.
Ain't playing no games.
No more. The Democrats docked some of them ICE agents, gave out their information, where they live at. They got families, they got children. You don't want to have a problem with them, don't come in the country illegally. And I'm going to say this, black people, this ain't our fight. That's for them. Every time we show up, they get major aggressive. But if we don't show up, they do their job, and it ain't aggression. Our ancestors wanted to go back home, but they were in chains and shackles, and they couldn't. That's the difference. The 14th Amendment is solely for black descendants of slaves, not nobody else. It gave us rights here in America on this soil. And I ain't trying to step on nobody's toes. I don't want nobody to feel no type of way, but I'm just speaking facts to you. If most people can get out of their emotions and deal with facts, they'll learn something. Your emotions don't matter. Don't nobody care about your emotions but you and God. And God will even sit you down.
Church.
I went there today. I had your hat on and your hoodie. What you talking about, baby? I just wanted to say that to the young man that called in. He said he's not from California. Yeah, it's a different type of lifestyle over here. It's the wild, wild west over here. And the biggest gang that we got in California is the sheriffs and the police. You strip them down, you will see they get certain tattoos for killing. Because they have immunity. Me and you can't go out and do the same thing they do. You spit in my face, I shoot you dead in your face. I'm going away for a while. You spit in one of them coppers' faces, Johnny boys, they shoot you dead, they going home.
Yeah, Trump just said that on the joint today. He said, don't. He said, because I guess it's a habit for them to spit when they get mad. And he said, they going with force. You spit in the cop's face, they going with force.
Come on. It was once upon a time the police used to ride around back in the 80s. They had a syringe where they would shoot you with it and knock you out. They stopped doing that. They made them change their batons to the little size batons where you shoot, where you sling the thing out like in karate and stuff. They can carry it. If I get caught with it, that's a felony. I can't carry that. If I pepper spray somebody, I better have a good reason.
You better have a good reason.
That pepper spray ain't no joke. Get that industrial pepper spray. Get the pepper spray that the postal people carry. Because the one you buy over the counter ain't gonna do nothing but make somebody mad and charge you like a gorilla.
They gonna wipe it right off and be on your ass.
That part right there. That part right there. For real, little brother. And I'm getting off. I love what you're saying. I be so wrapped up with what you're saying because you kicking knowledge. Sometimes you the only book and the only Bible that people will see. So you have to make sure you study and know what you're giving out to the masses. And what you're giving out is true facts. And for that, I back you. And I love you. And I respect you.
Appreciate you. Much love.
All right, Beaver.
All right. SBGB TV live call-in show. It's popping.
What's going on, Daisy? This is Mel G again. First of all, I want to start because I want to answer Blue Chicken because I put that out there for somebody to call in and correct me. I want to tell her she's a beautiful person. And thank you. I did not know about that island. You hear what I'm saying?
Got you.
So what I'm saying is, also on top of that is, I'm going to make this real short. I know you got to get to your content. California, period, I made a lot of money in California. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's certain shit that niggas is not privy to because of your tax bracket. You know what I'm trying to say? So it's certain things that people want to experience. Like, I don't like talking to gang members or people that live in the hood or this, that, and the third, because it's like not talking down or anything like that, but you're not privy to certain information. Information is power. You get what I'm trying to say? Don't give me $1 million. Show me how to make $1 million and I'll make 100 of it. You get what I'm trying to say? So when I say certain things, even people were not privy that live in the state of California about the Olympics and the things that happened in the past. Miss Blue Chicken was privy to it because she's an older lady and she know what's going on. I'm only 33 years old. Do you know what I'm saying? Hello?
I'm letting you go. You know what I mean? I let you go. I ain't going to say every time you say what you say, I ain't going to say yeah. So go ahead and let you go.
So I'm definitely tuned in with California. You know what I'm saying? My favorite city is San Diego, though. That's just my choice. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, but I wasn't coming from a place where it's like I was trying to blame gangs or I'm seeing in the chat now, oh, he don't know what he talking about. How you gonna tell me I know what I'm talking about? Like, yes, I do know what I'm talking about. These are things that I experience and live. I'm still, you know what I'm saying? It's not, you can't tell me that. Because when I go out there, it's the same thing. Them same gang members y'all be scared of will come to me and shake my hand. You get what I'm trying to say? And I'm not even from out there. And it's not to boast or brag or nothing. Like I said, I make shit public. My name, where I'm from, everything. Google it. What I'm saying is, I didn't want to make it about gangs or anything like that. I was just being informative. And sometimes people can't take information because they don't understand it. That's like somebody talking Spanish to a nigga that only speak English. You get what I'm trying to say? But that's why I love Blue Chicken. Like, I love that she came and said that. Like, yo, he right about what he talking about, but he didn't know about the thank you. You know what I'm saying? But that's all I wanted to say, man. Just to answer Blue Chicken, like, thank you, sweetheart. She's a beautiful person, man. Thank you for answering these.
Appreciate you calling in, brother.
Yep.
Yeah. if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Hit that subscribe button for me. Hit that like button in the building, man. Let's get back. My guy Charles. Charles gonna call. He tried to call too. Let's get Charles back on there. Yeah, if you haven't already subscribed, man, do that. Hit that like button too. Need that. Clap that like button. You know, somebody texted me and said that first caller was Wack with a different voice. I don't know. Last time I said it wasn't loose, I was wrong. So I don't know. Do y'all think that first person that called in, that we was having dialogue back and forth, do y'all think that was Wack changing his voice? Because I don't think so, but last time I said no, I was wrong. You know? So y'all can let me know how y'all feel about that one. I'm just saying, you know, last time I was wrong. So let me know how y'all feel on that one. Let me see here. Hold up. Let me see here. Last time I was wrong. Yeah. But it's definitely a lot going on. I responded to that comment. I responded to the comment with Bree, and we're gonna see if she hit back. Yeah, you know, we don't believe nothing she say. We want to get her on here because, you know, this ain't a conversation that she gonna have with Wack. You know, Wack gonna, you know, lead her on to get what he want to get out. We ain't doing that. You know, Wack gonna lead her on so he can get his thing off what he trying to do. Nah, we ain't doing that. We gonna have dialogue about what she's saying and why she keep talking about her grandma. You saying your grandma. So, you know, we ain't going for that. Straight up. At all. Let me see here. Let me see. Hold on. It's the person here. I'm trying to see if I can get him back on there, man. You know, I appreciate all y'all that rock with me too, man. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. And share this video. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. And share this video. Yeah. You know, I appreciate all y'all. And that's a fact. Let me see. Hold up. Yeah, I don't know. They'll call back in. Let's see what we got going on out here, though, y'all. Let's see what we got going on out here. Facts.
Hey, Elliot, back up, man. Watch his foot. Yep, they're getting close.
SBGB TV. It's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
Damn, these you just keep on hanging up from me. I'm the dude that I'm from Jersey. My name Rob.
What's going on, my guy?
I'm a dude that told you that that first dude was Wack, bro.
You gotta listen to how Wack talk and how that nigga was talking. All that I don't know and I don't know what you talking about and I ain't seen what you talking about. You gotta catch the little ins and outs. It'll go to Wack voice here and there. You know what I mean? So you gotta pay attention to little like little slight little shit like that. You know what I mean? I'm a Gemini, DZ. You know what I mean? My birthday June the 1st. So I be on shit like that. I'm an analyzer like a motherfucker. So I be on little shit like that. I got a lot of other shit. I be talking to you sometimes, but I be in the middle of doing a lot of little other shit. So I can't be all, you know what I mean? Like mixing in with you. Nigga. You got shit all on how you got it, nigga. I can't be discreet myself like this, nigga. You know what I mean? You gotta figure it out, nigga. I'm around, nigga. You might not be around. Word up.
All right, well, you know, we appreciate you letting us know, man, that you think it was Wack. You know,
no, it ain't no think, nigga. I promise you, DZ. And we can put a little $1 bet on that shit later on in life. You know what I mean?
Nah, I ain't gonna bet that. Last time I was wrong when my man Charles from North Carolina said it was loose, and I didn't think it was loose, so I ain't gonna put nothing on it. You know, you said it was Wack. I'll go back and check it out at another time, and we'll see.
I promise you, man, on everything I love, man. Word up. I ain't gonna steer you wrong, but at the same time, I get on your nerves when I got some spare time. You already know. I'ma stay watching. I'ma stay plugged in, and you already know the shit.
I appreciate you calling in, my brother.
I won't.
Yeah, I gotta go back and check that out, man. We shall see. Man, it's going down out there, you hear me? It's going down. Straight going down. Yeah, it's going down out there. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
Yo, what's up? What's up, Deacon? Bro, it's Twice TV. I'll call in. I'm in the comments, and people just keep calling in, contradicting themselves too much. Like Trump is the problem to all this. If you just go turn your TV on and go ahead and watch CNN, you're going to see Trump is about to get impeached. So people need to stop coming on here making shit, just want to be right about something, not having the facts. All right, and people want to say, oh, if you got something to say, call in and go back and forth. I'm not going back and forth off of no facts.
Okay, so you said they saying Trump gonna get impeached.
Yeah, Trump about to get impeached. He's bringing. See, that's people on here do not go out and figure stuff out for themselves. They just go on here guessing and calling and saying shit.
Alright, so what you saying? Why they gonna impeach him? Let me hear that.
Because see what he just did with Elon Musk.
So you think that they're gonna impeach him because of what Elon Musk said?
Yeah, he's bringing the deficit that he got the world in. Man, it's about to be some shit.
So do you?
And he the one that called for this shit in LA and Cali. People don't understand. Trump was trying to run the country like Russia. But see, all right.
So you saying that the country?
I remember last week when we were talking about Trump in the comments, and I was like, all right, y'all gonna see. And just wait. Like, I was already telling y'all, like, this shit was already coming. Why, that lady Blue Chicken keep calling in contradictory shit. And she's saying she voted for Trump. That means I know she don't know what she's talking about.
Well, that's my girl, Blue Chicken. She good people. You
I know. I mean,
she good people.
Ain't nobody special. I've been rocking with you the same, the long. I've been rocking with you the long way. Hey, I'm subscribed to your shit. I'm Tony, and I'm both in Christ on the thing. So
okay.
So I ain't gonna. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So you saying they about to get Trump out of
I ain't got nothing against her. I just want her to be right about what she's saying, because that Trump shit is Yeah. Yeah, she's cool. She's good. I'm not mad. I'm just saying you're not right. It ain't, you know, it ain't no, like, nothing personal against her or nothing, because you just go ahead and turn your TV on. You're going to see every news station.
Well, Trump, with this situation here that happened in Cali, he sent the ICE to go lock the immigrants up, and the immigrants started fighting back. So he already said he was removing
he's trying to make
people.
it like a third world country.
I mean, but you know,
it's only gonna get worse though. But remember last week when we did the comments, he was talking about that shit and Trump, and I was like, no, he's wrong. And then now you see this whole week right here, what Trump is doing.
well, I know what he's doing right now. What we see is what he been telling that he was going to do when he got in office with the immigrations, that he was going to get the people up out of here. He was doing that from the door. It's just this situation, they started fighting back. So you think that because the people started fighting back that Trump should have stopped doing it?
No. See, this is just over your head. It's about power and control. He's just using this situation. He's going to do this. He's going to use this against Americans. He's going to be using, you're going to see National Guards that fuck around in front of your house one day. And then y'all going to see it's real. Like, it's a real power trip. Like, Trump is on a, man. Okay. But I guarantee you're going to see. Like, that's all I can say. Like, you're going to see. You're going to see them motherfuckers in front of your house like it is in Russia. When they tell people you can't go, like, that's telling people they can't even use freedom of speech, making them walk on. They're not causing no problem, but you got the guards, Russians, throwing people down and sitting on the ground when they doing something peaceful. Y'all better know it's about to be fucked up out here.
Well, we gonna watch and see, and we gonna see how this goes.
Yeah, you my fucking boy. I ain't gonna, you know what I mean? Look, but I like you give everybody a chance. That's the thing about you. You think back and give everybody a chance to, you know what I mean, say what they gonna say. But people just do not be having no meaning to what they be saying. They just be throwing shit out there. They don't give you the meaning.
Do you live in California?
No, I don't live in California.
Have you ever lived in California?
No.
Well, you know, she lives in California though.
Yeah,
and,
but that don't have nothing to do with being in California from the person that caused that problem, which is Donald Trump. Only the president can send that.
I mean, so you think
Understand why is he doing it?
So you think that because Trump wanted to get the immigrants that were working illegal in California out of there, that he caused that problem?
That's what he.
Huh?
He been using that. He did it on his last term, saying he's getting rid of the immigrants and all that shit. That's just to throw stuff out there.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say that because he's doing what he said he was going to do when he was elected. Because he said he was going to do this when he got elected, that he was going to get the immigrants out of there. And as soon as he got in the office.
But they ain't doing it. But the immigrants, they did up a buying up everything.
Yeah, but it's more than that though. You know, it's immigrants here that do things, and they bring the work here. They do a lot of shit. So if he's trying to get the immigrants out of here, and they start to fight back against him, you saying that he's wrong because the immigrants are fighting back?
No, you're not listening. He's doing this. He's putting this out in public. He wants everybody to see to make this normal.
To make what normal?
The National Guard's coming out to control of people, putting people off the street, not letting you speak your mind.
But this happened here though because of the people that he was trying to get out of there. He's trying to get the immigrants out of there, and all they did was go to the place of businesses where these people worked at, and they got the people, and the people started fighting back. They wasn't trying to let the ICE people take them.
Okay, dude. All right.
You understand what I'm saying? Because you got to just look at it for what it is.
I do understand that, but I understand. I know that it's a bigger picture to this. I'm understanding. I'm already knowing.
So you don't think that they trying to clean up California for the Olympics?
Yeah, they go and clean up California just for the labor right there, but they never gonna want to stop games. They won't make money in prisons. They give them no prisons. Come on, man. They never gonna. You can't be misled, man. That's how I'm telling you.
But if the people here, right, and they're in gangs, and they're here legally, what does it have to do with the people that's here illegally?
Man, trust me. Trump been saying since he came back and he's building the wall, he won't have no. It won't be no none of this shit he's saying. But yet, still, you're gonna see immigrants buying the store on the street corner, and you're gonna see immigrants got your kids jobs at McDonald's, Taco Bell, any of them.
Well, if that's what he did, right?
And that leads so black people go vote. Y'all you just don't understand, bro. It's a bigger thing to that shit. But y'all gonna see Trump gonna go down. Trump gonna go down because he actually fucked with the wrong person this time.
So you think Trump is gonna go down because what's happening in Los Angeles, or he's gonna go down because Elon Musk?
He definitely gonna go down for Elon Musk because that shit in Los Angeles, right there, they don't really care. I mean, you gotta understand, Trump is the one that make the call. Can't nobody else stop it. Even though they did not agree with, everybody in the office did not agree with that. Trump just still did it.
All right, bro. You know what I mean? We appreciate your opinion, but, you know, we're going to see how this goes. We're going to keep our eyes open, and we're going to see how this goes, my brother. Appreciate you calling in, my brother.
All right.
Ah, man. Like, you know, everybody got their opinion. You know, I give everybody a voice to speak. But from what I see, Trump made an executive decision to go to these jobs and get the immigrants out the jobs, which he been doing since he got in office, and he's doing it everywhere, in New York as well, in LA, New York, and in LA, they plagued with the immigrants. It's a lot of them. And they fighting back. I think they just ain't going down without a fight. And it's a lot of them. You know, they fighting back.
They're trying to light something on fire.
And look how they busting at the officers. They down there really busting at the officers. Whatever they got, like, they done outnumbered the officers. Let me see. There's a lot going on. You know, and y'all can call in and let me know how y'all feel about it, but I would have never got involved with that. SBGB TV live call-in show. State your name, was popping.
Oh, the name gonna be spoken loud and clear, and it's the Deacon again. And I want all the smoke for anybody who dislike my Trump. Because let me tell you something, all you black folks, especially you, that dude that just hung up. Let me tell you something. Ain't now one of them immigrants fixing your tacos, picking your fruit, give a damn or like you. They hate you more than the white supremacists. They come in your neighborhoods. They replacing y'all.
So how is it that you or any black person is gaining anything out of them being here illegally? Because if you look at black families, why ain't nobody bringing our families together? Why they telling your black woman to go and kill and abort her child? But you happy and worried about other folks? That's crazy. And another thing, with all you liberal Democrat voting black people, y'all should be ashamed of yourself, because y'all are the reason that we are in this situation. Y'all put everybody and they lives before your own black children. Look at black children. Look at black communities. It ain't a man or a woman should have any type of feeling toward another group of people when your own people suffering. That's crazy to hear a black man defend and talk about Trump gave you a lifeline. If Joe Biden or that stupid lady Kamala, who talked just as worse as you, would have won, you would have really been in some trouble. Them people, they gave them all. If you live in California, all the folks that's working in the city halls, they giving all the Latinos, all the illegals, all the benefits, the resources, while your black behind live on Skid Row. Nobody likes you, black man and black woman and black child. So why can't we like each other? That's the problem. It's sad that all of us can be here and preach and be ready for all other races, but when you look at your black family, you ain't got that same energy. That's sad, man, because I work with black children. I see what they going through, and there ain't no black man or woman here for them. Look at y'all neighborhoods. That's sad. Who cares about them illegals? Because if you went to their country, your ass wouldn't make it across the border. I'm sick of y'all always defending everybody else, but you won't even defend your own people. What's wrong with us? That's crazy to hear a black man talk like that. And then you got serial killers and murderers in your own neighborhood. Can't you see? If it wasn't for Trump, you wouldn't have nothing. Because I'm telling you, your replacements are here. And a lot of them are here. And this is why, if you look at the Black American Foundation of Black Person, we can't get nothing. All these groups that come here, they out voting you. They're out, they're getting in your neighborhood. They don't go to their neighborhoods. They moving in your houses. They the ones who getting vouchers, food stamps, cell phones. Why you get nothing? And your black children killing each other every day on that social media because don't nobody give a damn about them.
Hour and a half-ish.
And why ain't none of this anger for none of these city hall people, black man and woman? Why can't we go down there and raise hell about what the conditions we living in? I don't give a damn about no Latino immigrants. I care about my own. And I don't care how they feel. They got to do something that we can meet outside. I don't care nothing about that. But you're not finna sit here and I'm watching black children be pushed to the back because they ain't got no man or woman who finna stand up for them and put their ass and put their ass first. These black churches, these black politicians, shame on y'all. Y'all go and y'all mislead y'all people every time your ass is on a microphone. Nobody or no other race except the black Americans. And that's me because damn. What the hell? Like it's time to love yourself. You're supposed to love yourself. You love yourself before another nigga. I just heard nigga this and that and all, but when it comes to other groups, you got respect for them. These whack 100 ass Adam 22 loving niggas. Because why we can't be this way with each other, black man? Because we'll shoot each other right now if something happens. But we'll go and talk about what Trump doing to other groups. Oh, man, bro. That's sad. Trump threw your ass a lifeline. Y'all can go over there and get jobs. They renting you out the construction business. When y'all was on tractors and stuff, who you think done it? Illegals. These Democrats don't love you. They telling your black woman, you don't need no black man. You can go on and be with that stud and raise LGBT kids. Kill that nigga baby. That's why we leading in abortions. Why you not mad about that? Why you not mad that they making your son wear T-backs and get molested by gays and all kind of stuff? It's something to be mad about, but you need to worry about yourself first because not one of these groups have came and fought and stood up with black folks when we and our granddaddies and grandparents have died for us to have this foundation. I don't care how nobody feels. no group, not Chinese, nobody. It was us, foundation of Black Americans. And look at how we get treated. And what hurt the most is how we treat each other. Because we'll find life and love in everybody
Appreciate
else but
that,
our damn
highway
self.
runner.
And that pit, man, they get molested by gays and all kinds of stuff. It's something to be mad
Hey,
about.
Deacon.
Yep.
SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
Hey, this Big Dan. I'm calling from California, man. From California.
What's going on, my brother?
Hey, man, I want to give a shout out to that brother, man, that just got off, man. 100% facts. 100% facts. And the problem is, a lot of the people out here that's talking ain't even old enough to talk, homie. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these folks ain't even 45. If they didn't live through the 80s and 90s, they don't even need to be talking. The Mexicans start coming after they did the Civil Rights Act, and they've been here just like homie was saying, man. They push us out of jobs. They push us out of housing. I'm right here in California. They got to explain La Raza and Mecha to us. And La Raza and Mecha is two groups, NGOs or non-government organizations that they got, and they slogan, they mission statement is everything for the race and nothing for those outside of it. And their motive operandi, their motive is to get blacks out of jobs. They play like they your friend at work and then get you fired and bring Julio or somebody else in, one of their partners. That's how it works here in California. That's how they want to do it in Chicago, in New York, where all the blue states is. That's how they doing it. They will work you out of your spot, trick you out of your spot. They get you out of housing right here in Fresno. They have housing programs for us, black folks in the back, just like that OG just said. Black folks in the back. Yeah, you working, your supervisor a Mexican, you better stay humble. You better not do nothing wrong. You up out of there, homie. See, they got to explain that to us, the La Raza and Mecha. They don't understand that the Hispanics is here to keep the wages down. The wages ain't went up since, the wages is barely going up. And it's going up on some dummy stuff now. But when we needed wages, the wages, minimum wage and all that to rise up in the late 90s going into the 2000s, they didn't because they had the Mexicans. The Mexicans was here because they're not a threat. See, what they're not telling you is the number one threat to the U.S. national security is black unity, stated by J. Edgar Hoover, the first FBI director chief. The number one threat to U.S. national security is us coming together. We don't even understand, or overstand how much money the United States use just to keep us divided. From football all the way down to what kind of cologne you wearing, what kind of car you driving, what color you banging. We is split up. And homie is right. Go to the pen. You gonna find out if the Mexicans is really with us. It ain't no black and brown alliance. It never have been a black and brown alliance. If you here in California, you know who Julio Cesar Chavez is. That's the dude who started it all. Our people was working and picking fruit from California all the way up to Oregon. Fruit and vegetables with the Hispanics. Back when Julio Cesar Chavez was out there working with us. It was Julio Cesar Chavez that went behind our people back and undercut our people in the fields. Our folks was asking for better bathrooms, bathroom breaks period, a lunch period. We was asking for everything that the Mexicans got now in the fields. They didn't get that to us. They kicked us out. They brought the Mexicans in and gave them everything we was asking for. Just like now. And then I don't even get it. What the hell y'all mad about all this other stuff? How you mad about this? And Trump and Elon Musk just showed us all the fraud. All the money they've been stealing, the tax money, the Social Security money, this Act Blue, all this money the Democrats and all of them been stealing, and then these illegal immigrants come up here and they getting everything for free. I'm a truck driver. I work hella hard for my money. You know how frustrated it is to be working hella hard and you see an illegal immigrant driving a brand new Escalade and you know they ass don't even deserve it? We wouldn't have no problems if it wasn't for the Mexicans. See, the Mexicans ain't gonna say that. We wouldn't have no dope problem if they wasn't working with the damn government to bring the dope up here. Iran-Contra, COINTELPRO. They work with the government against us. Look it up. The Mexicans is not our friends. We don't have no allies, period. The only Mexicans that's cool is the ones you know personally. And I'm out, man. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Calling in, brother. Yeah, if you haven't already subscribed to the channel, hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. Share this video. Yeah. Trump and Elon did reveal that a lot of money was going into places for people that had contracts and companies that had contracts that wasn't even doing nothing. So they definitely found a lot of fraud, and I agree with that. I definitely agree with that, man. Hit that like button too. Hit that subscribe button. And I agree this ain't our fight. SBGB TV. SBGB TV, man. SBGB TV. It's a live call-in show. State your name. Where you calling in from?
What's up, DZ? This the P calling from East Bay, California.
What's going on, my brother?
Oh man, I'm enjoying the content. I just want to share a little history. You know what I mean? Like the brother was saying, and like Blue Lady was saying about California. I'll be 50 this year, right? And I have been blessed to be, I was born in the inner city, raised in the inner city, and my mom moved us out of the inner city. You see what I'm saying? I have 3 granddaughters, 2 daughters. California is what you make it out here. But I have seen, in my 50 years, I've seen Asian, from Vietnamese to Laos Asians to Cambodians, every ethnicity they flood our neighborhoods with. Ethiopians, Eritreans, Africans, they always send them here. And they all have the same attitude. They don't ally with us. They don't get along with us. They shun us. Why? I don't know why. Were they told that? I doubt that. Nobody can tell you to shun somebody that looks like you. Common sense is gonna kick in. But like the brother was saying, in the prisons, it's the same way. California prisons aren't like what California prisons used to be. All the gangs in California prisons are Mexican gangs, most of them, and all of them are dropouts, meaning they dropped out of the gangs. California is the gangs in California is just one aspect of California. This is a beautiful state. It's gotten better for blacks in California to be able to move out of California. You see what I'm saying? Because you don't make that money in California nowhere else. You make that money here. Some of us stay, some of us go. You know what I mean? There's a history. Do your history. For my younger people, do your history on the migrations of black to California during the World War II. Just do your history, period, on how we've been treated. Because they put the truth out there for you. You just gotta find it. The internet is the best thing that ever happened. I graduated in 1994. The internet was just given to us domestically. The internet been around since the 70s. Military application only. But for people that think that blacks in California aren't discriminated against, do the history. Because we could explain it to you as much as you want. It's in the book. All you got to do is look. Now you don't even got to read the book. You can just punch it up. Punch exactly up what you want to say. But nah, this is good for this country because the Democrats, besides Ronald Reagan, the Democrats have let everybody come in this country and push us out the way. Even during COVID. Excuse me. Even during that time. Even up here, we wasn't the ones that was having the jobs. We are resourceful people. Ain't nothing gonna stop us from getting what we need to get. That's in us from our ancestors. But it's not, don't think that we don't see, you know? But everything them brothers was saying in blue, respect the blue lady, she was saying, it's absolutely true. My granddaughters are safe in this state. I'm safe in this state. My wife is safe in this state. California is what you make it. You can go all the way to the top, or you can stay at the bottom. You could go in the middle. It's what you make it here. But there are rules, and some of them old rules from them old times that wasn't too long ago. 40, 50 years wasn't long ago. We only been able to vote for 50 years, just a little over 50 years.
That's deep.
People in this chat got parents that age. Yeah. I'm one of them. Come on now.
That's deep.
It ain't that good. But yeah, thanks for letting me tap in, DZ.
I appreciate you calling in.
One.
Yeah, if you haven't already hit that subscribe button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video. Yeah. You know, I appreciate all y'all, man. It's definitely messy out there. Definitely. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
It's a Spaces, but I'm calling from Hampton. I'm just blown away at how many Americans are just so brainwashed by the Mossad media matrix, the media, and how they just sit back and just can't see what's really going on. I'm blown away that people would back illegal immigrants. The main word is illegal. My family came here, immigrated from Greece. This country provided us with so much opportunity. It's unbelievable. But the main word is illegal. You're watching out in public a deep state shadow war literally coming out in public. You're seeing infiltration in this country from deep state actors that are using Mexicans. You know, the cartel, the Chinese, they've come together, they pump fentanyl on the street, kill 100,000 people a year. 2 Vietnam Wars play out. And people are so fucking brainwashed in this country, it's scary, man. The average person couldn't tell you the capital of 10 states, but they could tell you 10 people that Kim Kardashian has slept with. It blows my mind how people would back up people who are illegal immigrants. Okay, I get it. You came from a country where you weren't fortunate enough. Does that give you the right to come illegally into our country? There's a process, you know, and people should go through that process. Just because I grew up in the ghetto doesn't give me the right to go to Harvard. You know, you got to work for things in this country. That's what this country is about. This country is about hard work, morals, values, ethics. You're watching Gavin Newsom ruin California, okay? You can mark my words. Remember, I'm saying this to you. You're going to see the Marines in California soon. You're going to see the Department of Defense declare the Insurrection Act. This has been going on a long time, okay? And it's finally come to head. And what blows my mind is how the American tax dollar is wasted on people who... Now, I want to make one thing clear. The average immigrant that comes to this country comes here for opportunity. But if you look at the statistics, over 440,000 people poured into this country who had one murder or more. You know, it's unfortunate that people have to wait till their daughter becomes a victim, becomes raped, only for them to speak out. But it's just mind-blowing to me how brainwashed the average American is in this country. You know, but you're gonna see a big change in this country. And I just wanted to call and give you guys a heads up. It blows my mind. The Biden administration and other deep state actors, they ruined this fucking country top to bottom. You know, and everyone blames Donald Trump. If people can't see that Donald Trump is not with the deep state, and they keep bringing up Epstein, that's a crock of shit. The deep state would have released Trump's name 10 years ago. Okay, You might see Trump's name in there. Yeah, he was on the flight log. Big deal. Trump partied with Epstein. That's undeniable. But they don't bring up the fact that Trump helped the prosecutor. This shit goes so deep. I could sit on the phone with you for 2 hours. You know what I mean? But who do you think taught Epstein? You got Clive Davis doing the same shit in the black community and all of entertainment. Who do you think taught Diddy? This stuff's been going on and on and on and on. And people say, oh, they blame Trump. But, you know, the average person's an interparrot. They hear things on the internet. They repeat shit. They barely do any research. And they just point the finger. You know, it's a real shame. You know, people know more about basketball players than they know about the history of this country. You know, you could ask the average person, like I said, name me the capital of 10 states. They couldn't tell you shit. But they can tell you how many rebounds their favorite basketball player has. They can tell you every single song Taylor Swift has. But they don't know shit about the Constitution. They don't know shit about Bill of Rights. Nothing. Because they got the Mossad media matrix, which is controlled by Israel, infiltrated in this country. And some of you guys can watch Follow the Cabal, Out of Shadows, and educate yourselves a little bit, and you'd have a different outlook on Trump. Trump is trying to save this country. You're watching China come back and get back to America, because the Chinese built the railroads in this country. But during the Opium Wars, the Chinese got hooked on dope. And now they're trying to get back in America by pumping fentanyl on the street, fentanyl citrate, different fentanyl analogs that people have never seen before. You got the Chinese cartels. You got El Chapo, who got picked up. You got El Mayo, who got picked up. You got Trump cutting deals with El Chapo because they're taking down the cartel. They did Operation Python years ago. There's a lot of things going on. They took down the Ndrangheta Mafia, the biggest mafia case in all Italy. You're watching the deep state slowly get squeezed out. And there's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes, but these are George Soros deep operations. If you look at California, California's run by Newsom, Pelosi, Getty, the Chandlers. You watch Tom Girardi, they rigged the fucking legal system. Okay, top to bottom, they stole $6-7 billion. They have Mark Garagos, other people. Everything's fucking corrupted, top to bottom. So Supreme Court down in your fucking vote. Is everything going to be perfect? No, everything's not going to be perfect. But I'll say this. The American people need to wake the fuck up is what they need to do, because our country's being lost on a daily basis. And I feel bad for the kids and the generations behind us, because I'll tell you what, I love this country. This country's offered so much opportunity to my family. You know, I just love it. But I'll just say this, for people to blame Trump and this bullshit in the media, and I was a Democrat my whole life, but I'll tell you what, the Democrat Party is not for the people. The Democrat Party is a fucking corrupt cesspool. They ruined everything, okay? You got my neighbors have fences in their backyard, and they're arguing with me that we shouldn't have a border in this country, a border wall. It's absolutely insane. Look at the sex trafficking going on in this country. Look at the sex trafficking going on in Hollywood. One child goes missing every 40 fucking seconds in this country. This country's turned into a disaster because the powers that be, behind the shadows, they want it to fucking crumble. But mark my words, remember this, I'm gonna hang up and shut my mouth, but the Department of Defense, you're going to see to declare the Insurrection Act. You're going to see Marines on the streets. You're going to see Marines in Chicago, Marines in Texas, Marines in Boston. This is bigger than anyone can fucking fathom. Mark my words, but I wanted to say God bless and thank you, buddy.
I appreciate you calling in, my brother.
Bye.
If you haven't already hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video. Yeah. You know, I give everybody a voice. You know, if you feel something different, it's your opinion. But I think the caller definitely made a lot of sense. You know, that's my opinion. I think the caller made a lot of sense. Last caller before that made sense. Blue Chicken. You know, people that are a little older, that been through some things, they see things a lot different. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show.
Yo, I had to call back in and let that dude know. He just put words in my fucking mouth. He listened to anything I said. Talking to him, what the fuck is he talking about? Like, I didn't say shit about I was with no immigrant. He just called and said some drunk ass shit. Like,
All right, try to take it easy
You-
on the
and then
take it easy
people
on the
talking
cussing
about,
for me.
oh,
You hear
yeah,
me?
he right.
You hear me? Take it easy a
Yeah.
little bit on the cussing for me, brother, please.
Oh yeah, my bad. I ain't trying to cuss.
Go ahead.
I ain't trying to cuss. I just hate being misunderstood because that dude just gonna call in drunk, sounding crazy, and people just agree with him because he's saying black people this and black people that, saying the same. Like everybody. See, one thing about me, I don't need nobody to say yes, that's right. You agree. I'm only saying facts.
All right, brother. I appreciate you calling in, brother.
Yeah. Then and another thing, everybody calls in. Everybody calls in. Everybody in the comments do not have to say, yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, that's agree with this or anything, without looking at the real issue of the problem. See, and he just, did I say anything about taking up for immigrants or anything? Or what I said was, if you want to know why the world's going like this, you might want to get to the person that's got the shit fucked up, and that is Donald Trump. Now, people is disagreeing with me because they like Donald Trump. I'm not saying it because I don't like Trump or I do like Trump. I'm just saying it because it's facts. That's all. So that old drunk dude, he need to call back in and apologize, and he need to go listen to what I said.
All right, well, his opinion is his opinion. Your opinion is your opinion, brother. You know, just
Yeah, but he
just
the one called and said, I don't agree with that dude. Like, he the one called and that brother right there just went off. Like, did I say anything that he said, though, D? Like, I didn't say
But you know,
nothing that
y'all,
came out of his
everybody
mouth.
got their own opinion. You know, your opinion, you set your opinion. By you know, calling them names, that don't make your point right. So, you know what I mean? Just say your opinion.
No.
He say his opinion, and we just move on from there. You know what I mean?
I know, but he called in and still said, oh, no, I don't go over, I don't agree with what he said. He's going against black people. Like, what do these drunk people be talking about? All I said is, people, go ahead and watch this.
I appreciate you calling in, my brother.
Right on, dude.
Highway Runner, I appreciate the super chat. Self-preservation is the instinct to survive. Every ethnicity practice it except black Americans. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that one. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video. I appreciate you on that one. Yeah, trying to make sure I didn't miss anybody. I'm trying to make sure that I didn't miss anybody. Did I miss anybody? If I missed your call because we was on the live, you can call back in. And yeah, y'all can let me know what y'all think. But it's a lot going on right now out there. And I definitely think they're going to have the situation escalate because of they trying to make a statement. You know, Trump going to go ahead and make his statement that y'all not going to run over the system. And before Trump got elected, he said he was going to do this, though. He said he was going to put the pressure down. He was going to get the immigrants out of here. And, you know, people think, you know, because they go to work, that they wasn't going to be bothered. It's a lot of people that's here illegally. And if you're here illegally, you know, you got to expect it. Because if you was somewhere else illegally, they wouldn't care. Them other countries, man, they wouldn't care. I think we too lenient on people that's here illegally. We too lenient. Them other countries, and they not having the stuff we having. Y'all see that? Y'all see what they doing, though? Snapping. They got the horses backing up. Straight up. They got the horses backing up out there. Damn. Hold up. They going at them too.
Fireworks like right under their feet.
me see.
Yeah, I'm sure they're trained to do that. I mean, they don't love it, but oh, those horses are freaking out a little bit.
This is deep though.
I don't know if you assault a police horse. I don't know if it's assaulting an officer. Yeah, like I know if you do the dogs, it's bad.
This is definitely not a fight for black people, but you know.
Oh, Molotov cocktail.
That it has to be a lot of illegal
it was like a Molotov.
Immigrants there, because all of these people wanting to fight for a cause, it's a lot of illegals there.
Oh, that guy just got trampled.
Make sure y'all hit that subscribe button. You can let me know how y'all feel about it. The line is open. You know, your opinion is welcome. The line is open. They not even locking the people up. They not even locking them up.
Yeah, it was definitely like a Molotov or an attempted Molotov.
They just pushing them to the side, making sure that they not challenging them. They not even locking them up. There's too many people though to lock up. It's gonna be a rough night in California tonight. And this shit started yesterday. SBGB TV live call-in show.
What's going on with you, family? How you doing? This Big Dan calling back from California.
What's going on, my brother?
Hey, man, I wanted to call back, man, and give everybody a shout out on the channel, in the chat. I'm watching it and everything, and I had a few more gems to drop. This is a distraction. Do not be fooled. What y'all seeing right now is a real pump fake, because what's really going on behind the scenes, what they don't want you looking at as a group, and this is all of us, they're doing global crypto regulations right now because they finna flip the money. And if you don't have the right crypto or crypto period, pretty much everybody finna be broke again and put on universal basic income. They call it UBI, and it's already in beta in a few states. They're gonna be paying everybody to stay at home. They do not want everybody looking at this. They do not want y'all even. They want you scared of the crypto. They want you scared of what's going on. And to that other caller that called in that was talking about the deep state, that dude was dropping real gems, because it's way bigger than we know. For the black people out there, my people, the FBA's Foundational Black Americans, we have
society, our people is really in three factions. You got regular people like me and you that punch the clock, or we gotta work and do what we gotta do. You got regular ones at the bottom. Then you got the secret societies, the black boule, and all. And then you got the people on top of them that's in the government, and they all work together. Like you were saying, with all this Diddy stuff and all this, all the distraction and stuff with Wack 100 and all of that, they want to keep you distracted. They want to keep you off of the money. That's why ain't nobody talking about the money. You see, they talking about illegal immigration. When Trump won the presidency, they found that fraud. They talked about that fraud probably for a week and a half, where that money was going, and then it stopped. And now they deflecting everything else. Ain't nobody talking about where that money going no more. See, as black people, you got to understand, when you see people on the black folks on TV like Jasmine Crockett, they do not represent us. That's the black boule speaking for the white man. If you don't know what the black boule is, get on YouTube and look up Steve Coakley or UB News on YouTube. Shout out to them. And learn about the black secret society that was created to mislead you. Then you can see how Beyonce, Jay-Z, and all of them, Denzel Washington, every person black on TV you see that has influence is a part of this group. You cannot be a organic person that make it from the bottom and go and get into Hollywood or be some kind of person on TV with influence naturally. You have to be chosen. You have to be chosen. Why you think they get them young? Usher, Justin Bieber, all of them. TLC, they was all young. Mary J. Blige, they was all teenagers. I thought Mary J. was grown as hell when I was in the 90s when she was singing her song. She was a teenager, bruh. They chosen. They are chosen. And now we all follow them. We love them. We like what they do. You know what I'm saying? But it's all a mirage. That's all, what they call it, compromise.
Okay.
Oh man, my bad. I had the TV on mute. I couldn't hear you. I was just talking.
Okay, so what you said? They all compromise, a facade.
Yeah, it's controlled opposition. That's what when you see black folks on TV, basically that's what it is, man. It's controlled opposition. They not for us. Everything that you see them do, they told to do it. This is all scripted. Cat Williams, all of that. Cat Williams was supposed to drop all that news on Shay Shay. He was supposed to, because it was all scripted. They knew what they was doing. They know what they doing. This is planned out, people. And they want you to not look at the money. They do not want you to look at the money. They don't want you to think about the vax and this global depopulation. There's hella people dying right now. They won't even tell you that China is way under 1.4 billion people. They want you to think that China is a strong superpower. China is falling, crumbling right now. They starving. They are starving. Trump exposed the whole thing, man. And everybody that's going against Trump, they owe that man an apology. We have never had somebody in the White House to do a quarter of what this man did in our favor. And I'm not just talking about black folks. I'm talking about the United States, period, just based on transparency. This man done helped black folks ever since before I was living. This man was funding the Black Panther Party. That's documented. This man, he funded Jesse Jackson's presidential run in the 80s when I was a little boy. I remember that. The first time I ever seen Donald Trump, he was standing with Mr. T. And I didn't even know who Donald Trump was. But I knew who Mr. T was. And if he is a racist, why was he kicking it with Don King and Mike Tyson when Mike Tyson was knocking fools out? See, y'all can't believe what they tell you on the TV, man. E40 got raps and stuff with him, and all kind of rappers got Trump name in it. Why? Because Trump messed with us. Trump been messing with us.
Y'all can't believe what y'all see on TV, man. Do y'all research like old boy from the Bay said, bruh. And if California is what you make it, I feel like the world is what you make it. But here in California, it's different. We was raised with the Hispanics for the most part. Most of the rest of the country barely getting introduced to Hispanics. But here in the United States, I mean, in California, we was raised with them. And we got the ones we was raised with, the ones that's coming here now, and the ones that's being born here. The second and third stringers, the second and third generationers. So and with the newer ones that's coming, they being socially engineered not to like us because they knew they wasn't raised with us like the homegrown Hispanics that did lowriders with us. And the Hispanics didn't start lowrider; they started Lowrider magazine, but they wasn't the ones making the lowriders first. It was black folks. We started everything. We started banging, they started banging. We started rapping, they started rapping. We started sagging, they started sagging. We started busting guns, they started busting guns. Come on, man. Stop me where I'm wrong at.
Appreciate your opinion, though, my brother. You hear me?
Yes, sir. One love to the chat, and thank you for letting me speak.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you. The line is open. Let me know how y'all feel, man. Y'all see what's going on out there in California. It's a lot going on. Yeah. Everybody got an opinion. And we open to hear your opinion. It's open discussion on this. Yeah. Bree ain't call us, so I guess she don't want to call in. You know. The line is open. Yeah. Line is open. It's gonna be all night out there though. The shift's gonna be going around the clock. Yeah, the shift's gonna be going around the clock. Gonna be going straight around the clock. Let's see what they say on
there. Can you get a little to the right? Just more lying down the street.
That's that ghetto bird. They got that ghetto bird out there seeing everything. You know the camera they got on that ghetto bird can see a pimple on your forehead. Yeah. That camera they got on that ghetto bird see a pimple on your forehead. See. Highway Runner, appreciate that super chat. Simple if South Americans take over the job market, black Americans will be annihilated. Let that sink in. Simple if South Americans take over the job market, Black Americans will be annihilated. Let that sink in. Appreciate the super chat, Highway Runner.
Oh yeah, let's go over there.
It's getting sticky out there.
It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. We're gonna lose our spot.
It's getting sticky out there.
What's our fuel? Stand by.
I think they said this right here was going on in New York too. But I think they got it under control more in New York. But I think New York was having a problem too.
Yeah, it's spring and about I think that is first. Yeah. Do we want to go over there or do we want to stay where we are?
I think it's going on in New York too.
Yeah, just do an orbit over there.
Let me see.
I mean, it's right by LAPD headquarters where I think this press conference is happening.
Yeah, they was doing something in New York too, but I think they shut them down in New York. Let me see. A standoff broke out between demonstrators and police as large crowds gathered over the weekend to protest ICE arresting migrants who have been showing up in federal court for routine check-ins. Yeah, they got something going on in New York too.
You'll see it, it's right here. They're coming up on it now.
I just Googled it.
Keep coming, keep coming.
JR gets bread. You gotta Google it. They said something was going on. He said, but they locking jokers up. It ain't bad as it is here. New York, they shut the shit down. Say New York arrested 9 protesters on Saturday following a standoff in the lower Manhattan between law enforcement and a crowd and demonstrators looking to stop ongoing migrant raids conducted by ICE.
This is pretty good, actually.
Yeah. So it was light in New York. It wasn't like this. They ain't let it get like this.
Yeah, I mean, this is like 100 yards from where this press conference is happening.
He said they just had the Puerto Rican Day Parade. It ain't happening. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. What's poppin'?
Oh, you still live?
You better know it.
Oh, shit. Yeah, that dude was a whacker.
Okay, you said
that dude was a whacker myself.
Okay, the first caller, because you know you told me that about Loose, and I listened to it. You said that was Wack, the first caller?
Yeah. You know, I'm good on him. I can call him now.
Yeah.
I think he was a whack groupie.
Hey, listen. Oh, you say was he Wack or was he a groupie?
Oh, he's a Wack groupie.
Okay, Wack groupie. All right.
Yeah. I can tell. I was like, yeah, he's a Wack groupie.
Yeah, because he definitely was riding for him hard.
Yeah, he's a Wack groupie. I already see that. I see, yeah, Wack don't send him. Wack probably sent him, I think. But, all right, man, I'll get to the house. I'm going to turn it back on.
I appreciate it, brother.
All right, dog. Yeah.
Let's see. They lost control out there, though. I tell you that. They straight lost control. They lost control. He said, since the last incident at the Puerto Rican Day Parade, everything been cool. They learned from the last time. Can't say that about the West Indian Day Parade. He said, yeah, this small compared to LA. When George Floyd was going on, it was crazy everywhere out here. Yeah, when George Floyd, that situation happened, that touched everywhere. Yeah, they snapping. Appreciate the super chat. He said, you see, it's only people from Cali calling, talking shit, cause we don't act like this on the East Coast, and Puerto Ricans are U.S. citizens. Nothing to worry. Appreciate that super chat. Yeah, definitely not the fight for the black people. It's something you gotta sit back and observe. Don't insert yourself in that at all. Let me see, hold up. Let me see what they say on this other one. Hold up, Let me see what they say on this other one. Let me see, hold up. That's live. Let me see. They tore that car up. It's going down out there. It's the worst time to be a cop. Blue Chicken. You know I appreciate you, Blue Chicken. That's a fact. I appreciate you. Yeah. You know I appreciate you, Blue Chicken. Big time. Just because I can, baby. I appreciate you so much. I'm gonna have to get you a wrench. SBGB TV. It's a live calling show. What's happening?
What's going on, man? It's your boy Big Dan calling back for a third time, man. I just wanted to point something out.
Okay.
Peep game, though. If anybody is old enough to remember. Y'all remember the Rodney King riots?
Okay, yeah. That was in 92.
In LA, back in 92, 93.
92.
Now check this out. What do you see the same thing from 92? Do you see that right now?
It's a lot going on.
But it ain't nothing going on compared to what was happening during the Rodney King riots. See, that was a real riot right there.
Okay.
They allowing this.
Yeah, it looked like they allowing it. They definitely not responding like they trying to stop it. They just trying to guard certain areas.
Exactly. See, we had a different leadership back then, you know, and right now the leadership is extra soft. And anybody that was alive to remember them riots or any riot really, even you go back to George Floyd. The black people, when we go out, that's when the police turn up. We not out there, so you don't see the police acting up. We doing a great thing, and I want to give a shout out to all the black folks that refuse to participate in this, because we're not supposed to participate in this. We're supposed to be observing. We are supposed to be observing this because this is good for us. But I wanted to point that out real big right there. They're allowing this. If you remember the riots, the real riots, when it really go down, the police is going crazy. Back in I got a criminal justice degree, and one of my instructors, he was a sheriff in LA County when the riots went on. He was a sheriff. He let the whole school know, the whole class, that LAPD, they didn't even come out of their damn, they wasn't even allowed to leave the stations when the riots was happening. It was the sheriffs out there.
Mm.
See, and this boots on the ground information. Mr. Delgadillo said that the LAPD could not go outside when those riots was going on because it was that funky out there. Now, when I said the first time when I called, our unity is the number one threat to national security, and it's an unspoken truth. It's an unspoken truth, but J. Edgar Hoover have it in his memoirs. You can go to FBI.gov and you can find that. Number one threat to national security is black unity. Because all we have to do is stop participating in this system, and the system will crumble. But we've been here too long. We too comfortable in this system. It's hard to get out of this system because we got to work. You got to feed yourself. You got to feed your family. So they got us locked and boxed.
Mm.
You know, we stuck between a rock and a hard place when it come to that. But our unity is what is the key. And we have to take a note from this to come together and start talking to one another about conflict resolution amongst each other, black on black conflict resolution, and start coming up with solutions and ways to stop spending money with Walmart and other places that don't benefit us, because they killing us all kind of ways. They killing us with the water. They killing us with the food. They poisoning the air. We have to come together as black folks and learn how to stop participating in this system, because the system is designed to kill us exclusively. Everybody else is cannon fodder. See, people don't understand. White people have been under their birth rate since the year 2000. They've been under their birth rate for 25 years, y'all.
Why you think they push for our genocide so hard with the abortions? This is why I was so upset during the election with this past election. And they was voted. The Democratic Party was voting on going on abortion. I'm like, abortion is the #1 killer of black people in the United States. 22 million and counting. Can anybody fathom what our country will look like with 22 million black folks still here right now that wasn't aborted? All the Mexican faces and bodies you see on the TV right now will be black. Y'all gotta open your eyes up. See, Kamala Harris wasn't telling the Hispanics and the Asians and everybody else to abort their babies. They telling that to the black community. Planned Parenthood was created for blacks by Margaret Sanger. Look it up. Margaret Sanger, most racist white woman in history, created Planned Parenthood to kill black folks. And when they passed Roe v. Wade in the 70s,
you do me a favor. Use the word unalive.
Unalive. Okay, well, the unalive, Margaret Sanger created Planned Parenthood to unalive black folks.
And allegedly.
Allegedly. But that's not alleged. That's factual. That's documented. That's documented history, young brother.
All right, but just still say allegedly. You know what I mean? We gotta keep,
okay,
we gotta keep the channel solid. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. I respect the channel.
Yes, sir.
But now, when Roe v. Wade was passed, the United States government, they fund Planned Parenthood now. They argue about who's going to fund Planned Parenthood. The Democratic Party funds the Planned Parenthood.
Okay.
And that's the Democratic Party funding our elimination, our genocide. 22 million and counting. It ain't stopped. It ain't stopped. So we need to come up with solutions, man, on how to stop participating in this economy, in this country, and change things into our favor. That means you got to start learning how to grow your own food. Because McDonald's, Wendy's, and Rallies or whatever, that's not going to help you. Getting the chicken and stuff off the stove and out the supermarkets, that stuff ain't going to help us no more because they changing the food. They making the food themselves now. Genetic engineering. Genetic modifications, GMO fruits, GMO food. We don't even know if the patties is real at McDonald's and Burger King and stuff no more. And we feeding that to our kids. And you throw some of that stuff on the ground, the dogs won't even eat it. Tell me I'm lying.
I'm letting you cook, brother.
Bro, we gotta find a way to stop participating with this country, man. Cause they allowing what's going on. If y'all watching this screen and y'all see that they letting these folks drop fireworks on the police and all that would have been some black folks dropping anything explosive on the police. Boy, they just shoot to kill. I was in fear of my life.
Oh, we agree with that. I agree with that.
This is preposterous. I've lived through this, man, and they are allowing this to happen. This is a show. This is all it is a show. Because if they wanted to do something, they'd do it. If y'all ever seen, it's a documentary called 2,000 Mules made by Dinesh D'Souza. It's in that documentary. I would please beg anybody to watch it if you watch documentaries because it shows technology that y'all haven't seen yet that the police and the government use. And it applies to your cell phone. And it applies to what we watching right now. So if y'all listening to me, the way this technology works, if you got your phone on you, they see you in real time. And they can go back. They can press rewind, just like on an old school VCR. They can press rewind and back up your whole phone. Wherever your phone went, they can find it. They can see it. And you already know they can listen to you and watch you whenever they want to if you got enough of that game. But in this documentary, the actual government is showing how they tracked the people who was putting bad voter registration slips into the booths.
That's what that documentary was about, and they showed that technology. That's how they've been finding out about a lot of these murders and stuff that's been going on. Finding out about a lot of these child trafficking stuff going on. They using technology that y'all really don't understand yet. Y'all know it's there, but y'all haven't really seen it. If you watch this documentary, 2,000 Mules by Dinesh D'Souza, you will see this technology, and it's scary. It's really scary because he broke down murder scenes that was old with the computer, and he just showed everybody's cell phone. He showed who was shooting, where they was shooting, who was there, where they're involved, was they at the traffic at the stoplight in their car. It showed all of that. Just like looking at your GPS on your phone, but better in 3D because they show the bodies and everything. So how that apply here in this video that we watching? Everybody that's out there throwing rocks, anybody that they can get it don't even matter if you got a face cover on. They don't need to do facial recognition. They got your cell phone. Period. Your cell phone is your biggest snitch, people. And whoever doing real dirt out here right now and they got a cell phone on them, they good as gone. Period. They good as gone. The Antifa people that they was talking about that's out there doing stuff that's making it hot out there, they all found out if they not paid to be there doing it. That's why I say this is allowed, people. They allowing this to happen. They know what's going on. They know who doing what. Don't be fooled. Do not be fooled. Look, they just standing there with their rifles. If it was niggas out there, man, you wouldn't even see no cars out there. They waiting for the light to change. That's a damn shame.
Right.
That's a damn shame. They waiting for the light to change, man. It's traffic. Back in the real riots with George Floyd and the Rodney King riots, you wasn't seeing no traffic. You was seeing people running. You seeing people running out of stores with all kind of stuff, TVs, clothes, groceries, people getting snatched out their car, Reginald Denny. Oh man, they was doing all kind of stuff. You don't see none of that here tonight. This is just the show. I wouldn't even take this serious. People in LA in the chat, they showing it. They showing it in the chat. I used to live right there.
I see.
Oh man, this is fake, y'all. It ain't fake, but it ain't real. I'm telling you, it's not fake, but this is not the real thing. And this is only the beginning, people. This is only the beginning. The summer is just starting. This is finna get real because Tom Homan, that white dude, is not playing. Tom Homan, he is not playing. We got the craziest white boys on the planet. Right here in the United States, we got the most craziest white boys on the planet that'll do anything. History show it. They dropped 2 atomic bombs and killed millions. What you think they'll do here? Just to get these folks out of their face. They doing it, y'all.
I appreciate
that dude. Go ahead, bro.
I said, go ahead. I'm gonna let you go ahead and get the rest of it up, but then we're gonna let you go. I appreciate you.
Yeah, for sure. Another shout out to the people, man, and don't be fooled, man. Look up the Black Boule, and I'm out.
Appreciate you, brother. Hold on, somebody else was just calling in. Let me try to get them a chance to get on the line. Hold up. Make sure y'all hit that subscribe button for me too. Hit that like button. If you're in the building, hit the like button. Yeah, the line is open. The line is open. The line is open. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see what it said. Hold up. Line open though. Y'all let me know how y'all feel. SBGB TV live call-in show. State your name. We call.
Yo, what's good? Yo, it's DMG 707.
What's going on, my brother?
What up with it? So look, I'm trying to talk about this. So what they doing in LA right now? I'm tripping, fool. Hey, Mitchie Mac on the chat. I love you, bruh. So anyways, they trying to put a race war against each other. You understand what they doing in LA right now?
Okay, so why you say that?
Yep. So if you trying to get rid of the Mexicans and you in LA, think about that. It's all Mexicans. They're trying to make a little race war to get some type of leverage on the enemy. You get it? Democrats been doing this since I was a kid, bro.
So you said they trying to make a race war against who though?
The Mexicans, they got them pulling out of work trucks in the middle of the day trying to deport these people. You understand? It might not be real, it might not be fake. But at the same time, if all the Mexicans see that in a high percentage Mexican area like LA, what do you think they're gonna do?
So you don't think that the people that are here illegally should be deported?
Well, some of them, yeah, for sure. If you doing some cartel shit, if you hurting innocent people, 100%, you gotta go. 100%. But there are people over here, like, think about it. Who's gonna do all this work that nobody wants to do? Not all of them are bad. Think about the community, bro. They've been here for decades on decades. And now you like, now let's get them out.
But, you know, when Trump got in there, that's what he said he was going to do. He said, if you illegal, I don't care how long you've been here.
He's trying to get rid of the cartel ones. Look, if they sent all those fools to El Salvador, that wasn't no regular-ass Mexicans working on jobs.
Yeah, but, you know, when it come to doing something like that with the illegals, it's not, oh, I'm just waiting for you to do something with the cartel. If your paperwork ain't right, everybody got to get it.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why Trump is trying to bring them down, because he knows that's how the cartel's getting paid. So all these people coming up and paying them, it's motivating and supporting the cartel. You get it?
So you said it's motivating and supporting the cartel by doing what
by
he's doing?
all these people coming up, because they have to pay them to come across. You get it?
You said they got to pay who to come across?
The cartel. There's only one way you coming up. You either going underneath in a tunnel or you coming across, and the cartel is the ones bringing through the coyotes.
So how do you feel about what is going on though?
It's a war, but it's a political war. You get it?
So you saying it's a political war on street stuff, them bringing the work and stuff here?
No, it's a political war against Trump and against the streets, the Mexicans.
Okay, so you what Trump is doing, I see him trying to get the people out of here that's illegal, and what he said he was going to do.
I'm not saying that's bad, but they're using that to make him look worse. You get it? They want another person to try to kill him. You get it?
No, don't say that. Don't say that. That's just too much. You're going too deep.
All right, they want somebody to get them. So if you make enough people, like if your family's getting taken back and they did all this to be here, a lot of people gonna feel a certain way.
Yeah, but Trump is the one that's ordering this to be done.
But is he ordering regular civilians to go back? No. He's sending the ones that are...
But that's not who he's taking, regular civilians. He's taking people
He
that are...
is. You can look it up on, you can go Instagram, YouTube, anywhere. He's taking people out of work trucks that are doing landscaping and construction.
No, if you illegal, that's what he's taking.
Yeah, but you might be illegal, but you might have came here when you were 5 years old and your mom brought you through.
But
does that make you go back? Like you
But that's what
here
it
your
is,
whole life,
right?
and now let's go send them back.
That's what it is. If you in another country, right? If you in the other countries, you in Mexico, and you there illegal.
I walked straight through the border into Mexico, and nobody gave me no type of none of that.
Are you Mexican or Spanish or something?
I'm half Mexican, half black.
Okay, so you might look Mexican, so they let you ride.
That doesn't matter. So if I looked white, I should be cool up here? Is that what you're saying?
Nah, they going at anybody that's not here with the right paperwork. So now they looking at the jobs. If you got a job and your paperwork ain't right, they going to your job and they getting you.
Yeah, facts. But if you on the job and you're not doing nothing illegal, should you be taken out?
Damn right. Because you here illegal.
All right, so how many people came here from other countries?
But
think about it.
Whoever's here illegal, you should be out of here. It's like, if you not right, if you didn't come here just because you Mexican or whatever, you should come here and get your paperwork right. If you here illegal,
that's facts. But I'm talking about back in the day, 30 years ago. Yeah, there wasn't nothing that said you can't come. They were coming. So you grew up here all your life, and now they want to take you out.
Yeah, listen, if you here illegal, that's the problem that you got to deal with. You know what I'm saying? If you are illegal in the country, it's like, what we gonna say? Oh, you been here and you didn't do nothing, so we gonna let you slide? I don't think it worked like that.
I mean, it goes both ways. Yeah, I get what you're saying. But at the same time, if you over here doing legit shit, trying to do right, you don't get a chance, or what? You know
listen, I'm saying, I don't think that if you here in this country and you doing right, you should get your ass back home. Go back to where you from.
All the Haitians that came through, everybody from, you talking about everybody that's not from here should be gone.
If you not from here, of course.
Okay, so who gonna do the work?
The people that need to get off their ass. If they don't do it, then they don't do it.
They're not gonna do it. Who is that?
So if the people don't do it right, then that's the problem that they got to deal with. Just because the people that come here illegal want to work, that don't mean that gives them the right to stay here over the people that I guess are being lazy, as you would say.
Yeah, no one's saying it's right. But what I'm saying is the structure of the country will fall apart.
Well, let the country fall apart, because the people.
I was born in Cali. I'm legit. I don't got nothing to worry about.
Okay, well you good, but the people that ain't good, they should be worried.
That have been deported. I got family members in Mexico that have been deported long time ago, before all this Trump shit. And I want to bring them back, and they say they don't want to come back.
So the people that's here, they should get their papers the right way so that they don't have to worry about it. But people want to do things under the table because they don't want to pay taxes and shit like that. They doing things.
Yeah, because you don't got socials. Yeah.
So, you not paying taxes because you getting paid under the table and you're illegal. Like everybody else living here got to pay taxes. So why should I have to pay taxes and the IRS be on my ass? And just because you come here and you saying that you working and
no, that's fair. I respect that 100%. I'll work and I'll pay taxes, all that legally.
Yeah, so that's where I'm at.
There's ways to get around it, though.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if you come here and you don't got your paperwork right, you go back until you get your paperwork right. When you get your paperwork right,
that's what I'm saying. So like one of my uncles, he got deported in 2009 or 11. And I told him, I was like, we can bring you back if you want. He said he doesn't want to, because that's how bad it is up here.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it is what it is, man. You got to have your paperwork right, man. I appreciate you calling in, though. Yeah, man, you got to have your paperwork right. You got to have your paperwork right. You come to the country, the land of the free. Gotta have your paperwork right. Them other countries, they not free as America. Even though we not really all that free, but we free to a certain extent. But them other countries is worse. And, people come to America, you gotta get right. And we see now Trump holding that fire to the nigga's ass. He holding it. You ain't here right. You gotta get right. He said we can't lay up in any country without the right paperwork. Yeah. So go on and get your paperwork right. Yeah, you gotta get your paperwork right. And I'm agreeing with that. You know, get your paperwork right. You know? SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. What's happening, Blue Chicken?
I'm calling back in. To the guy that said I'm contradicting when I talk, no, I'm not. I'm speaking facts. And thank you for taking up for me, DZ. That's why you got that $49.99. And I said, because I could do that.
Hey, listen, Blue Chicken, hold up. You know you hold weight around this motherfucker. With nobody talking about, you hold weight around this motherfucker.
I ain't even trying to hold weight. I'm just being who I am. I was brought up in a wholesome family. I was able to sit around with my great grandmother and she told me stories about slavery. Nothing I heard in the books. And to that young man that said about the Rodney King, I was out there in that. Back in the day, that's when you got a county check on the 1st and the 15th. Do you know how the lines were up and down Vermont for ladies to get their county checks? All cities was not shut down. At that time, I lived in Gardena. You couldn't come over there in Gardena and cut up.
They wasn't having it.
Even to this day, you could dial 911. By the time you get the other one in, Gardena police already at your door, baby.
They was that quick?
That quick, baby, that quick.
Damn.
And the riots wasn't preferably over the officers not being convicted, how we saw the video, what he got hit 56 times, they wanted 56 million. It was more so over the Korean lady that unalived the young girl, Natasha Harlins.
Okay.
Over orange juice that she claimed she stole. And because this your channel, I'm gonna be sensitive to everyone's ears.
Okay.
The young teenager was walking out the store, and she shot her in the back of the head. Over at that time, a 75-cent orange juice.
Dang.
That's what we really showed out about, because at the time, that judge did not sentence her, but gave her bond, and the lady left and fled back to Korea. They come in our communities. Now with this immigration, it's more so about Latinos and Hispanics. I'm gonna be courteous because we're in California. San Diego is an hour and 30 minutes away from us driving. They're right there at the border. And what that young man said is right. I'm confused with what he said, though, because he said he came over here when he was 5. Then he said he was born here. The thing is, you can bring any minors across the border from Mexico into San Diego, California, without any paperwork or anything. And that's what they were doing back in the day. They would go across the border, pick up some children, and bring them back, and nobody said nothing to you. But if you've been here for 20, 30 years illegally, you've become comfortable. And you ain't trying to get your paperwork right.
And you ain't paying no taxes. And listen, the tax man stay on my ass. They stay on my ass. And you ain't paying no taxes. And you been here 30 years. And I got to pay. I've been paying taxes for 20 years. And every year I got to pay these motherfuckers. And you ain't paid them for the whole 30. I'm pissed.
But that caller and everybody else that may be in the chat, y'all want to be mad at Trump, but y'all mad at the wrong people. Even Hillary Clinton said when she was running for presidency, we gonna tax them for every year that they've been here illegally. and then we're going to help them get their paperwork in order. It takes almost 7 to 10 years to become a legal citizen. You have to be naturalized. You have to know your Bill of Rights. You have to know the Constitution. They treat you, when you're going to get your legal immigration status, they treat you like you going to get your GED because you dropped out of school 2 months before you finna graduate from high school. So I'm saying they're not just going after Hispanic people. I've seen them put Haitians, take them out, Jamaicans, take them out, Africans, take them out, Russians, take them out, Asians. It's just here in California, in Southern California, because San Diego is just a step across the imaginary borderline, it's easier for them to come over. They let them in because they wanted to gain votes. And for everybody to think that your vote don't count, it does. It's just, how are you voting and where are you voting? See, they should have let Trump win when they put Biden in. And then you wouldn't have this problem. But Trump is not the problem. He's only following through what is already on the law books. Barack Obama sent more people back across to wherever they came from than he is even at right now. Y'all not mad at Barack? Y'all think because Barack was black, he did something nice for us? No, he did not. Your first black president is on your $2 bill. If you turn your $2 bill over, you'll see everybody looking white shade. And then it's one man that's in dark shade. That was our first black president before we had all our states gathered together as a United States of America. Abraham Lincoln, he on the penny. He the only one that is not facing all the other coins because they feel he turned his back on them because he freed the slaves. Emancipation Proclamation. Pull your coins out. Everybody that's in the chat that think I might be talking off the top of my head, get your penny, get your nickel, get your dime, get your quarter. You're going to see all of them presidents face one way. And Abraham Lincoln is facing away from them. I like these hard conversations you starting to have on here, Mr. Deasy, because it needs to be talked about. But I'm telling my black people, you don't need to go out there. Everybody that we show up for and fall behind and help them push forward, when they get up to the forefront, they don't remember us no more. They pass the torch to everybody. I'm going to say it again. How you gonna give Asians a $50 million bag and make it a hate crime for us to do anything that you deem disrespectful to them when they're always disrespectful to us? You go in your swap meets. Your bill come up to $220.50. You ain't got the 50 cents, and they don't want to let you go with you paying the $220.
Yeah.
We can't open nothing up in our communities because they want to do gentrification, which is you don't live in this community, but you coming in here tearing it down to build it up. Redevelopment is I live in this community and I want to build it up. They make it hard for you to get permits. They make it hard for you to buy property. I'm talking about in California because I heard some people in the chat. If you don't live in California and you ain't been here for a long time, you don't know how it runs, how the politic here. I can't talk to you about the East Coast, but I could tell you about them first 13 original colonies on the East Coast. They got their own perspective of how they lock you up. Y'all out here buying them Jordans. Them Jordans is opening up prisons. It's so bad that you can't even be housed in a prison in the state that you got convicted in. They'll ship you out. Mississippi, Louisiana, Illinois, Florida, way away from your family. It's a mind control game. Until you learn how to control your mind, you're going to be locked in wherever they put you. I know a lot of people in this chat don't like me.
You all right with me? Don't worry about them. Don't worry about nobody in the chat.
But hear what I'm finna say. I want to apologize for nothing. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, don't worry about not one person in the chat. You hear me? Listen, I don't care what nobody in the chat talking about. Don't worry about what nobody saying in the chat. You know what I'm saying?
I won't. But you ain't finna put smut on my name and think I ain't finna call in and say nothing.
Hey, listen, I'll let you cook. You know, they ain't hold no weight. They ain't donate to the channel, nothing. What they talking about? And you speaking facts. So, you know what I mean? You speaking facts and you got experience. You 56 years old. The people probably in there saying something in their 20s or 30s probably don't really, we listen. I understand where you're coming from. You know, I'm older and I got a lot of experience. So I understand what you're saying. I'm not from California. You spitting the facts from being from California, and some people from other places, they, what I do understand about people, they get their mind wrapped around something and that's what they believe, so. And
it's no change in their mind, correct? Because they caught up in the toil of foolishness.
Yeah. With me, you see, I'm open to listen. You see, I pay attention. I got a hell of a lot of experience at my age, right? And I'm getting older myself, but I'll listen to a person, and I'll listen to a younger person, and I'll listen to an older person. And it's not like I can't learn something from a younger person, and it's not like I can't learn something from an older person. But when people get stuck in a zone and they act like they know what they saying, I just let them, all right, okay, you say what you're saying, all right. That don't mean that I agree with you. It don't mean that I disagree with you. I'm letting you say what you say.
And we appreciate you for that, because at the end of the day, this is your platform. You have built this. You came in and kicked the door in and was like, I'm here, baby. What we doing around here? So I give you that. And I understand that. Let's talk about it. Let's not everybody get their draws up in a bunch, as my grandmama would say.
Yeah.
Pull your Murphy out and go about your day.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you.
Yeah.
I don't care what nobody else doing. I love you. It's gonna come a day I'm gonna call you and be like, little bro, can I hold 100? And you better not say no. You know what? Some people don't like the relationship that's built with other people. I've built a relationship with you. I've put my money where my mouth is. And when I'm doing too much, you be like, hold up, swole up, stop talking. Don't say that. And I follow your lead, because this is your platform. You worked with hard sweat, blood, and tears to build this up.
Mm-hmm.
And you got a lot of us on here backing you.
And I appreciate all y'all.
You got Kia, you got RM, you got Theta P Poncho,
Right.
you got Inglewood Blue. That's my sister, but sometimes we gotta sit her down because she the Tasmanian devil. I hope she in the chat so she can hear me. She the Tasmanian devil.
Yeah.
She go off for what she think is a good cause. And sometimes it's just sis, fall back and let them do what they gonna do. But I'm saying to all my black people in LA, don't you take your behind out there and get involved in that. Because while they not shooting them, they gonna shoot you. They gonna look at you as the aggressor. While all these people are being very aggressive. And I'm just saying that. If you know better, you do better. But anybody that come into this country illegally,
right,
it's up for means to be deported.
Yeah.
And if you've been here for 10, 20, 30 years, you set in your ways. You became comfortable. And you didn't do your paperwork to try to make yourself legal. I love America, regardless of how they treat me as a black person. I would never want to be nowhere else. When everybody else fighting to get in this country, why would I want to leave? They know something that I know, and it ain't water up under the bridge.
Yeah, you know what I noticed about people, right? All the people that talk about the country, they don't want to go nowhere else. Because if they do, they be crying like hell to get back here. You know what I mean? If they was told that they had to pick a country to go to, they probably wouldn't know how to survive there. They be trying to come back here because most of the people that talk that shit ain't even surviving here. They just talking. So, you know, people just be saying shit.
Let me tell you, I could wipe my ass and my cootie cat and put the toilet paper in the toilet and flush it. In other countries, you got to put it in a bag because your plumbing is messed up. How about that? Other countries, you get locked up, they not giving you no indigent stuff. You got to live how you live. And you'll find out more than later and quicker as short that you a bottom person because you ain't got no money coming in for you. And even if your money coming in, the COs is taking it off the top, so you don't never see it. But here in America, if your family get you a package and send it to you and do all that, for sure you gonna get it. They always talking about, can I make my first call, my call. In other countries, you can't make no call. You go missing for 3 days to 2 weeks. And your family don't hear from you. But they know you locked up somewhere.
Yeah.
I see Karen Bass on the picture right now. She got her teeth fixed. She ain't got that front chip tooth no more. She got her veneers in. But when she did her Christmas thing, This My Family, she wasn't even surrounded by black people. It was Mexicans. We still asking Gavin Newsom, where did that $24 billion go for the homeless people? We know where it went, but will you tell us? I'm on my shit tonight. But I don't appreciate that young man calling in, talking down on me.
I mean, you know, he had his opinion, and you know, sometimes people get emotional with their opinion. That's all.
All the time, people get diarrhea of the mouth. And you run off and say stuff that you don't know nothing about. You come over here disrespecting me on this channel, best believe I'm going to call in. I let some people go in the chat. I ain't going to even call their name. But you mad disrespectful. I don't bother nobody. I stay about my business. If you want to come up and talk to me, match some money, baby. Start off with $200. And then we can talk. Other than, you can't get in the VIP section. I'm in the VIP section, little brother. Open it up for me, baby. Give me some. Oh, hugs. Bye. I'm gone. And if anybody else call in talking that madness about me, I'm going to be right there with them.
Okay.
I love you.
All right. Much love. Appreciate you.
Baby, and tell my girl, your queen, I said hi.
Most definitely. Yo. If you haven't already subscribed to the channel, hit that subscribe button, man. Hit that like button and share this video. Let me see. That was something that was happening. Dangerous driver. Yeah. I'm rocking with Blue Chicken. She cooking. Yeah. She cooking, man. Yeah. I see these kind of topics do be getting some people real emotional though. You know, y'all my people, man. Y'all my people. We can have a difference of opinion. It's okay. This right here, these topics get people real emotional. I see that. And it's like your emotions, right? Through the chat. Oh, they got one going down. Let's see what happened with this guy. He was on his edge. Your emotions in the chat don't change what's going on. You know what I mean? Your emotions don't change nothing. Nada. And you know, me, myself, you know, I'm a go-getter, so I've been going to get it for a long time. You know what I'm saying? I'm a go-getter. I'm a different breed. I'm way different. You know what I'm saying? I'm social with the people on here because we a family, right? But I ain't gonna lie. In person, I don't talk to people. Because I get irritated fast. You know, that's just me being real. Yeah. But on here, we structure. I give everybody the platform to speak. But personally, people that know me personally know I ain't playing no fucking games. It's all respect to everybody. Yeah. It's all respect. Yeah. Let's see what happened here, though.
You know, for safety's sake, Mark, they definitely would want to be involved in this. The problem is, I don't think they have the resources right now.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Well, again, if you're just joining us, Eyewitness News continuing our coverage of the demonstrations, the violence, the charges and counter-charges by officials at the federal, state, and local level about the ICE raids and about the federal response, the local response, and what people are doing out in the streets. And in the middle of that, of our reporting of that, we are seeing this man behaving very erratically in this minivan. We're not sure if he's either targeting the protesters or if he's one of them, but it appears, at least, that he is in some way unhinged. He doesn't have a shirt on. He's driving this minivan at very high rates of speed. There's significant damage. There have been a few collisions with various inanimate objects. No people that we know of yet. No vehicles that we know of yet. But it's only, I think, by sheer luck that hasn't happened. as we see him now continuing. Gabe, can you give us an indication of what street he's on?
And he getting low too.
Yeah, Mark, this is Caesar
That
Chavez.
ghetto
He appears
bird
to be
though.
northbound on
You can't get away
Caesar
from that
Chavez
ghetto
on
bird.
Gallardo Street, and you know, we've seen situations
Right though, road runner.
to
Right
almost
though.
purposefully hit other drivers.
Appreciate you
and
in
that's
the
the real
chat.
scary part here. We are actually switching out helicopters, so you're going to see my picture and the helicopter that I'm in get a little further away, and we have our other Air 7 on the scene as well, trying to locate this vehicle. But it is definitely a scary situation for anybody that's in the downtown area right now.
Right. In addition to everything else that's happening, and just to recap, there were planned demonstrations this afternoon beginning at 2 o'clock at LA City Hall. There was another demonstration happening this afternoon and into the early part of the evening at the Federal Complex, the Federal Building in downtown Los Angeles, just a few blocks away from LA City Hall. Those demonstrations merged this afternoon into about 1,000 people and growing as the day wore on. And that came amid word, of course, that the National Guard troops that were activated and federalized by the Trump administration, by the president, were moving into Los Angeles to, in his words, restore law and order. The LAPD has been dealing with this and responding. The LA County Sheriff's Department has been dealing with this and responding as well. We heard earlier from the Chief of Police. One of the things that was very important that he mentioned was that there were claims in the initial hours of the first evening of the demonstrations, when things were starting to get out of hand, that when ICE and federal agents were requesting help from the LAPD, that the LAPD did not respond or delayed responding for 2 hours. The chief saying adamantly and emphatically that was not the case, that the LAPD was not given advance notice of what ICE was doing, and so because of that did not have officers pre-deployed and pre-positioned so that they could respond in a crowd control capacity, and that officers took about 38 minutes to assemble and then head to the area where those federal agents were, and they were hampered by both the size of the crowd and by the fact that tear gas had already been deployed. Because officers hadn't gotten advance notice, they weren't equipped with some of the things that they would need for a crowd control or a riot sort of situation. So a lot of them didn't have gas masks, so they went in anyway, many of those officers being incapacitated or at least having their effectiveness deteriorated by the tear gas that had been deployed by the federal officers. But the chief saying emphatically the LAPD did not ignore the call for help on that night. Also saying that, here we go, looking at this driver here. This was playing out about 6 or 7 minutes ago. This guy going through, it looked like he was it really looks like he was targeting folks and trying to get them with his vehicle.
This guy was snapping.
But we don't know. We do know that the crowd was very angry at him, judging by what we're seeing in response, all the projectiles being thrown at him. And then he took off. And he then went down the street. You see he's got no shirt on. He's throwing stuff out of the vehicle. I guess some of it looks like one of the windows got shattered by one of the bricks or rocks. And look at the speed with which he left that scene. Later on, we saw him just driving erratically, again, heading into Alvera Street, running into a traffic control bollard. And okay, is that the vehicle there on the left? That's it. All right. Do we know whether the guy is in there? Oh, yeah, there he's coming out. What's he got in the back?
They on his ass.
He's looking into the back of that.
You can't escape that ghetto bird at all.
We don't know. If we have a location, at least we can put this out on our air. And if someone is going to try to Savannah and First Street, East First Street in downtown Los Angeles. Again, Savannah and East First Street in downtown LA. This is where that minivan driver has come to a stop. He's opened up the back and he's stepping away. Still, as far as we can tell, with no shirt on. There's no night sun here because there's no LAPD or law enforcement helicopter to light up the scene or the vehicle, but he did walk across the street. I don't know in which direction he is walking because we can't really orient ourselves in the dark. He's getting into a second vehicle. getting into another vehicle is what we're being told. Oh, there he is. Oh, there they are. Officers now responding. These are sheriff's deputies. They're putting him in custody right now. Here he goes. That is the end of that escapade. We don't know if anyone got hurt. We lost track of him for a while. We don't know if anybody got hit. We don't know if he hurt anyone or whether he was actually trying to hurt someone. It certainly did look at one point that he was swerving
all that to get locked
somebody
up
on a bicycle and trying to hit them, but he did not, that we saw. Bruce, this is just an amazing thing that's unfolding here, given everything else that's going on.
Yeah, for this guy to be driving like that is just dangerous beyond. I'm glad to see that the sheriffs have been requested and are responding to LAPD's request for help. My only question would be, what took so long? Clearly, LAPD was overmatched. And when you declare mutual aid, you get the bigger agency, LA County Sheriffs, which, in the scheme of things, they are actually in charge of a civil unrest situation like this. So I would ask why it took so long. And the other thing I haven't seen are some of the other agencies in Southern California responding to this.
Yeah, we're not seeing. That's an excellent point. It would be good to know. It's hard to tell at night too, because you can't always see the vehicles or see insignia on patches or things like that would indicate that someone's there. Sheriff's deputies, of course, pretty easy to make out with the sheriff's insignia on the side of the car and their khaki uniforms. So they're pretty easy to spot. But as far as other police departments or police agencies, we don't know of any that are also helping in this response to the unrest in downtown LA. This is the minivan that guy was driving. They've cleared it. There's thus far, I think there was one other deputy who went through and saw that there was no one else inside the vehicle, but they're going to check it for other things, perhaps weapons, contraband, or anything else that would indicate danger or perhaps have a clue to what his motive was. So in addition to all the unrest, in addition to all the things that are happening, fires being set, officers being attacked, all of that, in addition to that, we have this guy driving erratically through downtown LA, putting a lot of people at risk, including police, demonstrators, everyone.
SBGB TV live call-in show. It's a live call-in show. What's poppin'?
Bystanders, and he is now under arrest thanks to
SBGB TV. It's a live call-in show. What's poppin'?
Yo, yeah, tell that lady, tell her you can't take this shit that serious. Their words, you use them in the comments. If somebody say something, that's what the comments for, to reply. Now, that's good for her if she want to say you can buy. I know you got to get your money in. That's off the flip. But she using that on purpose. I guarantee you that nobody in this world fucks with that lady. She's one of the worst. And you're going to see, soon as she cannot buy her way, what she's going to do.
She all right with me, though, brother.
All I said was, you was wrong. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, but you gotta look at this, right? Let me give you a little game. Let me give you a little game. You a man, right? You a man, right?
Yeah.
So,
what
you gotta understand is, right? If you being a man, you going back and forth with a woman, that there lets you know that you gotta check yourself.
Dizzy, you right, bro. But don't make it seem like that, no. Because that's why I just started off with that. These are words, and this is a comment, and people are going to say if you're right or wrong. Now, you could go in there and pay to be right, and you got to get your money. But I know I'm not right or wrong.
But what she was saying, though, she was saying facts, though.
Something then.
She was saying facts. She was saying facts.
And then but everybody be in the comments be like, she's wrong, but they just be scared to say it because she be paying her money. That's what miserable people do. They have to pay for friends. I bet she has.
I don't think that's what she's doing. You know, she support the channel.
But what did I say? What did I say to her wrong? All I said was she's wrong about Trump. So what the hell you gonna make me say? What you want me to pay pay you to say, oh, I'm right? And so then you can say you can block me and attack.
No, it wasn't.
That's
it was,
not real.
It was probably how you responded to it. You know, when you responded to it, you didn't just say that she was wrong. You added sauce to it. You can say, oh, she's wrong.
No.
You saying she's wrong. People think they know what they talking about. They need to do their research and they need to do this, that, and third.
Don't she come out and say that every time that she talks?
But the woman's probably the woman might be old enough to be your mother.
And I guarantee I know that. But
so think about that.
Like I said, it going back and forth. It's not about ages and stuff like that because people think I'm very respectful.
Yeah, but she probably old enough to be your mother, right?
Trying to make you try to be a certain way just because they're older. That ain't how the world works. Somebody can be 100 years old and be dead ass wrong.
But the woman probably old enough to be your mother, right?
A man or woman. Yeah, I can never be compared about.
And listen, and she had experience from her life, right?
Not nothing to do with a man or woman. If I was just in a chat with my picture right there, you would know if it was a girl commenting or a dude. That don't matter. That lady is delusional. That's why I'm telling her. Like, you're wrong. But I'll probably be saying it like in a joking way because this is YouTube. This is the internet.
Yeah, but you know our chat, right? You can say somebody's wrong, but we just having the disrespect at a different level in the chat. It's not one of those chats.
Yeah, I've been in your chat. I've been knowing that. I'm subbed with two different things. And she always talk about my lady.
But you got to think about it. That's what she want to flex. You know what I mean? If she want to flex,
and I can play, and I want to say how I'm gonna say. I'm gonna tell her the real deal shit. You're delusional. You're gonna have to pay for friends. People want shit that bad, that deep to have to be right.
That's not why she support the channel. She support the channel because she's been here for Marciano from the door, and she knows how we've been talking about what happened at No Jumper.
Yeah.
So you know it's a difference. You know what I mean? Like you watch the channel for your entertainment, right? She watched the channel because she support a brother that she see coming from the mud, and I'm giving people an opportunity to be able to speak.
Right, but I'm saying not once did I say one time to you, Busy, she's saying that about me. These are words. She got to understand. She must have not been on the internet longer. I've been on this shit. Like, if she go, like, I ain't even, because people will try to say you could, I'm trying to promote my channel and shit, whatever bullshit. No, but if you look at my channel, all I talk about, I got all shit on there about the government, political shit for real. That's why I take that shit so serious. I don't think she really be understanding. Like, she gotta understand and know that I'm just like you, dude. I see through bullshit and it's hard, and it's hard for me to just, I don't care if you 1 or 2 years old. It's like you gotta be told like, you're wrong because you misleading people. She's saying that shit about Trump. To me, that's misleading.
Yeah, but I'm like, if you think about this, bro, I'm agreeing with her though. You know what I mean? I'm agreeing with her. If she was wrong, I'm gonna say you wrong. Like, I don't give a fuck.
I know, but
I don't care about if somebody is tipping the show or not. Like, bro, listen, I'm like a getting money motherfucker. Like, I'm next level type shit.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So it's not about the paper, but if somebody's wrong, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to say they wrong, but she's saying some shit from her experiences, and she lives in California.
And I don't think I even said, I should never said nothing about California or nothing.
Yeah, so
he's only mad at me about the Trump shit.
But that's what we talking about, California, right? We talking about California.
So which one she's gonna make up?
Yeah,
because
but listen,
I wasn't never talking about Cali, about the Cali thing.
But listen,
the only thing I was saying.
But I'm giving you, listen,
Trump,
bro. But listen to me, bro. I'm giving you a voice, right? And you trying to listen, and you trying to have a discrepancy. You know what I'm saying? And bro, I'm giving you a voice, bro. But I don't even do this shit, bro. Like big fact. I'm giving you the voice, right? I'm trying to let you get it off and let you say it so we can get the call going. But you trying to make a point that's something that like I don't really care about. Like you trying to go into a depth with it. Like I'm not that passionate about trying to argue with somebody to prove a point. You understand what I'm saying? You being too passionate about that.
I never, no. You think I'm passionate about it? I'm just sitting right here chilling, bro. And I'm not about to. I don't want to seem like it look like I'm coming on here to argue with you.
Bro.
See, that's how I paint it, though.
Bro,
that's how I go.
I appreciate you calling in, bro, and stay locked in.
All right.
Try to give everybody the voice now. Try to give everybody the voice. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I'm very like you know what I mean? Like, come on, man. I ain't with that. I ain't with that, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't with that, man. I ain't with that, man. I ain't with that. I ain't with that. I ain't with that. I ain't with that, man. I ain't with that, y'all. I'm not with that. I ain't with that. I ain't with debating about shit. You know what I mean? To all my people that rock with me, I'm not debating with you about nothing. You know what I'm saying? Because then I'm going to start talking that shit. And then the motherfucker going to be saying, oh, you think you better than people. This is why I try to make sure that I like give people the ability to talk, express yourself. You know what I mean? And it's like, you know what I mean? Because I don't want nobody, because then I start talking that shit. And then the motherfucker be like, oh, man, you think you better than this? No. I know what I am. You understand what I'm saying? It's all respect to everybody. But I ain't gonna be debating. I let y'all call back and forth, all that, get your point off. But don't call in trying to debate. And that shit there, that's elementary shit. I ain't with that. You know what I mean? Respect to everybody. I ain't with that. I don't want to be like, I start talking about, oh, you think you better than me? No, nigga. I'm not trying to debate. I'm not trying to debate. You know what I'm saying? SBGB TV. It's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
Bro, it's DMG. I'm back. I'm not the last dude, bro.
What's going on, my guy?
It's all good. No, I'm just saying, like you saying, it's no discrimination and shit like that. But your mods are muting me for hours for saying y'all.
Nah, they muted you because you started going into the argument mode.
Nah,
I was looking
y'all,
at you.
Nah, look, he said you can't say y'all because that takes too many people into what? Nah, you got some power-hungry mods. The RM6330.
All right, that's it for you, man. That's it. What the fuck going on, man? Damn, man, shit going on, man. What's going on, man? What's popping, man? You know what I mean? God damn, what's popping? RM run the chat. RM runs the chat. That brother here every time I go live. If RM say you need a vacation, you need a vacation. If I feel that RM can let you back in and he might have went too far, I tell him. But if I'm looking at the chat and I'm seeing you say shit to this person, that person, this person, that person, like you trying to have a war in the chat at SBGB TV don't consist of that. That's not what our chat consists of. There's channels out there that do that, and shout out to all them. But this not what we do. Our shit is organized around here. Straight up. You can have an opinion, but you ain't got to be disrespectful to people. And once I hang up, right? Once I hang the phone up and I hang up on you, don't call back. Because then I'm going to block you. Once I hang up on you, do not call back. You call back again, bro, I'm going to block you. Just take your vacation. Sit down, relax for a second. Then you can come back and feel me, have respect. That's all. Don't call back again, bro. You call back again, I'm blocking you, man. God damn. I don't know what's going on. Appreciate that, KO. Keep doing your shit, these. You already know, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm like giving everybody the opportunity to speak. That's what I do. Give everybody. Yo, all right, you can call in, but I'm not having no arguments with niggas. You know what I'm saying? I get real irritated and shit. I ain't gonna lie. Like, this is the patience I've ever been with people. You know what I'm saying? Because I know people that know me personally watch this shit and be like, yo, nigga, I be going left, man. You feel me? I go left like a motherfucker. Like, and when I go left, it's like it's different. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna lie. Like, I'm just being honest with everybody. Just being honest, man. I try to be respectful. I try to make sure that I do this, you know, at a professional type level, dealing with people. You know what I mean? Damn, man. Straight up. And we on the internet, so it's not like I can personally flip out and show you like you know what I'm saying, my left field. So it's like, I'm like, all right, just hang up. You know what I'm saying? I'm not debating with you niggas, but I don't know what happened tonight. The line was buzzing, and niggas wasn't going to debate more with me. Nigga, I'm not debating with you niggas. Fuck is wrong with you, man? I don't even do that shit with women, dog. Straight up. A woman say something I don't like, I don't fucking speak. Fuck, I'm out here debating with niggas about what other people doing. Fuck is going on, man? How y'all doing that? I'm out here debating with you about what other people doing. Fuck is going on? Say what you want to say, get your shit off, and shut the fuck up. Like, damn, I'm letting you get your shit off. Don't be trying to debate with me about this shit. Fuck is wrong with you, nigga? Yeah, and I start talking that shit, nigga. Oh, you trying to be little, nigga? Nah, nigga. It echoing this bitch. I ain't arguing with a motherfucker. You hear me? Straight up.
The LA County Sheriff's Department. The LAPD having its hands full dealing with what has been happening throughout the day and into the night. Some 10 arrests thus far. We know that number is going to go up. They've been focusing, as the chief mentioned, on clearing intersections, clearing streets, getting people out of areas where they can cause damage or injure people. And the effort to arrest those people will be ongoing. They're going to focus on people who have been attacking police officers, attacking innocent people, and vandalizing buildings and vandalizing police vehicles as well. They're going to focus on that. They're going to, in particular, perhaps on the people who were throwing projectiles and bird scooters off of the bridge onto the 101 freeway and damaging those highway patrol vehicles and putting officers there at risk.
Snapping.
And the people who've been blockading streets are going to do a lot of that, so that you can expect, as they comb through the video that's going to be everywhere after this event has wound down. They're going to be combing through all of that, and they're going to find people. This is a tactic they've been using actually since 1992 and perhaps before that. In the LA riots of 1992, people were arrested a year later, some of them, for actions that were taken during that civil unrest period because they were caught on video, and video even more prevalent now. So you can expect a lot of people who think they got away with things tonight are going to find out that they have not. LA Mayor Karen Bass. Oh yeah, go ahead, Bruce.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to ask. I don't know if Air 7HD can pull in over by City Hall, but it appears that the sheriff's mobile field force is doing some sort of operation by City Hall, possibly pushing a crowd further away.
Okay.
I saw some of their trucks.
That part, Big Steve, was popping, man. That part.
Okay, let's take a look. What you're looking at here, these are highway patrol vehicles that are kind of securing that bridge over, I believe that's a bridge over the 101 freeway. Let's go get closer to City Hall if we can and see if what Bruce is mentioning is actually happening. That would be a mutual aid situation, and we're going to see if there is a skirmish line. We see that fire, the dumpster fire that is there. Maybe are they forming around that to try to move these people out? Let's tilt down a little bit with the camera and see what we're looking at. All right, well, we just saw that appears to be fireworks that are being launched in some way by people against the officers. I do not see a skirmish line here.
I was trying to see where the officers spoke out.
Let's take a look and see if there are other indications of
The officers spoke out. I wanted to see what the fuck they said.
Response by the LA County Sheriff's
Man, there's a lot going on out there. They burning cars down to the frame.
Some of these people out that
They
are up
burning
to
them down
no
to the
good out
frame.
there, setting fires and the like. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Bruce, thanks for the tip. We're going to look for it. In the meantime, we want to tell you what the mayor has
Hey,
been
KO,
saying,
you said it was
speaking
crazy, huh?
about the need for these protests to be peaceful.
Snap. Let's see what they say. I'm trying to see what them cops
I
say.
think protests need to be peaceful, period. And any time it deteriorates into violence, that is a problem, and it absolutely messes with the overall message. That's not peaceful, what was happening. It's not peaceful for people to be on the highways. It's not peaceful for people to throw rocks or bottles. That's not peaceful. And if you are going to entertain violence, if you are going to try to take over a freeway, then you are going to suffer the consequences of doing that. I don't think that LAPD, the sheriff, and certainly not myself, are not shying away from statements like that.
The mayor adamant that law-breaking will not be tolerated. The chief saying that earlier today as well, also saying that at the moment, at least as the evening was unfolding, that the department, at least in this area, was overwhelmed. And that's his word. So we're going to see whether the National Guard is going to have any effect on what's happening here. You're seeing that commercial-grade fireworks that the chief talked about that are being deployed, or being not deployed, but fired. Some of that has been fired against his officers, and he spoke about the fact that that can actually kill you if it hits you. And so there is a lot going on that they are having to deal with. And the question of whether the National Guard is needed, the chief said, indicated that the first two nights, they hadn't gotten to the point where they would have called them. But tonight, he would have to reassess and decide or look at whether that was a necessary part of the mix. It's the numbers of people involved in this have dwindled quite a bit. There were several thousand outside City Hall that were marching around and then marching to the federal detention center in downtown LA, in the federal building. Several thousand people were there. Those numbers have dropped away to what must be a few hundred, perhaps, maybe less.
Try to turn it up. Tell me if it got a little
from
louder.
one location to another, scattering around. As soon as police form a skirmish line and move them out, they go somewhere else. And what we're seeing now is some people setting fires, putting up barricades, trying to close down intersections. But the numbers of people causing trouble is about, I would say, Bruce, maybe starting to match the numbers of law enforcement people who are out there, and that may turn the tide in favor of the police. If at least if the numbers are dwindling, maybe they can get a handle on this. Bruce, you still with us? I think we
the numbers are kind of equaling out. They were overwhelmed earlier today and this afternoon, but I think now that you also have the sheriffs there, the manpower pool for law enforcement is greatly increased, and they can take back some of these streets. And maybe we will see a curfew later on. I don't know.
Yeah, that was a question that was asked during the press conference, whether
I don't know how they
a
gonna do
curfew
that.
would be implemented in LA. The chief said that he had spoken with Sheriff Luna about the possibility of a curfew being implemented, but none has been implemented thus far. It would take an action by the LA County supervisors and the LA City Council to implement a curfew, both city and or county-wide. And that certainly has been done in the past in situations where things have gotten out of hand. Just if you're out on the streets after 10 o'clock at night or whatever time it is, you are subject to arrest, and that certainly is a tool that allows law enforcement to put an end to scenes like we're seeing here, where this fire is being set in the middle of this intersection, a food truck driving by. And so, but what we're seeing, I guess, is with the numbers dwindling, as you mentioned, the law enforcement agencies that are responding are in a better position to get a handle on this. But we should note, the LAPD and the Sheriff's Department, both well below full strength. Officers are retiring and or leaving both departments faster than they can be replaced. And along with that, there are budget constraints that are causing a real strain on police resources and police availability. We've been doing stories about how the sheriff's department is suffering. You know, their people are being so overtaxed that they're actually, it's affecting their alertness. They're having to work so many hours and so many days and so many shifts that it is starting to affect them physically and mentally. And there's a real concern about both the LAPD officers, the rank and file, and the sheriff's department rank and file, about how to whether they can deal with too many more incidents such as these. And then you have the budgetary concerns, both the city and the county, both having to make severe budget cuts, caused in large part by the response to the fires that we had in January that really put a hole in the budgets of both governments. And you really have, there's not much room to deal with this sort of thing. They're going to deal with it, but it's going to affect other things much later on. That's a story for another night. In the meantime, ABC News reporter Matt Gutman, he was out there as well behind the police lines earlier today, showing us the projectiles that were being fired and or launched by both sides in these clashes.
That line of officers from the LAPD pushing everybody back and using a tremendous amount of non-lethal force. You can see those flashbang canisters, the sponges, 40 millimeter like this, that they fired at people just to continue to push them back. I don't think I've seen this much use of non-lethal in a very long time. We've also seen significant number of rocks, bottles, projectiles that are very dangerous being hurled at the LAPD on this side of the skirmish line. The size of the rocks and projectiles, I'm gonna see if I can try to find another one for you, that were thrown were significant. This is a piece of concrete or road that was picked up and chucked. You can see some of the sharper end stones over here, much larger ones than that were Holder police. So this is something that I haven't seen quite some time in downtown LA. It was very intense.
Indeed, and it's not something that you would expect to see in downtown LA, and we'll get to that in a second. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's comments threatening to deploy U.S. Marines on U.S. soil drew a small group of protesters. You see them there. This is at Camp Pendleton. More than 24 people there holding up signs at the main gate to Camp Pendleton with slogans such as, quote, "We're on a slippery slope to fascism," and "Your oath is to the Constitution." President Trump has already federalized and deployed those National Guard troops to L.A. after the protests erupted over the immigration raids on Friday. This coming despite strong objection from the governor of California and the mayor of Los Angeles. In fact, the Newsom administration is going to file a lawsuit perhaps as early as tomorrow to try to prevent that from happening. In the meantime, Patrick Saunders, he's an Air Force veteran. He organized this protest outside Camp Pendleton.
We want to show our support to the military members that work here. We want to kind of remind them of what their duty is to us, but additionally we want to make it very publicly known that we condemn any sort of action by the administration of using active duty or National Guard troops on U.S. citizens.
U.S. Northern Command confirms 500 Marines from 29 Palms are on what's called prepare to deploy status. That means they're ready to go should they be needed, and quote, to augment and support the DoD's protection of federal property and personnel efforts. And there's a live look now at downtown Los Angeles. Still spot fires here and there. Still groups of people gathering, mainly at intersections, either blocking them, barricading them, or setting fires. There have been some continued skirmishes with police, and there was a guy in a minivan that started driving around erratically and nearly took some people out. He's under arrest. Some 10 other people, at least, that we know of as of earlier this evening are under arrest by the LAPD. 17 others arrested by the Highway Patrol. Both of those numbers are expected to go up as we continue to watch the law enforcement response to the unrest that is taking place in Los Angeles. I'm joined now by Jory Rand. You've been covering this all day, and you kind of watched this evolve throughout the day. And what did you notice, and what struck you?
It seems that tensions are rising and falling as we go throughout the day, and it seems like there's a group of troublemakers who, when things are calming down, they start things back up again. We see things calm down, then we see 5 Waymo cars lit on fire. We see that start to calm down. We see a barricade situation with furniture grabbed from Grand Park. We see that calm down, and then we see protesters all over the city starting fires. This gentleman, that's something I've never seen before. Typically, when we see a gathering like this, you do see people start to treat this like a street takeover and start doing donuts. So when you first see that, you just think that person is part of it. They clearly were not, as they drew the attention of those gathered there and then took off through the city in what we have seen. But again, it is a group of people who have been allowed to do this. We saw the protesters who were on the overpass of the 101 freeway. Once the 101 was cleared and it looked like order had been restored, those people were allowed to stay on top of the 101 freeway, and they started pouring things on top of those CHP vehicles that were parked below, and that was allowed to continue for hours. Now,
that was a mistake, clearly, by law enforcement. You don't leave people, if maybe they didn't have the resources. I shouldn't say it was a mistake, but it turned out it didn't work well.
It did not work out well, and you look at the numbers of the protesters out there, the numbers of law enforcement, and what happens if they decide to go in and make a move on these people. What's going to happen? Is that going to start a really violent confrontation with authorities? Is that going to start a panic where you start sending people running through a situation where you have a potential trampling of a crowd? It's a very tough situation for them to be in, and the fact that they left those vehicles exposed and the protesters in place on the overpass made it for a very disastrous situation.
It is a thin line between enforcement and provocation. It is a line that the LAPD and other local police agencies have trod, sometimes successfully, sometimes catastrophically badly, for decades, dating back to 1965.
And
Watts riots.
It's actually been impressive to see some of the restraint we've seen from these different jurisdictions, because they have been under siege all day with projectiles and bottles and rocks and fireworks and smoke canisters, and very little response from the LAPD. Very few arrests. We've talked about, 27 throughout the day from 2 different jurisdictions.
Damn, that's it?
Easily have been hundreds of arrests given the
27 people
on the streets of Los Angeles.
What they're trying to do is get the streets cleared,
all these people
restore
out here
order
destroying shit
as quickly as possible and
they
as
burnt them
thoroughly
cars
as
to the
possible.
frame.
We're having trouble doing that tonight because the crowd is dispersing and going from place to place. If, as Bruce Thomas mentioned, a retired law enforcement officer, if that mutual aid response is now in effect and taking effect, you'll see other agencies coming in and providing the manpower, providing the bodies, basically to go out and secure, take ground and hold it, as opposed to take ground and then having to move somewhere else and losing the ground that they've taken. So that's what's hopefully a helpful development in this as we watch live now what's happening in downtown LA. These are pictures from Air 7, Spring Street and 2nd Street. That vehicle there that's on the side of the road, I don't know if that has been vandalized and is immobile because of that, or whether someone is parking there and doing it deliberately. What we are seeing, and the chief mentioned these people that go from place to place, and they cause mayhem, they cause problems, and they are dressed in hoodies, they're dressed in black, and they bring hammers and they chip at the concrete, and that's where they get their rocks from. I was going to mention that when we talked about what Matt Gutman was reporting about the rocks that were being thrown by police. If you're walking around downtown LA, there aren't rocks scattered around. These people are manufacturing these projectiles by bringing hammers and hammering at the concrete and the asphalt and taking what chips away and throwing it at police. We have Brian Mueller, who's a retired law enforcement officer here in Southern California. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you have seen how things have unfolded tonight. What is your take on how the different law enforcement agencies are responding and whether it's been effective?
They do a lot of training together. It does take some time to muster up enough personnel to be effective and not be overwhelmed. The crowds are obviously a lot larger than the number of officers that are available. Obviously, as you guys know, each agency has a different jurisdiction, and therefore it tends to change who is in command of a certain area. It's in the city, it's LAPD, it's parts of LA counties in the middle of the city, like Grand Park and a few of the county buildings, it's Sheriff's Department. And obviously, as we all saw, right next to that, the 101 freeway, which is the jurisdiction of CHP. So communication is always tough in these type of situations. There's only so many radio frequencies, and there's a lot of things going on, a lot of people trying to talk. But trying to make the maneuvers to gain control of the freeway. And then obviously we all saw it did take, in my opinion, too long, but maybe there was some other things going on. They couldn't release some personnel to secure the high ground. You always want to have a high ground, but the high ground is LA City's turf, if you will, and not the CHP. So that created a little bit of a problem. Mm-hmm. But it usually takes a few hours for everything to start working in order. What you do have is when you have trying to disperse crowds, you don't want a big crowd of people in one area unless you have enough people to keep them in there. You're going to start making some arrests. But when you scatter them, when you disperse them, they tend to create problems all over the place. So if you can keep them moving and not muster up in a certain area by your personnel, your law enforcement personnel being able to maneuver, you can keep them from getting in a big power base. But when you let them solidify in a certain area, they're going to start looking for environmental weapons or debris or dumpsters or whatever to start throwing things at static lines of police officers. So when you have the officers in a static line, then they become more vulnerable. But if they have a maneuver capability, it's better for the officers and you're able to disperse crowds.
The different agencies in LA City and County have dealt with disturbances ranging in size from Laker parades that get out of hand all the way to the unrest of 1992 and the George
Safe
Floyd
travels, my brother.
Unrest that took place and the rioting and the vandalism that took place there to what we're seeing tonight. There's different ranges. But over the years, they've learned different things and different tactics with regard to crowd control. How equipped, just from a training standpoint, are the police, these two different agencies, or at least speak to your agency, about crowd control? How much training do officers get? How much tactical experience would you expect some of these deputies to have? And how is that brought to bear?
Well, there's quite a bit of training that takes place. There's in the Police Post Academy Learning Domain 24 has to do with disturbances. That's the initial training. Deputy personnel get a lot of emergency response team training in the custodial environment. And then again, when they go to patrol school, get a little dose of it again. And then recurrent training in field operations, and especially when big events will be coming up, like, for example, the Olympics or World Cup or a presidential election, or things that intel tells us that is likely to have some type of problem. Efforts will be made to focus on mobile field force, crowd control, use of force, non-lethal weapons, training so we're better prepared. Stations will make sure that their personnel, they have their helmets and their face shields that are in good working order, and have all their flex cuffs and mass booking procedures all dialed in, so everybody's tuned up, ready to go if a mobile field force has to get together and come together. Most police cars, deputies, policemen are one person in a car for the most part and handle things by themselves until situations like this come together where there's just too many. And because we are outnumbered, we have to come together in what we call a mobile field force, basically a well-choreographed drill team. A smaller group of people being able to intervene in a bigger group of people, incorporating a variety of formations, movements, strategies, tactics, declaring a lawful assembly, having arrest teams, staging areas, mobile bookings, and a variety of things. Cameras, recording them, securing county buildings, county courthouses, hospitals, critical things that are needed to run a government, run a city, and that are needed even after this protest goes away. And also protect themselves. You don't want to get too deep in a big mob of people and not have the wherewithal to extract yourself. Additionally, with the you need to know what the commander's intent is. How do we want this thing to look like when we're done with this thing?
Right. And we talked earlier about the fine line between provocation and enforcement, between getting the job done of getting the people who are causing problems off the street, arresting them, moving the crowd out, versus inflaming a crowd. when LA erupted in 1965, I know you're far too young for that, but it was because a man named Marquette Fry was stopped by the CHP for a DUI. And a crowd gathered around the arresting officers, and one of them shoved a woman, and that became, the rumor mill said that they had shoved a pregnant woman to the ground, and that is how that riot actually began in 1965.
Blue Chicken, you already know.
And
I appreciate
Avalon,
you.
I believe.
You know, we ain't paying attention
so
there's,
you know, they're out there to do the job.
People that just want to say shit.
You can either you can cause a provocation as well, and when you're out there doing crowd control, how do you prevent that sort of a provocation from happening that might inflame the crowd further?
Well, I was only 3 at that time, but we're not there. We don't want to start the very riot we're trying to prevent. But there was obviously a lot of other tensions in the community back then, because just one shove of one person should not have sparked off a whole riot back in '65. So there's other things that are beyond what the officers were doing. But, you know, it is a fine line. We're trying to allow people to exercise their First Amendment, peacefully protest, and that's the key word, peaceful. And to declare an unlawful assembly, they are either already breaking and destroying things, or violence is imminent. It's about to go off, and so the incident commander or whoever's on the front line there, who has the decision-making authority, can give the command to give an unlawful assembly. And then people fail to leave, then they could be arrested for that. Now, I heard earlier on some other channels, maybe it was yours, about the issue of people wearing masks. Why do they need a mask? It's not illegal to wear a mask, but it's illegal to wear a mask after you've committed a different crime, and that being the failure to disperse. And then you can be arrested and charged with 185 of the California Penal Code, which is wearing a mask in the commission of another type of crime.
Interesting. Okay, so that is something that's in your bag of tricks, as it were, when you're dealing with people who are being unruly or potentially causing harm to officers, throwing things at you, for example. That once that's happened.
Yes, that's true, and we're not trying to make arrests. Believe me, the officers would rather be doing their regular patrol and having their Starbucks somewhere, but when we come together, we'd rather have people leave and go away, but they don't. And so you have to make the choice of either we disappear and then they destroy the city and destroy property and people get injured who are unaware of something going on the street and they drive in the middle of it, and then people are going to go, where were the police? Where was the sheriff? So when we are there trying to keep the peace. It can be a focal point by people who are determined to create a confrontation. The police officers are not there to try to create a confrontation. The people want it, but they will always, in my experience, were more likely than not wanting a provocation. You'll notice that you tend to have a lot more cars going to areas where the protests are happening because they want to get involved. They want to see it. They want to get a little clip on their smartphone to put it on Instagram or something. And they create a problem also by showing up in an area that's clearly got some police activity going on there, and that makes it difficult for the officers. So it's tough. You end up putting up with a lot of abuse verbally, a lot of things thrown at you from different directions. I do know that some different tactics different agencies use. Some officers, their protocols, they'll stand there in a skirmish line and allow the mob of people to get really, really close to them. And that's very volatile. And a few protests deep in the mob of protesters will throw something over the top, and it may injure significantly the officers. And as we saw, particularly when SRT rolled out to the Fairfax district in May 30th of 2020, they were not peaceful. They were throwing chunks of concrete, and as you guys have reported on the news, a lot of fireworks. Those things will fly faster and farther than a lot of our less lethal projectiles, and they are explosive devices.
Yeah.
We've had some uniforms burned. We've had ears where people had hearing issues afterwards, had to get medical treatment for it. So it is a difficult position to be in to try and
hey, Snoopy Mac,
peaceful protest.
I'm with you on that one.
They're creating
why the hell are they waving another flag?
They're no longer peaceful. They have removed
and they
here.
I agree with you.
Or if violence is imminent, they can declare an unlawful assembly. And then if they fail to leave,
Wow.
arrest for that. And if they're wearing a mask, arrest them for also wearing a mask.
Right. Okay. Well, Brian Mueller, retired sheriff's deputy, we thank you for your insight. What we're looking at here is right near crypto.com arena. And we got word that a crowd was gathering there. We don't know if these are people who are being peaceful or if they're just watching and seeing what's going on, or they're just wandering around in the streets, or if there is something else to this. We're not seeing any sort of violent activity going on right
They
now.
was
You
burning
see
the
people
police
walking
cars
with
down to the
flags.
ground.
You see people walking down the street. I did see one thing being thrown, but it didn't appear to be targeting anybody. And so we're going to keep an eye on this situation. We began our, as we look at this, we began our 8 o'clock hour with a news conference by the chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, Jim McDonnell. Here's a recap of what he had to say.
LAPD was not given advance notice that the federal operations would occur in that area. As a result, we were not pre-positioned to respond immediately to unrest related to those actions. Once the call for assistance came in, LAPD responded within 38 minutes. And that sounds like a long time, but I'll tell you why that is. The response was impacted by traffic, crowd density in the area with unrest occurring, hazardous conditions caused by tear gas that was previously deployed by federal agents at that location. Many of our officers, because it was put together in a mobile field force configuration without advance notice, were not equipped with gas masks. But despite these challenges, we moved in quickly and as safely as possible. At no point did LAPD ignore or intentionally delay any request for help. I also want to be unequivocally clear. The Los Angeles Police Department does not participate in or coordinate with Immigration and Customs Enforcement on civil immigration enforcement. We've said this over and over again, and I can't stress it enough for the people in our community who have high levels of anxiety about this issue, that we want everybody to believe and be able to call the LAPD in time of need if they've been a victim of a crime or a witness to a crime. We need that. Otherwise, the system does not work. That has been our policy and remains our policy, and it went into effect in 1979. So 46 years ago, that's been the way we do business. On the other hand, however, when a law enforcement agency, any agency, requests emergency assistance to protect lives, we are obligated to respond, and we do. Public safety is our duty, and we will answer every legitimate call for help from anyone. We recognize that immigration enforcement operations can cause a deep fear and anxiety, particularly in immigrant communities. That's why we're committed to transparency, accountability, and treating every Angelino with respect, regardless of their immigration status. Our job is not to divide communities or politicize law enforcement. Our job is simply to keep everyone safe.
It is an environment, though, in which law enforcement has, to some extent, been politicized. We have the Department of Justice and the people from Homeland Security saying that the local agencies are not doing their jobs. They had accused the LA Police Department of not responding to a call for help from the ICE agents and other federal agents who were involved in what they're calling an immigration enforcement action in one part of the city. The chief emphatically saying that did not happen, that it took some time for officers to respond because they hadn't gotten advance notice that this would be happening, and that officers, in order to respond to that, need to be especially equipped and formed into action teams to do that, and that takes some time. The reports had been, or the information that had been put out, was that it took 2 hours for LAPD to respond. That was not the case. The chief saying it took 38 minutes from the time the call went out to the time officers got there, and they were delayed in part because tear gas had been deployed, and that the officers were not prepared to deal with tear gas because they had not been given advance notice. Still, they went in and assisted the federal agents in protecting them and keeping them separate from the crowd that was beginning to gather. Governor Gavin Newsom, meanwhile, posting on X tonight, and I'm quoting here, "Let's get this straight. 1, local law enforcement didn't need help. 2, Trump sent troops anyway to manufacture chaos and violence. 3, Trump succeeded. before. Now things are destabilized and we need to send in more law enforcement just to clean up Trump's mess. That is a direct quote from the governor from his tweet tonight. The war of words between Governor Newsom and President Trump escalating tonight. This is also a photo that we got from the governor's office, him meeting with Chief McDonnell and Sheriff Luna. This happening earlier today. We're not sure where this meeting took place. It looks like a situation room of some sort. Governor Newsom tweeting this: joined LAPD, LA County Sheriff's Department, and state emergency officials in LA as we respond to protests provoked by chaos from Washington. We're here to keep the peace, not play into Trump's political games. Again, that is a direct quote from the governor. The president saying that there is chaos on the streets of LA, and he used the word insurrection to describe the people who are committing some acts of violence and setting fires. He's saying they're insurrectionists, and that is, as we have been pointing out tonight, not a randomly chosen word. That is an important word because the auspices under which the president can perhaps invoke the Insurrection Act of 1807 would require that an insurrection be undertaken against the United States and against its government so that the president could then deploy troops to put down that insurrection. And thence the threat from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth that Marines from Camp Pendleton could be deployed to the streets of Los Angeles. Marines, U.S. Marines deployed against or to contain U.S. citizens and be involved in enforcement action against American citizens. LA Mayor Karen Bass speaking earlier today about the history and the challenges of dealing with large crowds in this city.
Because our city has always had a very robust immigrant rights movement and infrastructure and institutions that have been around for several decades, there is a history of having peaceful protests here. Now, you know, like any crowd, if we're talking about after an athletic event, everybody celebrates. There's always a handful of people that tend to be at the end and tend to hang around and might get into mischief and violence. But that's not the people who are putting on the protests. I tell you that to say that when those protests have been organized, they've been organized in a proper way. The problem is what happens at the end, and that's one thing that is difficult with crowd control, whether it is a political protest or whether it is a football game.
That is the mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, who we'll be speaking to on ABC 7 in just a matter of a few minutes. In the meantime, we're going to take a look and continue to take a look at what is going on downtown right now at outside Crypto.com Arena and LA Live. This is South Figueroa at Olympic. Worth noting, the crowd that we are seeing at the officers, there were some bottles thrown, there were some objects thrown, but for the most part, first of all, the crowd was small and it was almost completely peaceful with one or two exceptions. The ICE officers put out a call. Look at that. That's the fireworks we've been talking about that have been thrown at police and at law enforcement. ICE officers put out a call for help because they felt that they were going to be overwhelmed by the people who were around. And that was when the LAPD responded, not in time, not as quickly as the federal agents would have wanted, but they got there and they dealt with the situation, and people ended up being cleared from a sidewalk. We have our Jory Rand, who has been here with ABC 7 covering what has been happening for most of the day here, and he joins us now with another report. Jory?
Yeah, we continue to see unrest here, and this is something that the federal government and President Trump in particular is pointing to in why he has brought in members of the California National Guard under his control. Tonight, the governor of the state of California is now in direct confrontation with the President of the United States. The back and forth continues on social media. Last night, the president federalized 2,000 members of the California National Guard. That is significant for several reasons. One, because the governor did not request that to happen. It's typically how this would play out. The governor asks the federal government responds. Here it was the other way around. President Trump moved in against the wishes of the governor. Today, Gavin Newsom formally requesting that the Trump administration rescind their order, saying he wants control returned to him. The president, though, today said he will continue to try and maintain order.
you have violent people, and we're not going to let them get away with it. I think that you're going to see some very strong law and order.
So this is not typical. In fact, we haven't seen a situation similar to this play out in the United States in about 60 years.
The last time that National Guard troops were called up under federal control without the governor's request was 1965. So this is exceedingly rare and legal, but I think what's really important for people to know is unwarranted. There's no indication whatsoever in LA that National Guard troops are necessary to
I'm just calling back in, DZ. So you got all our children going to war for bullshit.
Going to war.
Because when you deploy the National Guard, them are our children are going to the military, right?
Yeah.
My son was going to the military, and he said no. He was going to be in the Air Force. He said no, because they said he had to cut his locks.
Oh, yeah, they making you get a crew cut.
He said, Mama, I don't want to cut my locks. That's my strength. I'm Solomon, but I ain't messing with Delilah. How about that?
Yeah, they called me a few times asking about my oldest going into the military. I said, man, he ain't going no damn military.
But you know they'll snatch your firstborn.
Man, shit.
That's a grown man.
Man, I told him don't do it. He said he ain't doing it.
Well, at least you got children that listen to you, as I do over here. My son told me, he said, Mama, I'm not finna do that. I'm all in for the military. But if they gotta make me cut my hair, I don't want no parts of that.
Oh yeah, you know they want you to have that crew cut. Everything's uniform.
But you let transgenders come in there. So what type of cut do the transgenders get?
Trump trying to get that out the way.
I am for us. Look, everybody trying to act like Trump is being bad. Trump ain't your problem. You missing a whole discretion of what's going on. All Trump is doing is coming in and he's applying the law. You can feel about me how you feel about me, and you can say what you want to say about me. Open up your books. Read some stuff. Don't just go off of what they give you on the internet, because that's their narrative as being spun. As you let everybody know, I'm an old lady. I'm youngest they come. I got some 35-year-olds in your chat that want to talk to me, but they ain't gonna say nothing. And I look good for my age, and I smell good. How about that? I'm the lady your mama told you about. You come around here and fuck around with me, you're gonna find out. I can't get enough of this YouTube chat that you got going on, not nobody else. That man said I'm paying my way. I'm not paying nothing. DZ ain't making me do nothing. Game recognize game. So you at the bottom of the food chain, and you being stepped over above everybody else that come into this country illegally, and you want to say I'm paying my way? Yeah, I'm paying my way. I put my money where my mouth is. Ain't nobody match what I'm doing. How about that? Little nigga. Your mama didn't love you and she took you off the titty too soon. She didn't even give you titty milk. She fed you formula. I want you to call back in. But you can't because you blocked, because you disrespectful. We all about the shizness over here. You come over here fucking around, you gonna FAFO and find out. We respect and we make sure our brother over here is good. You can't come over here on this chat and think you finna be disrespectful to anyone. And me, being in that column, nigga, you thought you was gonna disrespect me and it was gonna be all good? You wanna talk about gang banging? I'm all about that. Come see about me. I don't bother nobody. And I stay in my lane. But at the end of the day, you ain't finna come on my little brother platform and try to fuck it up. We get down over here. We get in the dirt. We get muddy. We dress for the occasion. And you are the occasion. That's why your ass got booted to the motherfucking out moon. I know you letting me go and pop my shit, but that nigga was mad disrespectful. I don't be disrespectful in your chat, Mr. Deezy.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, if you try to cross the border in Poland, they will shoot you dead. America is too soft with their borders. So why we can't turn up? All that shit you seeing in LA right now over the weekend, it's gonna cause havoc and problems for everybody that gotta go to work tomorrow. It's gonna cause problems because you're gonna have streets that are shut down and locked down and they have yet to be opened up. So all of y'all that riding on the freeway and stuff, you better know your back streets, and that's how you gonna get to work. Otherwise, you gonna call in late and they gonna wanna dock you and you gonna say, no, I can't be docked because of the uncivil arrest that went on over the weekend. But I promise you, if it was black people out there, they would have shot us dead. Karen Bass ain't good for shit. Newsom ain't good for shit. And probably Kamala ain't good for shit. We don't want y'all in our communities. Y'all bring in all these illegal immigrants and y'all drop them in our already impoverished communities. And y'all think we supposed to strive? No. We need y'all to do it the right way. Nobody is against immigration. But if you're illegal, you got to do it the right way. And it's just they highlight Hispanic. But it's just not them, Mr. Deezy. Everybody come through Southern California. And then everybody comes up through Washington. And they dwindle down. We don't want y'all. Why won't you build yourself up to be strong enough to take care of your country? All I see coming across the border is young-minded men that can take care of their country. But you want to come over here and then you want to get mad when we want to kick you out? The women and the children that come over here, we can't even find them no more. So what is it about? We not having an open border where you can have will-bodied young men and older men stay behind and take care of their country. I'm going to say it again. My ancestors was in chains. They wasn't brought here by choice. And all of us, foundational Black Americans, we hereby being descendants of slaves. So why would we let somebody else come into this country and overstep us? You can't shit on me and tell me it's chocolate. You can't piss on me and tell me it's water. You mad? Stay mad.
All right, Blue Chicken. Appreciate you.
All right. It's a disgrace for you to act like we gotta back y'all. Y'all don't know what our ancestors went through. You wondering why all of them plantations is being burned down? Them our ancestors. And it ain't got nothing to do with y'all. But y'all ain't stepping up for us. So why should we step up for you? I'm finished, baby. I'm going to call back in one more time. I know somebody going to have something to say about me.
Oh, yeah.
I know that. But with that being said, you can't disrespect my little brother and don't think his big sister going to say nothing. Until he was big enough to fight for himself, he came in the house and said, "Chicken, they bothering me." And Chicken went out there and served their ass on a platter. And when he got bigger, Chicken said, "Little brother, they bothering me." And he went out there and served their ass on a platter. That's enough for you to sit back in your chair like I'm seeing you on my TV. You sat back. That resonated with you, right?
You know, I appreciate you.
Your big sister that used to take care of you. And I ain't there, I'm just saying. You became the big brother that took care of the whole household. What we talking about? FAFO, and we out, baby.
Appreciate you. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. You in the building? Hit the like button.
Maintain order. The governor has said there's no need. The LAPD has said there's no need. And really all of this seems to be an unwarranted escalation. The president has the capacity, but he shouldn't use it. And it's been very rarely used previously.
Now, even more rare from what we have seen play out here would be the implementation of federal troops. Not California National Guard, not National Guard from any state, but actual military members being deployed to the city of Los Angeles. The Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, and the President himself have threatened that this is a distinct possibility, using Marines from Camp Pendleton to be deployed to the streets of Los Angeles. Now, normally, this would not be something the President has the authority to do. You cannot put U.S. troops on U.S. soil against U.S. citizens. However, there is a clause. The Insurrection Act, more than 200 years ago, gave the president the authority to use U.S. military in that situation against U.S. citizens on U.S. soil. But the caveat, of course, there needs to be an insurrection against the U.S. government happening. At least twice today, the President of the United States has called the demonstrators on the streets of L.A. insurrectionists, perhaps setting the ground to bring in those military members, the Marines from Camp Pendleton. So far, that has not happened. We also learned from CNN reporting that the state's Lieutenant Governor, Eleni Kounalakis, says that tomorrow a lawsuit will be filed to go against Trump's order to nationalize the California National Guard. So we have legal battles brewing on several fronts. and we will see how this plays out beginning, well, continuing on the streets of LA, but continuing tomorrow in a courtroom, at least on one legal front, and we'll see what happens, Mark, with the military, whether the Insurrection Act will be invoked. Coming up at 11 o'clock, we'll hear from another legal professor on the implications and the possibilities of that happening here in LA.
Indeed. Joy Rand, thank you. Battles both legal and rhetorical as we look at video of actual dumpster fires. Leaders in Congress trying to get some more answers about people that are being detained by ICE. 3 members of Congress stopped by the ICE detention center in Adelanto this morning alongside families and attorneys of people being detained, but they were not allowed inside. Take a listen.
Let us in! Let us in! The moment that we came here, they locked up the facilities. We are all here to find out what has happened to the immigrants who were unlawfully arrested on Friday night without warrants. We are exercising our rights as Congress members to visit these facilities, inspect them, and do our oversight.
This lack of due process that is going on right now in our country is something that should concern every citizen. We think these individuals are being held here in unhumane conditions, which is why they're not letting us in. They're rounding people up, they're shipping them to different facilities. We talked to a gentleman earlier today who's been on the search for his nephew for 3 days.
We just want access. We got to amplify and continue to make sure that everyone understands what's going on is not normal and is likely illegal, but I wouldn't know that unless they let me in. We want to talk to who's in charge. We want to figure out what's going on, how many people are here, what brought them here, and under what rights are they being detained.
And it's worth noting, as members of Congress, they have the right to enter any federal facility to inspect it. And so they are not allowed to be denied access to that facility. These members of Congress say they're demanding due process for detainees. They also spoke on the phone with California Attorney General Rob Bonta. Bonta says he's looking into the Trump administration's use of National Guard troops without the approval of the governor. That's something we have been talking about and reporting about throughout the evening. As we look live right now, let's take a look again at there are so many scenes in downtown Los Angeles. You see the blue and red lights of police cars. They're here at Aliso
Run the
and
table.
Alameda.
Nah, Andre. We just respect our elders and give them a little more rope than the youngsters. Plus, she a lady, bro. Don't get it twisted. We been had a bag on this side. Yeah. Yeah. Come on, man. Yeah. Become a member though, Andre. It's $3.99. Become a member, man. It's only $3.99. That's light work. You hear me? That's light work. Become a member. Yeah. That shouldn't be nothing to you, man. That shouldn't be nothing. Become a member. Nah. That ain't nothing. You know? Nah, that shouldn't be nothing.
There are also, we believe, officers heading in the direction of Crypto.com arena. There are officers deployed at intersections throughout downtown LA, on freeway overpasses, on streets. They're bringing people, they're taking people into custody. Fireworks, as you see, are being hurled at them. They are using flashbang and less than lethal
you ain't see me go left on
projectiles
nobody
to try to clear intersections and clear crowds away. So what you're seeing is kind of a pyrotechnic display on both sides of this situation, in which one side is trying to keep the peace and others from the other side are bent on continuing to agitate against it. Worth noting as well, there was a crowd of several thousand people that were gathered at City Hall and at the Federal Building complex in downtown Los Angeles, the Roy Ball Federal Building, Federal Court Building, and the detention center that is there. And those crowds merged and then began to move around downtown. Some elements of that crowd the crowd numbering several thousand, some elements of the crowd spilling onto the 101 freeway, causing the shutdown of the freeway. Now, my understanding is LA Mayor Karen Bass is with us now. Madam Mayor, are you there?
I certainly am.
What a day this has been. Can you describe the situation now in terms of whether or not the law enforcement agencies are gaining the upper hand here?
Well, I do think that the Los Angeles Police Department has gained the upper hand, but one thing that happens sometimes, more than not, after a protest, a peaceful protest, then people who are involved in that protest or didn't even participate but come
a
so
pit
that they
bull
can wreak havoc is what is happening now. So you have people dispersed
Wack
running
said
through
his
the streets
people here
in different
today.
places in
They on
downtown,
one.
and in
the
some
chat
cases vandalizing
and on
property.
the phone.
And I just hope that they understand that it is not acceptable, and you might not get arrested tonight, but that does not mean that you won't get arrested in the upcoming days when the videotapes are reviewed. You know, for those same people who say that they are against ICE and they don't want the federal government involved, and then they go about wreaking havoc in the city and giving and justifying the need for what the administration is doing, which I disagree, and but they are reinforcing that, and I think that that is a real tragedy considering the situation that the city is dealing with.
The governor has said that the president is essentially deliberately provoking the response by some elements of these demonstrations by sending National Guard troops into Los Angeles without their being requested here. Do you share that view?
I absolutely share that view, and it's just perplexing to me as to why the administration did this. I tried for days to appeal to them that this was not necessary, and my big concern was if you send in federal troops, you are going to agitate this entire situation. I mean, we have to understand that people are really in fear. They're terrified over the raids that happen, and we hear that the raids are going to continue for days. So you're going to have people who are going to try to go to sleep tonight and be worried whether they should go to work, kids worried whether they should go to school. And so when this kind of fear gets set because you never know when a raid is going to happen or where it is, then, you know, you create a powder keg. And then to add fuel on that powder keg, then you bring in federal troops. And this was just, you know, very perplexing as to why the federal government would want to do this at this time when neither he requested the help and nor did I request the help.
The president has referred to the people who are causing violence and vandalism as insurrectionists. And we have been making note of his particular use of that word to describe people who are committing crimes here. And that this may lead to his attempt to invoke the Insurrection Act to send the Marines in, federal troops, the United States Marine Corps, military forces into Los Angeles. Have you been in contact with the president to try to find out if that's what his intent is? And have you been able to in some way contact him and find out what's going on here?
I have not contacted nor have I reached out to the president directly, but I absolutely have been talking to people who are close to him. You know, the Insurrection Act, I mean, in some ways I feel like we're a big laboratory. I mean, why are you experimenting with us? You know, one, having federalizing the National Guard, taking that power away from the governor. Two, having Marines, 500 Marines that are stationed not far out of Los Angeles for a situation that doesn't warrant it at all. To me, it is absolutely provocative. And that's my concern with the people that are out committing violent acts right now. I think this is exactly what is wanted. Why do we want to voluntarily participate in this experiment? The city of Los Angeles is not a laboratory. We are the nation's second largest city, and I don't think that we should be experimented with in this way. And insurrectionists, I know that's what he calls them. To me, that implies an organized movement, and I don't think what we're seeing is organized. I think it's random violence. It is unacceptable, and those people, like I said a few minutes ago, are naive if they think just because they didn't get arrested tonight that they're going to get away with this.
Are you concerned? The department is understaffed. That is a well-known thing. It's not at the level that you would like it to be in terms of personnel. Do you think that the department is up to the task of maintaining peace and establishing peace in Los Angeles?
Oh, I absolutely do think that the department is up for the task. There's no evidence that the department isn't. But these kind of measures do not help. So just imagine Los Angeles if the raid had not happened on Friday. What did this raid accomplish? When the president first talked about raids, he talked about arresting violent criminals. I don't know that there were violent criminals in the warehouses where people were working. So what was the reason for the shift? Or chasing people through the parking lot in Home Depot? They were violent criminals? So when you do this, you sow confusion. If that raid had not happened on Friday, we would not be sitting here having this conversation today.
Wow. Well, you and I have been through, you're a lifelong Angelino, as am I, and we've seen a lot of situations of civil unrest in the city of Los Angeles, from I don't know if you were here in 65, but from 65 to 92 and 2020 and other situations as well. Does this, in your view, especially tonight, rise to the level where National Guard intervention would be necessary?
No, I don't believe it does at all. And the civil unrest that you were referring to, in 1992, it was unrest throughout the city. This is isolated to a few blocks in downtown LA. And we must remember this. So this is chaos. It is unacceptable. It's getting under control now, but there is absolutely no comparison. You have random violence and disorder in a couple of blocks. You know that is absolutely no comparison to 1992, which I called the Rainbow Riot, because there was unrest in all parts of the city. It went from the Valley to South LA to downtown, and there's nothing like that going on here today.
Would you support a curfew in the city of LA?
Well, not right now. I was actually talking to the chief about this a few hours ago. It's fine to call a curfew. Then the question is, how are you going to enforce it? Are you going to go around town arresting people who are coming back from the movies or are coming back from a social event or working late? So I am hoping that this settles down. I am hoping that we do not need to call for a curfew. But, when I think about it, my message to Angelinos is we are better than this. This is a time when our city needs to come together. We should not allow ourselves to be divided and pitted against each other. And anytime you have random violence like this, that pits people against each other. I think there should be peace in this city, and I know that we can do this in a little bit less than a year. We're going to have the World Cup here. The world is going to be here. We need to stick together, Angelinos. Do not allow this situation to create chaos in our city.
That's an interesting point you bring up. The World Cup is next year, the Olympics in 3 years, and this is what the people of the world are seeing right now in the city of Los Angeles. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, my thoughts are we need the support from the administration. That's what we need. We need the support, ironically, in the area of security. But these kind of tactics make our city insecure.
All right. LA Mayor Karen Bass, anything else you'd like to add in terms of your message to the people of LA who are seeing these images tonight and are concerned?
Please be peaceful. Everyone has the right to exercise their First Amendment ability to communicate and to protest, but there is never a reason that those protests should deteriorate into violence.
All right, LA Mayor Karen Bass, thank you very much for joining us, and we look forward to hearing from you as events warrant, and hopefully tomorrow as well. Thanks for joining us, and we'll check back. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you.
All right, the raids are raising concern as well for teachers, staffers, administrators across the LA Unified School District. Talking about the ICE raids. It comes at a time of year when students would be looking forward to graduation, but instead they are worried that ICE agents could show up on campus. Those worries being dredged up again. It's already happened at least twice at LA schools where agents have shown up on campus inquiring about students. These were elementary school students. Superintendent Alberto Carvalho says he's dismayed that some of those raids have happened near LA Unified Schools. He released a statement reading in part tonight, "These actions are causing unnecessary fear, confusion, and trauma for our students and families. Our schools must remain safe havens. Los Angeles Unified stands with our immigrant families." ABC News reporter Matt Gutman was behind police lines earlier today. This has been a day in which projectiles have been thrown from both sides, non-lethal weapons being used by police, rocks and bottles and other projectiles being used by some troublemaking elements of what is otherwise a peaceful crowd of demonstrators. He has a look at what both sides are hurling at each other.
That line of officers from the LAPD pushing everybody back and using a tremendous amount of non-lethal force. You can see those flashbang canisters, the sponges, 40 millimeter like this, that they fired at people just to continue to push them back. I don't think I've seen this much use of non-lethal in a very long time. We've also seen significant number of rocks, bottles, projectiles that are very dangerous being hurled at the LAPD on this side of the skirmish line. The size of the rocks and projectiles, I'm going to see if I can try to find another one for you, that were thrown were significant. This is a piece of concrete or road that was picked up and chucked. You can see some of the sharper end stones over here, much larger ones than that were hurled at police. So this is something that I haven't seen quite some time in downtown LA. It was very intense.
All right, and those projectiles that he's talking about, we'll get to that in a second. This statement from former Vice President Kamala Harris responding to today's events. She wrote, in part, "Los Angeles is my home, and like so many Americans, I am appalled at what we are witnessing on the streets of our city. Deploying the National Guard is a dangerous escalation meant to provoke chaos. In addition to the recent ICE raids in Southern California and across our nation, it is part of the Trump administration's cruel, calculated agenda to spread panic and division. This administration's actions are not about public safety, they're about stoking fear. Fear of a community demanding dignity and due process. Protest is a powerful tool, essential in the fight for justice. And as the LAPD, mayor, and governor have noted, demonstrations in defense of our immigrant neighbors have been overwhelmingly peaceful. I continue to support the millions of Americans who are standing up to protect our most fundamental rights and freedoms." As we take a live look now at downtown Los Angeles, looks like a store is being looted. This looks like a sneaker store, and it wouldn't be the first time. This looks very familiar. We were over this a few years ago during demonstrations and protests in the wake of the murder of George Floyd. And this looks like to me to be the same store that was looted then and maybe being looted again. You saw somebody running into that store. It's 10:27 on a Saturday night. I don't know whether that store was open or not, but it doesn't look good. And we will see what is happening here. People going up and going in, and we'll see if that is in fact happening. There have been lawless elements that have been taking part in this protest, or not taking part in the protest, but perhaps exploiting it for their own ends, like people you see here that are looting this store. They're stealing sneakers, and they're going to be selling them. And they're being caught on video from various locations on both sides of the street. And so there's a good chance that their faces will be recognized and that their little spree of theft will be rewarded with some accountability that will land them in jail. That is what is being promised by the chief, by the mayor, by the sheriff. That people who take advantage, people who are involved in violence, vandalism, theft, will be held accountable. If not tonight, as the mayor just said, it will happen down the road. Don't think you got away with it just because you haven't been arrested yet. That's from the mayor. The projectiles that were being hurled at the police.
Crazy.
If you walk down any urban street, you do not see rocks scattered about. People get those rocks because these demonstrators are coming from various parts of the country, or just who are people who are intent on causing harm. They bring hammers and they hammer away at the concrete
definitely gonna get them.
Chip away their own rocks, and they use those and throw them at the police. They'll bring cinder blocks in backpacks and they break those up and throw those at police. So there are people who do this for the sake of doing it. And as we see now, the LAPD responding to this store, and we're going to try to get the name of it and the location. But I remember almost an identical shot a few years ago from Air 7 over this exact location that was being looted. So they are there, 618 South Broadway, where that store, apparently a sneaker store, is being looted. And now the LAPD has responded. They are going to go in, they're going to clear the store. Anybody who's inside is going to get arrested, likely. Anybody they catch with items from inside the store is likely possibly going to get arrested as well. It's interesting, you see somebody there bringing items to the officers, perhaps helping with the cleanup there. So there is that as well. So this whole thing that is happening tonight, chaotic, but officers are responding.
I'm the daughter of two immigrants from El Salvador, and so I'm here to speak up for my community and to protect them, do anything I can to let them know that they have a voice, that they have people that care about them.
Breaking news now at 10:30. Chaos in downtown LA as immigration protests get out of hand for the third straight day. Protesters facing off with police all day on Sunday, things getting intense at times. Protesters seen using random items to protect themselves from police, while others taking aim at CHP officers and their stranded patrol cars on the 101 freeway. People here throwing things, trying to set the patrol units on fire. They were able to set one on fire.
They set
all of this
that
while
one
Governor
on fire.
Gavin Newsom continues his public criticism of President Donald Trump and the White House, blaming the administration for exploiting and inflaming the situation that's unfolding right now in Southern California. Hello, I'm Mark Brown. We are continuing our live coverage on Eyewitness News at 10, live on ABC 7, Hulu, and wherever you stream. The number of people we have seen on the streets has dwindled quite a bit, but chaos has taken place after an otherwise peaceful demonstration earlier in the afternoon. An hour ago, the LAPD declaring an unlawful assembly for the downtown LA area. Demonstrators have marched to the LA Live area. They're now blocking traffic on Figueroa, and Air 7 catching multiple items on fire, dumpsters, parking attendant booths, and then there was this, a driver doing reverse donuts while other people in the crowd were throwing objects at the car. Officers later took that driver into custody. CHP says 56 people have been arrested since yesterday, including one for throwing a Molotov cocktail at officers. LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell expects those numbers to rise. They're going to review the video from multiple crime scenes of multiple crimes. 17 of the 56 people were arrested from the 101 freeway today. Protesters taking over the freeway after officers broke up a large crowd outside the federal building in the early afternoon. That crowd numbering in the thousands. President Trump posting to Truth Social, quote, "Looking real bad in LA, bring in the troops." We have several Eyewitness News crews covering all of the breaking developments tonight. We will begin with reporter Tim Caputo live in downtown LA, where police are trying to disperse what's left of the unruly elements of that crowd. Tim?
That's exactly right, Mark. I'm looking to my left because fireworks are going off just up the street. It's interesting how quickly these LAPD's officers and these skirmish lines work out here. We're at the intersection of Alameda here and Cesar Chavez. You might have noticed 15, 20 minutes ago, there were easily several hundred people at all four corners of this intersection. You actually see the cones currently in the street right now, and you could even smell it in the air because they were throwing fireworks and setting fireworks off at the middle of this intersection, even with some trash in the middle. That's what caused the fire at this intersection. But police set up a skirmish line just here on Cesar Chavez with the mounted police here, and another one on East Alameda Street, pushing the protesters out of here and at least kind of dissipating into the city streets. Obviously, this has been an ongoing battle all day long, with things starting earlier this morning with a protest that quickly turned into cars set on fire. And there is graffiti practically everywhere you walk, near the federal buildings here downtown and all the adjacent areas. As you mentioned, at one point, this large crowd made its way onto the 101 freeway, and as CHP made a valiant effort to try to get them off the road, at one point they even had to ditch some of their police vehicles as they were getting robbed rocks and other objects hurled at them, smashing the windows at their cars. Obviously, there have been a number of injuries for those police officers and a whole lot of arrests at this point. We spoke with a young lady who showed up earlier today. She was here actually for a vigil, a peaceful part of the protest. Obviously saw what was going on, but obviously had a sense of what she wanted to be here for, and that is to resist this Trump administration.
Basically, you know, he came in and attacked the immigrant community and all of their loved ones, and people responded by trying to be protective, you know, in the workplaces where they were being attacked, you know, and trying to block and so forth. But what we've been seeing, and that, you know, I hope that people will understand for those of us on the ground, is that there has been more force coming in. And as I said a little while ago, he's showing that there's no respect. It's almost looking like a military state. Like, we feel helpless, we feel powerless, we feel like who do we have that Trump can answer to?
As we mentioned, they're dissipating the crowd. It doesn't mean the crowd necessarily has gone home. It is certainly smaller than it was probably at the height of the afternoon, 4 or 5 o'clock. You heard the sirens behind me. They were just coming up Cesar Chavez. And there it is, some of the fireworks just up the street from where we are standing right now. That's where police are trying to put out these fires, both literally and figuratively, as they continue to pop up here this evening, as another LAPD officer comes up the street with lights and sirens going as they're coming up the street to address the crowd that has moved from this intersection all the way up the street. I have a sense this is something that's going to be going on for several hours here, Mark, as they move this crowd from intersection to intersection, keeping in mind every time they do that, a couple of them tail off and go home, a couple will tail off and go in the other direction. So the crowd is getting smaller, but as you hear with those fireworks still going off, it's still just as lively as it was this afternoon, but police seem to be really pinpointing these crowds and trying to move them out and eventually send them all home. We're live in downtown Los Angeles. Tim Caputo, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Tim Caputo in downtown LA, still a very active scene, as we can see behind you as we look live now. Right now, LAPD officers outside that store that apparently was being looted, a sneaker store in downtown LA on South Broadway and 6th. Worth noting that this is all because of protests over ICE and their raids targeting people who are here without authorization in the United States. The president had promised during his campaign, in fact, it was a center point of the Republican National Convention, that there would be mass deportations. And he is carrying that out to the dismay of people who are affected by them. People are very angry about what they're seeing. The promise has been from the administration that they were going to be going after violent criminals, people who prey on others who are here illegally. Let's go back to Tim Caputo. He is live down there. Tim, what's happening?
Yeah, Mark, you know, we were talking about these skirmish lines and LAPD kind of systematically going through. We saw these officers actually lined up on the other side of Union Station. Initially, we thought they might have moved the crowd underneath the tunnel here away from Cesar Chavez. That's actually what they did back when the initial protest back on February 2nd made its way onto the 101. It seems as though the crowd was kind of pushed back towards downtown LA, and obviously now these police officers are responding in kind as they're working their way up the street north of where we are at the moment. We're going to send it back to you because obviously as these police are passing, we got some visitors over here by our camera, Mark, so I'm going to send it back inside for a second.
All right. Be careful out there, Tim. Thank you very much. LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell meeting with Governor Gavin Newsom earlier today. Our Amy Powell has more on what's been happening and how this is all unfolding. Amy.
Well, Mark, we have to tell you, this has been by far the biggest day of protest over ICE's immigration raids that we've seen, and there have been numerous dangerous and violent incidents. Now, we're standing here on Broadway overlooking the 101 freeway, and in the last few minutes, we've heard numerous explosives. You can see there are a lot of people in the street here, and we've seen people setting off explosive devices, fireworks running through the street. You can hear all the sirens. There are several LAPD vehicles down there. We have some coming by right now, and there goes some of those explosives and fireworks we're talking about. And we have seen this numerous times. There's a crowd that has been here throwing some of this onto the freeway. And again, obviously this is a very dangerous situation. This is the kind of activity that police are trying to stamp out here. And we have to tell you, there have been massive crowds of protesters gathering in the streets around the Federal Detention Center all day, angry about a series of sweeps in the LA area during which ICE detained dozens of people, some setting fire to several Waymo vehicles, the blazes sending up thick plumes of black smoke. And tonight we saw people burning other materials on a street near City Hall. Now, many in the crowd have been demonstrating peacefully, but tonight there are still people setting off fireworks and committing acts of vandalism. And we'll send it back to you.
All right, Amy, thank you. We want to quickly get now to Sheriff Robert Luna, Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna, as we're watching these scenes unfold. Can you give us an update on the situation from the point of view of your department?
Yes, sir. And hello, Mark. It's good to be on with you. So I just want to let all the viewers know that at about 6 o'clock tonight, the LAPD requested the Sheriff's Department assistance. You're seeing in a lot of the videos you're showing, a lot of our deputies are out on the streets there in the city of Los Angeles. We sent well over 100 deputies, and we continue to even send more. I also have requested mutual aid from inside the rest of the county of Los Angeles and outside the county of Los Angeles. So what you're going to start seeing is law enforcement agencies from all over LA and even outside LA coming in to assist the Los Angeles Police Department, along with even more additional CHP officers. My message to everybody out there is what we're seeing right now is not protest. There's a lot of unlawful activity that is happening, and we're going to stop it. I have requested booking teams from our county jail system. We are going to start taking a lot of people to jail. So I advise people, if you have no legitimate business out here, go home. There's other ways, legitimate ways to exercise your First Amendment rights. Destroying property, attacking police officers and deputy sheriffs is not acceptable, and you're going to go to jail.
All right, and as we're looking at another one of these fires that has been set in downtown LA, this looks like a vehicle that's on fire. I want to ask you what was asked of Chief McDonald a couple of hours ago. Do you need the National Guard right now to quell this?
Anytime we ask for the National Guard, we go through a multi-step process. I'm going through that now. We obviously exhaust the resources from within the Sheriff's Department first. Then I start going to other agencies. That's exactly what I'm doing now. We have access to a lot of other law enforcement agencies. If at that time we still need additional resources, we will assess if we need to request the National Guard to come in here. We did that for the fires. Many of you saw that. It was very successful. And that is a tool in the toolbox that we're ready to use if necessary.
The last time, well, not the last time, but the last time it was for a law enforcement reason was during the unrest that occurred after the murder of George Floyd, and before that, 1992. And you go through those steps, and at the end of it, if things are still out of control, that's when you call the National Guard from a law enforcement perspective?
I wouldn't say, Mark, that we wait till it's out of control. We're continuously assessing what's going on. And please remember that for us at the LA County Sheriff's Department, we have an entire county to police. We're still getting 911 calls. We're providing service to other areas. Also concerned about any other activity that may pop up. I think we know from the last 72 hours as the federal agents are out serving their arrest warrants, we have protesters that show up. Some of those become violent. We have to be prepared to respond anywhere in the county of Los Angeles like we had to yesterday in the city of Paramount and Compton. So we stand ready to not only assist our brothers and sisters at the Los Angeles Police Department, but we are ready to respond anywhere in the county of Los Angeles, even for other law enforcement agencies that may have this kind of activity in their cities.
Your counterpart, the chief of police, has mentioned that there are people who come from outside, people who all they do is go from unrest to unrest and cause problems. They wait for these sorts of situations to happen, and they go there with the intent of causing mayhem. What's your experience with that, and do you believe that's what's happening here?
I do agree with Chief Jim McDonald. He's been in this business a long time, as have I. Unfortunately for us in law enforcement, there are basically professional agitators and protesters. As you see There are people that have legitimate reasons to protest, families, and we see that. Actually, that's the majority of people that we saw during the day. And then you have these groups that come in, and they come in, and I saw a lot of them. They're masked up. They have hammers with them. They bring pepper spray. They start attacking our employees. And that, to me, is nonsense. It does happen. We do our best. And one of the things I'd like to say to that is when you have legitimate protesters, if you see these individuals within your groups, let us know. Get them out of there. Because look at what's happening now. I believe there is a legitimate reason to protest. But then this has turned to something ugly, violent, and the message has been lost. It's all about individuals who are committing criminal acts, destroying property, and bluntly destroying the city we love. It's unacceptable.
Would you support a curfew in the county?
That is a tool in the toolbox. That is a strategy that we deploy without hesitation, but it has to be the right time for the right circumstances. And I can tell you this, that myself and other county and city leaders have been discussing that as an option.
Okay, and if that were, so if we have, say, another night that looks like this, is that something that we're likely to see?
High probability, and we may not even wait till tomorrow night. So we'll see. We're definitely keeping that option on.
All right, we have
table.
Right. We have seen your deputies in particular. There was a very high-profile arrest that they made of a guy that was driving a minivan in a crazy fashion around downtown, nearly hitting people, doing reverse donuts in an intersection, drove erratically, went to Alvera Street. Two of your sheriff's deputies went through and found that person and arrested him. What other, do you have a tabulation of the number of arrests, the number of, if God forbid any deputies have been injured in this, any numbers along that line?
First of all, there's a saying here at the Sheriff's Department that the bear goes everywhere. And it looks like our deputies were Johnny on the spot, did a great job. They arrested that individual as he should have been arrested. So I'm very proud of their work and proud of the work of all the work that these deputies. Can you imagine being a family member of one of these deputies? You got a lot of families praying tonight that their loved ones come home and they don't get hurt. Mm-hmm. So I want to make sure the viewers understand that side of everything that's going on. And by the way, a lot of these deputies we have immigration backgrounds. They have immigrant parents, as I do. To answer your last question, I don't have stats as I'm sitting here.
Run the table, you said that.
In front of me right now, but that's something we'll tabulate as the night and morning goes on. Mm-hmm. We can follow up with our Sheriff's Information Bureau, and they'll provide that to you tomorrow morning.
And if I could ask you a personal question, as someone with immigrant parents, what do you think of what's going on with these raids that ICE is conducting of work sites, Home Depot parking lots, factories, as they continue these sweeps?
You know what? I respect our federal partners. If they're going after individuals that are violent and have committed either violent or serious crimes, they should be doing that work as long as there's due process involved. But when you're taking the cooks, the gardeners, the maids, the people working at hotels like my parents did, that's where it hits a different chord, and that's where you can relate to a lot of the people that are peacefully protesting. I don't relate to the people out here committing crimes and destroying property and attacking our employees.
Of course. What we're seeing here is different law enforcement agencies with different missions. You've got ICE and Customs Enforcement that is going around and they're getting people who are in the country without authorization and taking them into custody. And you have your department and other police agencies, of course, in California that are subject to a state law that prohibits them from cooperating on civil enforcement of immigration regulations. Is this situation right now contributing to any sort of a strain in relations between you and these agencies, or your agency and theirs, that could have impacts beyond this week?
I think there's always, I don't know if I want to call it strain, but different missions. And we have to continue to figure out a way to communicate, coordinate when we can. I know there's some legal restrictions, but I'm focused on I'm hoping that none of their federal agents get hurt in this. I'm hoping that none of my deputy sheriffs or any police officers get hurt doing this. And I definitely don't want community members, legitimate community members that are protesting or demonstrating peacefully, to get hurt in this. So that communication, having that as a common way of going through this, I don't like the rhetoric on the extremes of either side of this. I think we really need to take a deep breath and figure out how we resolve this throughout the country, specifically here in our home in Los Angeles. We're better than this. We really are.
All right. LA County Sheriff Robert Luna, thank you for joining us, and we will be checking back as events warrant here. We appreciate you taking the time to talk to us and sharing your thoughts and what you're seeing unfolding in the city and county of Los Angeles. Thank you for being there with us. We'll be back with more Eyewitness News coverage of the ICE raids, the response, the protests, and now the violence, coming up right after this.
Violence.
I was hoping to prevent this situation from happening. I was trying to encourage the administration that if they deployed the National Guard in Los Angeles, it would create a sense of chaos.
The National Guard is there. We have not seen them literally on the streets, just guarding the federal building. It is the LAPD, CHP, and LA Sheriff's Department we have seen as the unrest continues deep into the night. Mark.
All right, Jory Rand, thank you for the encapsulation of why we find ourselves here tonight as we take a look live right now at downtown Los Angeles. The lights of the city, and among them the blue and red lights of police and other sheriff's vehicles that dot the landscape as law enforcement officers try to bring under control these elements that have become an offshoot of what was a peaceful protest and demonstration, and have started to create havoc in the city of Los Angeles. There have been fires set, people have been assaulted, fireworks being fired at police by people bent on causing harm. And the police responding as best they can. We heard from the sheriff tonight that a mutual aid request was placed by the LAPD and the Sheriff's Department, and other local agencies from inside and outside of the city of Los Angeles are now responding, and the law enforcement presence is about to grow quite rapidly. Neither the police chief nor the sheriff were indicating tonight that the response from the National Guard was warranted. They didn't say it's not, but they say that it is under study and needed. There are several steps that are required before they would make such a request, and no such request has been made. The mayor being much more blunt, she said to us tonight, there is no need for the National Guard. The last time it was needed for a law enforcement issue was when there was citywide violence, citywide unrest that could not be dealt with by the various agencies in the city and county of LA. Nonetheless, we find ourselves tonight with National Guard troops that have been deployed, at least right now, alongside federal buildings, and the threat of U.S. Marines being brought into the city of Los Angeles to deal with American citizens. We are continuing our live team coverage of the situation in downtown Los Angeles. Eyewitness News will be back in just a couple of minutes with more of our team coverage of the event.
Like nothing, I was doing anything wrong.
Individual north on Hill Street.
He's all over the streets of downtown Monday morning. Pieces like this and even bigger than this is what has been hurled at police officers, at police vehicles, at federal agents, at CHP all day long. And this blue piece here, well, this is the foam projectile, the rubber bullets, if you will, that police officers have fired back at this crowd, especially when it got violent. This is the back and forth we have seen all day long that has essentially lasted from sunrise to sunset all over downtown Los Angeles. At times, this did get very violent, with the crowd making its way onto the 101 freeway. And as CHP worked to move the crowd out of there from above on those overpasses, there were folks throwing rocks down below, throwing pieces of concrete down below. At one point, CHP even had to ditch their vehicles because they were being objects were being thrown at them from above. Several cars were set on fire near the 101, as well as this crowd kind of worked its way through downtown, clashing with police, LAPD, the Sheriff's Department, essentially anyone in a uniform all day long. I spoke with two young men who actually came to downtown LA. They're from Panorama City, they're from Fontana as well. They wanted to be part of this protest, and both of them got a little too close for comfort.
It's been crazy, roller coaster. It was chill for a good, good 30 minutes, and then next thing you know, flashbangs, tear gas. In fact, right over there, there's the park. Yeah, they started throwing a lot of tear gas in it, and I was inhaling it, so yeah, that sucked.
And I guess they thought I was a threat. I wasn't even throwing nothing. I wasn't being like nothing. I wasn't doing anything wrong, and I guess I got too close to them, like to the top part of the gate, and they ended up shooting me.
Damn.
It's not right, bro.
So we were just at the intersection of Alameda and Cesar Chavez, and maybe an hour ago, the crowd was several hundred people, but LAPD came in with the mounted patrol and the skirmish line of officers and quickly moved them out of there. The crowd still exists. They're moving around. You've seen it from Air 7, but it's getting smaller and smaller each and every time. The one thing that's been consistent, not only through the day, but into the night, is those fireworks going off. They're not just kind of a symbol of where the crowd is. They've often been used as an offensive in a lot of ways against police. Obviously something we've seen all day long. We're live tonight in downtown LA. Tim Caputo, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Tim, thank you. And as this chaos continues to unfold, the LAPD declared an unlawful assembly in downtown LA. Chief McDonnell holding a press conference earlier this evening after meeting with Governor Gavin Newsom and Sheriff Robert Luna. Eyewitness News reporter Amy Powell joining us live with that part of the story. Amy?
And Mark, the last time we spoke to you, you saw there were fireworks going off on the street. We're here on Broadway overlooking the 101 freeway. Well, since then, sheriff's deputies have arrived to clear the street. In fact, we got a line of deputies coming past us right now. So all of those people with the explosive devices took off. They ran down the street. Just a moment ago, we saw several vehicles heading down the street. And you see they're firing off some non-lethal weapons right now. The helicopter's going over, so apparently they probably spotted those people with the explosives who were here earlier, because again, some of those devices they were setting off, the firecrackers, actually ignited a tree on fire across the street. We can't show you that right now because we got a sheriff's vehicle blocking that, but the sheriff's deputies have come here. They've cleared off this street, and those protesters are on the run. Now, massive crowds of protesters, as you know, have been gathering in the streets around the Federal Detention Center, angry about that series of sweeps in the LA area during which ICE detained dozens of people, some setting fire to several Waymo vehicles, the blazes sending up thick plumes of black spokes. Now, tonight we saw people burning other materials on the street near City Hall. Many in the crowd have been demonstrating peacefully, but tonight there are still people setting off the fireworks, as I mentioned, and committing acts of vandalism. Earlier we heard from LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell. He said his department was given no advance warning about the actions taken by federal agents. He also made it clear that the LAPD does not participate in immigration and customs enforcement, and he's urging LA residents to protest without breaking the law.
When peaceful demonstrations devolve into acts of vandalism or violence, especially violence directed at innocent people, law enforcement officers, and others, we must respond firmly. An act of violence, whether toward officers, demonstrators, or the public, will be met with swift and lawful action.
Back out here live once again, the sheriff's deputies are here on Broadway, and they have really cleared the protesters off this street. Again, the people setting off those explosives took off running, and we don't know if the sheriff's deputies have been able to catch them. Now, one other point I want to make about what Chief McDonnell was saying, he addressed to the issue. There was a claim made that the LAPD delayed responding to a federal officer's request for help by more than 2 hours. He says that is simply not true. He says the officers were not pre-deployed, so once they received that request for help, they were there within 38 minutes. So once again, the LAPD wants people to follow the law. That's why they are taking part in enforcement efforts tonight, trying to get people off the streets, trying to keep these demonstrations peaceful, which of course has not been the case certainly today. I'll send it back to you, Mark.
Yeah, Amy, behind you, it looks like a fire has been set by someone. We have your shot, and we also have Gabe Santos in Air 7 over it to show us what's burning right now. Gabe?
Yeah, law enforcement believes that this is an arson fire, and there's you know, a lot of these that have been set throughout the night. So LAPD, LA County Sheriffs, all of the law enforcement resources here, now LA City Fire, are literally trying to put out little fires in the downtown area. And this is one of them that has kind of spread pretty quickly up on a hillside. It's going uphill. We know brush fires in dry conditions, they burn very quickly uphill, but LA City Fire was able to get on scene pretty quickly here, and they're gonna, as soon as they get those hose lines in position, they are gonna be able to put some water on this and get it out, because it is this specific little area here, which is north of the 101 freeway off of Spring Street, is not an area that is heavily populated with protesters or demonstrators. You can see that skirmish line on the right side of the picture there, just trying to maintain security on, I believe that's going to be Hill Street in the background there. As I said earlier, law enforcement believes that this was an arson fire, and LAPD has their helicopter overhead trying to direct other available units, if they are available and they can safely do so, to try and take the person into custody that the air unit officer believes actually started this fire, at the very least added fuel to this fire and helped it spread. So this is what LAPD, LA County Sheriffs, and all the law enforcement agencies in downtown are working with right now. You still have a lot of individuals kind of scattered throughout the downtown area. We're not seeing a lot of major crowds as we saw earlier, but a lot of individuals that are bent on doing things like this and starting fires, starting dumpster fires and the like, and LAFD has to kind of wiggle their way through the crowds around some of the debris and make their way in to put fires like this out. I'm a little bit surprised that they haven't opened the hose lines, if you will, to start getting water on this. And there you go, right there. They have been able to start putting water on this fire. Hopefully this one will be out in pretty short order here, Mark.
It's indicative, really, Gabe, of the fact that if it doesn't take a lot of people to cause this sort of chaos. One person starts a fire here, another person starts a fire there, a few people barricade a street, and all of a sudden you've got all kinds of incidents happening in downtown LA. Thank you for that report. You know, they're supposed to be working together, but they're not. They're at cross purposes right now to the escalating war of words between state and local leaders and the White House tonight. That's what we're talking about. President Donald Trump firing back after Governor Gavin Newsom and Mayor Karen Bass blasted his decision to deploy National Guard troops amid protests against federal immigration raids. Eyewitness News reporter Jory Rand has been following this political fight and joins us live from our newsroom. Jory.
Mark, Governor Newsom says that President Trump wants chaos. He has instigated violence. That's coming from the governor. He continues. He's manufactured a crisis and is inflaming conditions. That's the governor talking about the sitting president. Meantime, President Trump appears to be itching for a fight, hinting at the possibility of escalating this showdown even further, threatening to deploy U.S. military troops against its own citizens. National Guard has now officially been deployed in Los Angeles. The governor now saying he has formally requested that the Trump administration rescind what he calls an unlawful deployment of troops in Los Angeles County. The governor is asking that they be returned to his command. He goes on to say, "We didn't have a problem until Trump got involved." But tonight, the president is doubling down on social media, claiming the protesters are paid insurrectionists.
You have violent people, and we're not going to let them get away with it. I think that you're going to see some very strong law and order.
So the governor says now that there is a lawsuit pending tomorrow to try and reverse this decision from the president. We spoke with Loyola law professor Jessica Levinson today, who says the real legal question here is whether the emergency circumstances exist that would allow the president to use the military as direct domestic law enforcement under the Insurrection Act.
So I think at that point you would have California having standing to sue. I'm not saying it's going to be a successful suit. I'm saying they would have standing to sue. The argument would be that the president is infringing on state sovereignty because he doesn't have the power under the Insurrection Act. That when you pull the cord on the Insurrection Act, that you should have cooperation from a governor. Now, there have been, let's discuss, and you may have already discussed, moments in our nation's history where the president has said, I'm sending in troops. That was really about implementing desegregation decisions during the civil rights era. We haven't seen the Insurrection Act, in my view, used in modern times against the will of a governor.
There are key differences between what played out during the civil rights era. That was a government, a state government, and a governor not working according to federal law, and so the president stepped in. This is not that situation. This is the president deciding he needs to come in and enact law and order in a city and a state that has said they do not want his help. They want to maintain control of their own said militia. The governor saying today he is the commander-in-chief of the California National Guard, and that power has now been usurped by the president of the United States. The legal showdown will continue tomorrow as the fight continues on the streets of Los Angeles. Mark.
All right, Jory Rand, thank you. More from Governor Newsom today. The governor responding on MSNBC to White House border czar Tom Homan, who said he would arrest him amid the chaos in L.A.
Tom Homan, the border czar, said to me yesterday he did not rule out literally arresting you, nor Mayor Bass, if you interfere in his work. He said you hadn't yet.
He's a tough guy. Why doesn't he do that? He knows where to find me. But you know what? Let your hands off 4-year-old girls that are trying to get educated. Let your hands off these poor people. They're just trying to live their lives, man. Trying to live their lives, paying their taxes. Been here 10 years. The fear, the horror. The hell is this guy? Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with. Tough guy. You know, I don't give a damn. But I care about my community. I care about this community. The hell are they doing? These guys need to grow up. They need to stop. And we need to push back. And I'm sorry to be so clear, but that kind of bloviating is exhausting. So, Tom, arrest me. Let's go.
The governor calling President Trump the, quote, commander of chaos, calling his orders immoral. We have Gabe Santos overhead in Air 7 over downtown L.A. The streets starting to look quite a bit emptier than they were, filling now with sirens and police vehicles on the move. Gabe?
Yeah, we're continuing to follow little outbursts of behavior from individuals in the downtown area. These officers are headed towards 8th Street and Broadway. You can see them making a left turn there, and I believe that's going to be 7th Street. There was an officer needs help call in that area. We're dealing with a lot of additional air traffic, a lot of airships from law enforcement agencies, and also the weather. The marine layer is pretty low over the downtown area, so we can't really get over where the LAPD ship is working over that particular scene. So we're trying to kind of see from a distance, and as these individual calls come out, we're trying to make sense of them and see what's actually going on. So you saw all of those units going southbound on Hill Street, and they're going to investigate this officer needs help call. We're going to try and find further details on that and see exactly what the result of that was. But as I'm hearing that, there's also another call for assistance on 1st and Spring Street. So we're hearing these individual calls, these individual intersections where officers are dealing with individuals that are still throwing projectiles and fireworks and things of that nature at officers. I'm still seeing, you know, every couple of minutes of a flash or a flashbang or a firework go off. You're still seeing a lot of little bits of activity like that. As I look out the windshield of Air 7, I see I just want to point out, I see a lot of people still on the road, so it's not like people are avoiding downtown. I think there's a looky-loo factor to it all, where you just have a lot of people coming downtown to just kind of see what's going on. And you could see there, this looks like Hill Street and Ord, somebody launching fireworks up into the air right in front of that. I believe that's a LAPD skirmish line a little bit south of that location. And LAPD just has to manage their resources. They have to decide, we're not going to chase after each individual fireworks thrower or fire starter.
That was they
We
mixed
have to
up parents.
kind of
At the end of the
methodically
day,
approach this and only move forward if the situation calls for it. So we're going to keep an eye on this and keep an eye on the various intersections where LAPD is still dealing with individuals apparently bent on causing mayhem this evening.
Indeed, Gabe Santos in Air 7. Worth noting, too, as we look around, it does seem like there are more law enforcement officers gathering in downtown Los Angeles now. The mutual aid call came from the LAPD, and agencies have begun to respond, in particular the LA County Sheriff's Department, which has deployed a number of officers, a lot of them, into downtown LA to help with the response there. So we're starting to see the police beginning to match, if not outnumber, the numbers of people who are still bent on causing harm and disarray in downtown Los Angeles. So they are perhaps getting a handle on things. The mayor.
I can't go into your country. I don't want to live in Mexico. I love where I'm at. As much as I hate how they treat us as black people, I love where I'm at. But you fighting to get into my country. So why should I walk freely out of my country and live in yours? I'm asking you, tell me what I'm missing. Anybody in the chat, tell me what I'm missing. When you got people so hard fighting to come into this country, why should I want to leave here and go live in your country? But when you come over here in this country, be respectful. Put your flag in your front yard or wave it in your house, your living room. But you can't come over here and disrespect us as United States American citizens. And whoever got a problem in the chat, that's because you hiding somebody. That's illegal. We don't have a problem with y'all coming over here, but do it the right way. And for everybody in the chat to say our black men don't want to work, they want to work. They want to go to work, but they want to be paid for what their work is worth. So if you got a motherfucker coming in here to say, I chop down this palm tree for $10 an hour, when you know it's $20 an hour, who you gonna pick? We all eating not to starve, and we all starving not to eat. I don't understand it. I really don't. When you talking to a slave descendant, I don't understand it. My ancestors had chains around their neck, had chains around their arms and their legs. They took my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother children and sold them to another plantation. We didn't come over here by chance. We were bought here. Bought. That's the difference. Learn your English. Brought is what you buy. Bought is where you been. We was bought here against what we wanted. Can't nobody swim back to Africa. Can't nobody swim back to Africa, baby. And even the Africans don't like us. They treat us ill-defiled. Like that young man called in earlier today and he said, once we understand that we are in unity as one, they can't do nothing with us. Then that's what it is. Yeah, they gave us 40 acres and a mule. But in that small print, it said after 7 years, they was going to come in and take it back from you. We got to start reading. We got to start doing what we're doing. I love my children. I love my people. I want something for us. But this right here, what Mr. Deasy is showing on the TV, that ain't got nothing to do with us black people. Them people are illegals. And it's not saying all of them need to go. But if you would let the people that need to go, it won't be no problem with you. I'm telling you, come tomorrow in the morning, it's a lot of people that ain't going to be able to get to work. The reason they securing and making sure everything is good downtown LA City Hall, because they got court cases they got to go on. And they don't want that to be interrupted.
Appreciate that, Blue Chicken.
I'm just telling you from a California perspective. I'm just telling you how it is. Only reason they securing downtown LA, that's your federal building, that's your core buildings, that's everything. What happens?
Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. Share this video. Yeah. A lot going on.
Let's look live right now again at Air 7 over downtown Los Angeles. Another long convoy of law enforcement vehicles on the move. We are seeing them deployed and moving to various hotspots around the downtown area, which has been the scene of so much of the chaos that erupted after the peaceful demonstrations against the ICE raids that have taken place this week. We'll be back with more coverage right after the break.
Yeah, chat. Appreciate y'all. You hear me? If you haven't already subscribed, hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. Yeah. Oof. Yeah. We about to get on out of here. Appreciate all y'all. Facts. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. Make sure you hit that notification bell. Go check out the merch, sbgbtv.com. Yeah. Subscribe on Facebook, sbgbtv. TikTok, sbgbtv. Instagram, sbgbtv. Subscribe everywhere. And you know I appreciate all of y'all. Yeah. If you want us to promote anything for you, it's $40 a day, $200 for 7 days. You can email me, sbgbtv@gmail.com. Yeah. Appreciate all y'all. Put a 1 in the chat so we can shout you out. Run the table, my guy. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah. RM. If you are a member, put a 1 in the chat. J Rip. Appreciate all y'all. Appreciate all y'all. Yeah. Too much. Yeah. I gotta get back up in a little bit. I'm only gonna get a couple hours in. I'm gonna get them couple hours in. Trees. I'm gonna get them couple hours in, and we're gonna be back at it. And we're gonna go live early tomorrow. Try to go live a little earlier in the daytime. Try to go live probably like around about 3 o'clock. You know, much love to all y'all. Facts. Try to go live early, like about 3, 4. We'll go live earlier tomorrow. Yeah. Y'all know, we're gonna do 2 lives. I just put the live into 1 today. I just stayed all the way on, put it into 1. But we gonna definitely get it cracking tomorrow, 2 lives. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Hit that like button on the way out. Yeah, on the way out, if you haven't already hit the like button, hit the like button. No, I appreciate all y'all. Let me see.
You want my fan, but look, on L, back at this series, I need to really listen up right now, because it's done with joking on that. First of all, I'm gonna address this with Wack 100 on everything I love. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I be playing and joking on here and acting like that on everything I love. I just go to my little hearing, and the first thing they tell me is, man, you get into it with that dude, and you should have knew what was going to happen. I said, I'm not getting into it with nobody. Mind you, this is the police is telling me this. I swear to God, they said the big dude, is the one who's calling. I said, this is what I said in my hearing though. I said, what big dude? I don't know. All my videos is old. I'm telling the police this. I swear to God, the captain say 100. That's what the captain up here say. He said 100. I swear to God, I said, Wack? He said, yeah. I already knew that in my head, though. He said, man, all you got to do is put the pieces together. This is the captain telling me this. Man, look, man, Rat really been called up here, got people calling, or he called and said some foul. It just get crazy because now that I sit here and I see everything that's going on, all right, you got 4 extras just get out. Boom. Rat is supposed to be his manager. Rat, you're supposed to be his manager. You got him talking about he don't want to get down with the homie. All right, I'm addressing everything. First of all, Rat, I'm done getting into it with you, going back and forth with you. You already told. I don't do that. I don't go back and forth with snitches or people that's bad people. You control your hood. You always talking about bias and stuff. You need to buy your respect. That's what you need to buy. That's something that you can't buy. Respect. And you need to try to. That's what you try to do. You got Carrot Boy. You got 4 extras, and I'm disrespecting him now because on range you never supposed to turn down the fade. You know what I'm saying? You got a blood calling you out all on social media. You turn out a fade, but you in there putting Carrot in handicapped people's butt when they by themselves. You put carrots in his ass, but you turn down never spade. The homie on King Phil on social media did some Crips. King Phil on social media trolling the authorities, and he told me he won squad. Him trying to fight against the homie is not nobody you a fight. You just said you fought a handicapped person in the county or something where you put the carry in his ass. Come on, fool. We ain't doing all that. You working with Rat. Man, you bad peoples. Y'all on there talking about, you was talking about fighting Aaron Plummer. You want to fight? That's why I'm starting to think y'all fast. You talking about fighting Aaron Plummer, or you talking about fighting air plumber or a porn star or a plumber, but you got a blood that's talking about he's trying to get up on you and you saying no. He didn't, Chris, he's throwing up shit. Come on, man. Y'all see what's going on. The world see what's going on. Man, I just fall back and play the part, man. This ain't nothing. It's good. I needed to come to the, let me say this, man. Ain't nothing stopping me. Ain't nothing stopping my shine. Me and bro still making it good. We running it up. We not tripping. It's all good. Look, for extra turn down the fade. Bro, we know you need the money. We know you need the money. You be walking around with the rodeo or whatever. We know you need the money. You was just in jail talking about promotion. Now they got the bag in your face. You don't want to fight the homie. You know why you don't want to fight the homie? Because Rat 100 run your program. Even if Rat ain't running your program, you just don't want to fight the homie because you know the homie can wait and he's breathing on you. But you in the county talking about you running. Who earned you all this money? You tell me that and why? You did it to prove what? Man, it's the who, man, tap in. Man, Rat, man, I'm on Rat, man. Hey, look, man, thank you. This is what I'm going to tell you. I said thank you, man, because now I'm saving dough. I'm running it up.
This call and or telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
You know what I'm saying? I'm playing the card. You know what I'm saying? I'm in the room by myself doing my thing, man. You know, as soon as I bounce out, I got about 2 weeks. You know, as soon as I bounce out, you know I'm jumping straight, getting the thing, man. It ain't nothing, it ain't never stopping. I got the girls' clothes going crazy, all that. You know what I'm saying? It's the summertime. We about to get the who's cracking. They don't even know what's going on. Man, look. Another thing, though. Let me see. Another thing. For somebody that just got out, look, another thing. For somebody, I really think that you wasn't even in jail the last 2 days before I came to the hole, because I remember when Adam 22 said, yeah, and for extra, I don't know where you at. You out now? Man, we got 2 people ready for you. So you probably was out. You got Wack in the cuts. You got Rat in the cuts. Let me fix that. You got Rat in the cuts, because if I say P. Zane, he's talking about he gonna do some police janky investigation activity. Shit, I don't even know what's going on now, man. This is starting to get sick. Another thing, and this is what the world want to know. So extra is you gonna program with Munchie at no jumper. They got Munchie on no jumper. Y'all so much of internet people that ain't got nothing else going. You got a Munchie on no jumper now. What for extra working here, right? What's gonna happen with that? I really want to know is for extra Munchie gonna program together? A peanut butter boy already bowing down to the 40s. He already talking about sorry and all that.
Yeah, well, we about to get out of here, y'all. Bull said Wack 100 dropped a dime on him, went to his hearing. They said Wack 100 was calling in on him. Yeah. We figured that was going to happen. You know, make sure y'all hit the subscribe button, though. Hit that like button. Share this live. And y'all know, man, we going to stay at it non-stop. You know, we'll be back before you know it. And you already know what it is. It's not about the setback. It's about the get back. Nah.